today on Divorce Court.
Terrion, I want you to stop accusing me of cheating when you and me both know that I have not cheated in the last 5 to 6 months.
We have 2 daughters, and I know for a fact that you wouldn't want no other man disrespecting them the way you have me in the past.
I also would like for you to be more intimate with me when I'm trying to initiate.
You feel like you can talk to me any kind of way, you'll get it whenever I get ready.
I would like the judge to give us advice on how to move forward, how to get past everything.
I know you love me and I love you, but there's some things that we need to work on.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with De'Arix Gray and Terrion Johnson. The two of you have been together for 9 years, off and on. You have 2 children together, correct? You are struggling in your relationship. You want to keep it together, I would think, for the kids. So, Mr. Gray, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's going on and why you're here today?
I'm here today because I continuously get accused of cheating. We have lack of sex, we have lack of communication, and it's constantly lying all over the place. And we also, with the communication, we have our families involved. I'm guilty of that, and that is another problem that she also has.
But your families get in your business?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you start me off with a story about the most pressing thing?
Getting accused of cheating. I mean, I have cheated on her. She knows. She thinks that I cheated with 4 girls.
Right.
When I haven't cheated with 4 girls. It's only been 2.
Only 2. Okay.
She thinks because of me texting 4 girls, that's what she thinks cheating is.
Yeah. Well, what did you text those 4 girls? What kind of texts were they?
Text was like the girls wanted to come over to the house. They wanted me to come to their house.
Was it sexual in nature?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It was something like sex.
Is it something that if she did it, you would have a problem with it?
Yes,
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you understand why she has a problem with it when you do it?
I understand. I completely understand why she has a problem with it. But it's like I haven't cheated in so long, and I have moved forward.
How long is so long, Mr. 23?
Like 5 or 6 months. Like
5 or 6 months? Holy moly! Wow. My man been at it strong.
Yes, ma'am.
For almost a half a year.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, why don't you tell me what the relationship looks like from your perspective?
Well, I know we're trying to work on things and better communication and work on the lies and the cheating or whatever, but I just feel like he lies to me for no reason. One time, he was supposed to be going pay a cell phone bill. I called him, De'Arix, where you at? Oh, I'm going to pay the cell phone bill. Okay, an hour go by, he come back with paraphernalia, and I'm just like, really? You could have just told me what you was going to do. He just lied about stuff like that.
Yeah, Mr. Gray, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I take it you love her.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And you've done a lot of things that are dishonest and hurtful.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to tell me what changed in the last 5 to 6 months you believe that should change the way she looks at this relationship. Because you say you've been faithful for 5 to 6 months.
That's because we haven't been together for 5 to 6 months.
What's been happening in the last 5 or 6 months?
We've been just working
together
on our relationship. We broke up because of the lying and the cheating. So, of course, he's not going to cheat because we're not together.
So have you had sexual relationships with other people during this 5 or 6 break period?
No, ma'am, I haven't.
You've been sexually active all these years. And now you're telling me that you haven't been sexually active for 6 months because you've broken up with her and you're not seeing anybody else. I'm finding that hard to believe.
I'm not seeing anybody else.
Yeah, but are you having sex with other people?
I'm not having sex with nobody.
Not at all?
Not at all.
So you've stopped having sex altogether?
I stopped having sex with everybody, all together.
When?
Me and her are the only, me and her have intercourse.
When? Since July?
No, it was before July.
Okay.
It was way before July.
I'm having a hard time believing you, Mr. Gray. I have to say that. How do you believe she's contributed to the difficulties in your relationship?
Because she brushes me off. When I'm trying to be intimate with her, she brushes me off. She don't want no part of anything. Like, she's not interested. So that makes me feel like she don't want me, so what am I supposed to do? If I keep coming on to you and you turning me down and you blocking me from having intercourse with you and showing you some type of affection, what am I supposed to do? So that drove me to cheating.
Yeah, so that's her fault.
That's her fault. And I explained that to her before I cheated, I explained that to her.
You said, if I can't get some more here, I'm gonna have to go somewhere else and get some.
What you won't do, another woman
will do.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Johnson, did you have that conversation with him?
Yeah, we had that conversation, but I also told him respect goes a long way. If you feel like you can talk to me any kind of way, call me out of my name, I'm not gonna have sex with you, period, point blank. And I stand on that 100%.
Okay. Now see there, you were the author of your own sexlessness.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
women can't just like be mistreated all day long and then feel sexy in the evening.
Right.
Were you not treating her well during the day and then expecting things to go well at night?
Part of that is true, but not all of it, because it has been plenty of times where we can have a great day, a great week, a great 2 weeks, and I still try to come on to her, and she still turned me down. So it's not just because of me talking to you any kind of way, it's because of how you feel. It's not me. I mean, yeah, I do admit.
Why do you think, what do you think she's feeling?
I have no clue. I do admit I do talk to her bad sometimes when we have an argument, because that's what a relationship is.
No, that's not what a relationship is.
She talked to me like that too. Yeah. So arguments goes both ways. She talked to me some type of way, I talk to her some type of way. But that doesn't stop the way I feel about it, and that doesn't stop me.
For me, how could you talk to me like that if you love me?
I got you. I'm going to talk to you about the way you talk to one another.
Yes, ma'am.
It would get so heated to where once in the beginning of one of my pregnancies, the first one, and we would get into argument. We had just moved in our first apartment, and he would go so far as telling me that I could pack my stuff and leave. Pregnant, 7 months pregnant, telling me I could pack my stuff and leave.
Ms. Johnson, you say that he's verbally abusive to you. What kind of things does he say to you?
Calling me out of my name. Like simple arguments. It would get so heated to where once when I, in the beginning, not in the beginning of a relationship, beginning of one of my pregnancies, the first one, and we would get into argument. We had just moved in our first apartment, and he would go so far as telling me that I could pack my stuff and leave. Pregnant, 7 months pregnant, telling me I could pack my stuff and leave.
Mr. Gray, what do you have to say about your communication issues? What does she say to you that you believe causes you to retort in that manner or to reply in that manner?
Bad talking, cursing, arguing, a lot of arguments. She can be mad with her family members and take it out on me.
Yeah.
Come to me cursing, yelling, and screaming. So you want to take something out on me, I'm going to give you what you're giving me.
Gotcha.
It goes both ways.
I understand that both of your families tend to get involved in your... Give me an example of how it gets messy.
Because I am the type of person that always goes to my mom and talk to her about something, because my mom, it's only been me, my mom, my sisters, and my little brother our whole life. No one else. So that them are people that I can go to and confide in and talk to and give them insight on my problems and take advice and take heed to what they saying. And I bring it to her attention and let her know, okay, I talk to my people about this. This is what we should do.
But it's going so far to where we'll get into arguments and he will go to them and they will feel like they can call me and argue with me about what's going on with me and him.
Does your family call her and argue with her? Do you think that's appropriate?
I know who she's talking about. I have told this person plenty of times not to do that. I cannot control what somebody else does. The only thing I can do about that,
nobody can tell me.
Only thing I can do is tell that person to do not text her phone no more. That is not your place.
I also understand your family and her family had an argument on whether or not she would have a cesarean or a natural birth.
Yes, ma'am.
How does that happen?
I don't know. Her mom has not been liking me since after my first daughter was born.
Yeah, but who got into an argument then?
Me and her mom got into that
my
argument
mom.
because her mom was trying to tell the doctor how to do the doctor's job. How can you tell the doctor how to do her job?
Was your mom trying to tell the doctor what to do?
My mom was basically
aunt.
saying that she don't need to get a C-section. She been going through labor this long, let her have her baby. She don't need to get a C-section. Basically saying that because with her last pregnancy, she had to get a C-section, and she know the pain, she know the recovery and all of that. So that's why she was saying that. But I didn't want to get a C-section either.
And I understood that.
Yeah, that's what the argument
I
is about.
I sat there and talked to her the whole time
I got it. I got a picture. It's an ugly picture, but I got it.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about deconstructing it so we can reconstruct it.
I don't know what we could do to make it work. I just wanted it to work for our kids and for us because he's the only person that I've been with since I was 18 years old. So it's just like, it's the only thing that I know, and I want it to work for my kids because I didn't have my dad.
And you don't want that for your girls. Mr. Gray, if I could get you one thing from Ms. Johnson in order to make this union work, what would it be?
Just for her to show more interest in me and just be more outgoing, because we stay in the house a lot. I want to go out and have fun, you know? I just need her to be able to interact with me more, not just intimate, but outside the house, you know, with our kids and everything.
I think that's bizarre that you said that. We just talked about your family's getting into it, arguing about, you know, deliveries, and you say the one thing that you need from her is to party more with you.
No, not party, like just
go
get
out
out
and
the
hang
house.
out with
yeah,
you.
just get out
dates,
the house.
basically.
And you really think that will fix all of the stuff we're talking about here?
I really do, because it'll give us a chance to get out the house and be able to go and sit down and talk about our problems instead of always arguing inside the house.
That's alarming that you think that, and you know, it's just alarming. But you're young, and I get why you think that if more happy times will make it better, but more happy times, when you go out, you're going to have a couple of drinks. That's no way to have a conversation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to be drunk.
I understand
you
that,
know?
but
drunk makes you stupid.
No,
drunk
I'm not talking
makes me
about...
stupid, makes you stupid, makes her stupid.
I'm not talking about getting
I know, I
drinks or
understand,
anything.
but that's not going to solve what's wrong here.
Right.
That's not going to solve what's wrong here. If I could get one thing from him that he would do in your direction to start this thing on the right track, what would it be?
When we get in arguments, the disrespect is at an all-time high. Like, that just needs to go away. Like, you should remember, at the end of the day, that's just the argument, and words do hurt. Like, the name calling is...
It's beyond the pale. It's just unbelievable. Do you see this, how upset she is?
Yes, ma'am.
Here's the problem that we got. I got two people who have absolutely no idea how to talk to one another and have absolutely no idea how to run a relationship, trying to be parents to two children. And you don't have the patience, you don't have the background, you don't have the examples, because you said you just had a mom, you know, and you don't have any clue what to do other than to get angry.
Right.
And all I'm trying to convince you of at this juncture is that you have no clue. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
That you absolutely have no clue. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree you have no clue?
Yeah, and I said, I spoke to him about this. Like, we started out young. We've been dating since we've been knowing each other for 10 years, and we've been dating since we was 13 years old. And we started out being in a serious relationship at 18, so we really don't know how to be in a relationship, and we just trying to work on it. And I said, we just young trying to figure it out. I've said this plenty of times. So I don't know what we could do to make it work. I just wanted it to work for our kids and for us, because he's the only person that I've been with since I was 18 years old. So it's just like, it's the only thing that I know, and I want it to work for my kids because I didn't have my dad.
And you don't want that for your girls.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't have my dad either.
Yeah. We know what you're doing isn't working.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to have to ask you to act in opposition to how you feel in order to make this thing work. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to go on this ride together.
All right.
All right. I wish I had a couple of hours instead of a couple of minutes. The first thing you need to do is not to take advice from people who haven't had a successful relationship. You're taking advice from your family. They don't come from a cohesive two-partner relationship. When you go home and tell your parents or your family what's going wrong, they get one side of the story. But when you have a good time, you don't call them up. You are not going to believe how good the sex was today. You don't do that. All they have is an ugly picture of her with no balance. Right. So they're going to be angry. They're going to be, she's all negative and not positive. Same thing for you, because you don't call with the positive. You only call with the negative.
I don't call, period.
Yeah, well, okay. Then
that's all on me, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's mainly him.
But you need to let your mother back up too, because if she's telling the doctor what to do, she's speaking out of school. And you've got to make sure. Sometimes women believe that being loud and obstreperous is the same thing as being strong. Not true. Your strength lies in your ability to contain your emotions, not your ability to express them. So if you were raised in an atmosphere where strength comes off as a brusque and abrasive, that's where you're going to go with it. And that's not what you need to do. You two need to learn how to have a conversation. Yes, you have to have a conversation. There got to be rules to it. You ever go to church? You go in there, you don't go be cussing and pulling up your pants and putting your hands between your legs and all that kind of stuff. You don't do that, because it's church.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yes. So your house has got to be church. You know what I mean? There got to be rules to it. I'm not going to call the woman who holds my daughters in her arms, who once held them in her womb. I'm not going to do her any damage at all, because I know when I hurt the person who holds my girls, I hurt my girls.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what she does. And I know you're going to say, if I said who's the head of the household, you're going to say it's you. You need to go first and lead in that. Never get angry. Never get upset. Never call her out of name. If she does happen to make that mistake, back up, babe. We're not going there.
Yes, ma'am.
On behalf of Jane and Barbara. Those are your kids. I'm just making stuff up. We're not going there on behalf of Jane and Barbara. That's your job.
Yes,
that's your gig. Never to get excited, never to get crazy. And every time she does, you remind we are not going there.
Doing that. Yes,
because of Jane and Barbara.
Yes,
do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
You're not going to talk to your mama no more.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
you're going to talk to her. I'm going to give you 2 books. Making Marriage Works. How to talk to a woman, how to talk to a man, how to have a conversation. But remember, you're going to church. Remember, you love Jane and Barbara, because Jane and Barbara is the reason that you do everything. And before you open your mouth, before you pick up the phone, before you text anybody, make sure that Jane and Barbara is the first thing through your mind, so you can behave a little better than you have today. I'm going to send you to somebody that's going to help you out and get you started. It is my hope that you do well. And it is my intention to follow up. If my people call you, you gonna let me know what's up?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, so you know I'm gonna call.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you don't do the right thing, I'm gonna talk about you. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to both of you. This marriage adjourned.
The judge is rooting for us, so I think me and her, we should really
work on the communication and talking to each other better. I think that's the biggest part, the respecting each other more and trying to build the trust back in the relationship.
And being able to go and have more fun instead of being stuck inside all the time.
Yeah, that's something we need to work on as well.
Today on Divorce Court.
Ramon is a very controlling person.
Sometimes, she'll wear things that are a little bit provocative.
He would prefer me to just be in sweats and basketball shorts and a white tee all day, or probably be in the house.
I want to marry her. I just would like to address and work out these small kinks before we do so.
With our struggle, I feel like a lot of it has fallen more on my shoulders than his.
It's a bit frustrating. It stresses us out, when you only have one person paying the bills.
I've been broken down before to where I never really spoke up, so I'm gaining my voice now at reason why we're here.
I've taken this scenario all the way in my mind. I have no doubt in my mind that this woman could be a good woman for me. This is someone I could spend the rest of my life with.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ashley Toluxon and Ramon Gibson. The two of you have been together for 8 months. You have no children together. You are here for one of my favorite things, which is before the vows. You love each other, you want to be together, but you have some issues you would like to resolve and determine whether or not you'd make a good couple. So I had you fill out my compatibility test, which is a little bit deep. And you also gave me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find that your union is ill-advised. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Toluxon. I know you love him, but tell me what the concerns are.
Well, my concerns are his controlling issues, his jealousy, his attitude, the way he reacts with our children, finances, the way he controls them, how he handles things.
Is there anything you like about him? This isn't sounding very good at all. Give me some examples of the things you think he does that are excessively controlling.
My clothes.
Okay, what's it do?
He doesn't like anything in my closet, not even my sweats, but won't replace them. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. When we go out in public, as for instance, we went to...
So this to you is inappropriate. I got something in the screen. You don't like her wearing something like that.
I do feel it's a little inappropriate. Yes, Judge, I do.
I don't wear those items anymore.
Yeah.
I've made those adjustments for him. I dress down, I wear sweats, I wear jeans. I barely put on leggings. I don't wear halter tops. I don't do my stomach out anymore.
Has that changed his attitude? Has he seen the changes and is now okay with how you dress?
No, he still has an issue with the things
Mr.
that
Gibson,
I put on.
do you notice that she's changed her manner of dress?
I haven't noticed it as much. You know...
You've noticed some change.
I've noticed some change.
But it's
I've
not
noticed some
sufficient.
change. It's not sufficient, I don't think, Your Honor. But I understand that she feels like I'm controlling about it. You know, I just wish that she would be more mindful of some of the reactions that she gets when she does wear some of the things that she wears. And it's not that it's inappropriate necessarily. It's just it causes me to have a staring contest with the gentleman on the next aisle.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Doesn't at all.
That's his ego.
Doesn't at all. That's your ego dealing with it.
And
you know what I mean?
very well could be.
It's like a culture where, you know, men are dogs, so women can't leave the house. You know what I mean?
And that's
It's
exactly
like,
how it feels.
So what you have to do is behave better as men and leave women alone.
That's what I'm talking about.
And if a guy looks at her, he looks at her. You know, if your game is strong, she coming on with you.
And that's the point that I try to make to him all the time.
You say it's everything: makeup, hair, friends. Give me the whole panorama.
Since I started my new job, I mean, I'm somebody who's always done my hair. Within our relationship, I don't. I go towards the curly, natural look. I do love my hair straight, so I've been trying to find myself again as I feel uncomfortable.
But he doesn't like your hair straight?
He loves it straight, but he feels like I'm doing too much. If I get up for work in the morning, it's, why are you straightening your hair before you go to work? Why are you putting on eyeliner? Something's different today. Like, I mean, I can't dress up. I can't do what I normally do.
Do you monitor her makeup application?
I wouldn't call it monitoring her makeup application. I'm just wondering why she jazzes herself up so much to go and do something so casual. You know, this is not...
What does she do for a living?
She's an associate at a large retail store.
Okay. And you think she puts on too much makeup for that?
I believe it's a little much. You know, it's not like she's going for a modeling gig. She's just going to, you know...
Is it more than what she's got on now? Is this her usual look?
No, ma'am. It's a little bit more jazzed up than this.
More jazzed up than that?
Yes, sir. She has...
So what do you think her objective is?
I think her objective is to receive some type of attention and in turn, you know, transmute it on the inside to make herself feel better about, you know, whatever. I guess...
Do you think she has low self-esteem?
Yes.
Why?
She just feels like she has to tone. She feels like she can't doozy herself up. She can't jazz herself up because she feels that I may react a certain way. And I may say that, I may say that you're doing too much when we're only going grocery shopping or, you know.
Which has nothing to do with her self-esteem. It has everything to do with you. There is a theme here. I want you to grasp it as we continue. There are other things about which you find him controlling, including your friends. So I want to move on off of your looks and on to other areas.
Right.
Are you as distressed as you indicated you were in this paperwork about the manner in which he tries to dictate everything you do?
Yes, because for me, I've been in those relationships where I've been broken down, and I don't want to go through that again.
Mr. Gibson, your response to that? You say he's controlling with respect to your friends. Why don't you explain that to me?
I have a friend, and her job of choice isn't exactly something that I condone, and nobody else that I know would actually condone, so he doesn't, of course. But she...
Well, now I got to know what the job of choice is.
She's in the entertainment field.
I'm in the entertainment field.
She's a stripper.
All right, there you go, there you go.
And she's tried to change when it comes to that and everything, and she needed my support for something. She was really down, and even though I didn't necessarily support the issue, I still helped her out because she's a friend of mine. She needed a ride somewhere. Right. And the attitude that I get from him is, as long as you don't do this, and I'm like, well, don't you trust me enough not to do this? You should know better than that.
Mr. Gibson, your response to that?
It's more than just entertainment. This is a friend that she's been friends with for a minute. As far as the stripping is concerned, this particular incident she was talking about, the friend requested that she be dropped off at a stripper party. The friend had no other person there, and she had no ride back. So I'm assuming that my girl is the one to be picking her up.
So it was a safety concern on your part that
absolutely
she and this woman was out there. What I want to talk about is, because I think this is really important, is the disconnect that you have about the manner in which the children should be raised. Because I think that is very important when you're talking about whether or not you're going to get married.
Right.
Now, the kids that live in the house with you are hers.
The one child, yes.
One child is by a previous relationship. Do you have any together?
No, ma'am, not
Okay,
together.
so there's one child in the household.
Currently, yes.
Okay, yes. You have concerns about the way she parents. Why don't you explain that to me?
Okay, well, recently my son was in town from Florida. He's been here for the summer.
Okay.
He just recently went home. So the boys have been together. All right, now, of course, they're boys. They play fight, they do all this. They play video games and stuff like that. Now me, I'm used to my grandfather always saying, you know, stop all that running around my house, all the ruckus. So if they're on their horse playing, I may say, hey, you know, and I'm loud with it. Hey, stop all of that horse playing or whatever, go outside. And it may come off as abrasive to her. You know, my family is a military background. I come from a military background. So as far as doing the homework at the dining room table, that's to get rid of those influences in the room. You got video games in the room, you got TV in the room.
Just cut all that out.
Yeah.
Ms. Toler, what do you see as the problem with the manner in which he engages with the children?
It's just the manner that he does it is forceful. And it scares the children from time to time. Like, you can see that they're
You think it's too much for the nature of the misconduct.
Exactly.
You're pressing for the ring now, right?
Yes. Yes, I am.
You know, a ring don't help a controlling dude.
I understand that. I completely understand that. But
sometimes they look at that marriage license like a bill of sale. You my wife now.
I see...
Are you as distressed as you indicated you were in this paperwork about the manner in which he tries to dictate everything you do?
Yes, because for me, I've been in those relationships where I've been broken down, and I don't want to go through that again. I will not go through that again. So to see anything that might lead that way, I can't do it.
You can't have it.
I can't do it. So it breaks me apart. Every time I see something coming at me, the attitude, the controlling, it's something I've been mentally broken down before. And I won't do it again.
Mr. Gibson, your response to that? Did you understand it to be her distress as intense as it is? And do you believe that she's simply misconstruing what you're doing or saying?
I think she, I didn't know it was that intense, no, Your Honor. But she may misconstrue. But I'm really hearing her for the first time and knowing how intense it really is. And like I said, I've been self-evaluating, just to try to tone that down. But, I didn't know it was this deep, So now I'm seeing, and I don't like to see her hurt like that. I don't intend to abuse her. It's never from a place of mental abuse. You know,
Okay,
'cause that's
I
not my
gotcha.
style.
I gotcha. I just wish guys would get educated about the female body for a couple of reasons. But so you understand the nature of the badass work we do. And when you lose a baby, it is difficult to go through. So be educated before you tell somebody what to do when you don't even know what you're talking about. There was one other incident in my paperwork that concerned me. You talked about a miscarriage that you had and his response to that miscarriage. And I want you to tell me what you believe occurred, and then Mr. Gibson, I will give you an opportunity to tell me what you were thinking and feeling.
When it first happened, he was very supportive about the first couple of days, and my pain just continued. But I never got a chance to take off from work. They made me come into work, and like I said, we worked together. So him wanting me to put on a strong front and be undivided as one and just be this superwoman that I wasn't at the moment, I felt like he was bashing me for not being able to stand tall while I was in pain.
Well, what kind of things was he saying?
That I was lollygagging, that I wasn't moving as fast as I could. He wanted me to be strong and get through it. He wanted me to be a warrior, and it was just his way of going about it and saying it. It didn't relay as that. It just felt like I didn't have the support that I needed.
Mr. Gibson, why don't you tell me where you were coming from and what you were trying to do?
Well, I mean, it hurt me too when I found out we had the miscarriage. I mean, I don't really know exactly what a woman goes through when she experiences something like that. You know, only thing I can do is just go with the flow and just be there for her. After a couple of days, you know, I realized that it was taking a toll on her mentally. You know, she was becoming depressed and things of that nature. So my bashing probably came off as me being that team player, that partner of hers to say, hey, come on, get up, let's still be strong. You know, we fell off the horse, let's keep on going. And like I said, that's part of my rigid.
You fell off the horse ran over her. Okay. And let me tell you something that men don't seem to understand about the loss of a baby. It's not just an emotional thing. There are 9,000 hormones that go popping off when you get pregnant. And when you lose a baby, I just wish guys would get educated about the female body for a couple of reasons. But so you understand the nature of the badass work we do. And what it is progesterone and oxytocin and all of those things, they accumulate. And when you lose that child, you have these massive hormonal fluctuations that go on for a period of time. And it's not because it's like, putting some heroin in your arm and said, buck up, don't get high. Buck up, be a man. Right. You know what I mean? It is a serious and meaningful. She was creating a life, and your entire body, the amount of blood volume changes. You know, everything changes. And when you lose a baby, all of that flushes out, and it takes weeks. And it is difficult to go through. So be educated before you tell somebody what to do when you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm done. Miss T. Luxon, I'm glad you told me about that previous experience. I'm a little distressed that you changed your clothes for him, because it appears to me that if you do that for a cat you are dating, that he's already begun to alter your mindset about what is appropriate, and you'll change who you are to please him or to avoid an argument. And that's not all him. Some of that is you. I used to do that, and I was like, oh, I'm married now, I can't get rid of him. So in order to avoid the argument, I'm gonna do what he says. And then one day I was doing what he said so often, I didn't like him no more. I mean, it wasn't his fault, it was my fault. So what I want you to do is take a piece of yourself back. And when you take a piece of yourself back, and he says, I don't like this friend, so I understand that. But I am a trustworthy woman. I've done nothing to make you not trust me. This is what I like to do, and I will continue to do so. You ain't got to get mad. You ain't got to crank your neck. You ain't got to do none of that. But you stand in your truth, and don't worry about the argument. Mr. Gibbs, I don't think you're a bad guy. I think you know you're a little rigid, and you would like to not be so rigid. And I want you to remember that to be empathetic is to understand that though you may not be thirsty, someone else may need a glass of water. So just because it doesn't feel that way to you, you have to inquire of a woman as to why she does what she does and feels the way she does. And even if you don't agree with it, you're going to have to say, I love her enough to allow her to be an individual. And don't let your fear, and that's all jealousy is, other dudes looking at her and the clothes too tight, that's just your insecurity. Do not let your insecurity run your life. Just don't let it happen. Because if you let your insecurity run her life, you're going to make her life smaller and smaller and smaller until one day she can't move no more, and then she just ups and goes. Okay? I will give you this license. I can't believe it. I was all ready to torch this sucker. I was. I'm going to give you this license, but I want you to, do you hear and feel what I said?
I do. And I just want her to know, that no matter what, I'm always going to come to you and try to communicate and try to get to the bottom of it, because under no circumstances do I want to go to bed mad with you.
Yeah. But understand, it's not about winning the argument. It's about understanding where she's coming from and accepting that she may want to do something differently, and that's okay. Women?
Yes.
This matter is adjourned. Yes, did you have something you wanted to say?
I do. I love you. I don't want to lose you. I'm hearing what you got to say. So, let's work through this together. So, I just want to know if you will marry me.
Sorry, baby.
I want wedding pictures and a progress report on him. This matter is adjourned. Thank you.
You really helped me to see that, I need to soften up a little bit and just be a little bit more sensitive to her needs and inquire about what she wants. Since the show, everything has been so much better. We've been listening to each other, communicating a lot better.
Yes.
And the wedding is on the way. February, coming soon.
February 6th, we've already started our planning, finalizing our guest list. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for us.
Look for your invitation in the mail.
Today on Divorce Court.
I've been with Justin for half of my life, and I just feel like he doesn't value me and the kids.
Communication is more one-sided. This is her way or nothing.
I just feel like he's so used to me being there that he doesn't show anything emotional.
Feels like, we're like roommates.
Justin, if we can't work through our communication errors and our intimacy, I really am going to file for divorce.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Althea Perkins and Justin Perkins. Mr. and Mrs. Perkins, you two have been married for 19 years, together for 25 years. You're in trouble, and you're looking for some advice for me to save your marriage. Mrs. Perkins, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's going wrong?
I'm here today because I need my husband, Justin, to get help with his cheating issues. He has infidelity issues that we've been trying to deal with. His communication sucks.
Give me an example of his infidelity issues.
Okay, one, we were staying in some houses, and I found out that he cheated with somebody in our neighborhood. I had found...
In the neighborhood?
In the neighborhood. I had found a receipt for a teddy bear in his pants pocket when I was doing laundry, and I thought that he had bought me something, but when I had befriended this person, so I had actually went to her house and saw the teddy bear, and, women's intuition, and I just asked him. I went down the street, and I'm chasing him around the car because I'm pissed off at this point. And
You
I'm
just
asking,
chasing him?
Yes, ma'am.
See?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
See?
So, you guys were
Yes,
hooked.
ma'am, and he was running. And,
Did you have something in your hand, or you just chasing it?
I ain't need nothing in my hand.
See?
No, but
And I'm the one that's supposed to be angry.
Look
at that.
Well, now, Mr. Perkins,
Yes,
did you have a sexual relationship with one of the neighbors?
No.
Yes, he did.
I didn't?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Now that's a yes.
Yes, he
okay,
did.
you did
He
do that,
admitted it.
right?
Him and her admitted it.
I mean, yeah, I did some things. Yeah, I wasn't doing the right thing. Yeah, that was correct.
You did have sex with one of the neighbors.
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me, do you have an excuse, a reason? Was there something wrong in the marriage, or was just so happens she let you?
Well, I mean, we were kind of separated for about a
We
good
wasn't
time.
separated, Judge. We were moving. He had went to this house and was supposed to prepare it for me and the kids to move down in. We weren't separated like we wasn't seeing each other.
Well, we were separated.
No, we what?
Like in different places.
She wasn't right there.
She wasn't there.
So, you know.
We were separated.
And that other chick was.
Yeah,
So
I mean-
you just took it back. Did you feel badly about that, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Did you apologize?
I did, especially when she became friends, which I didn't plan that at all. But when they became friends, yeah, I apologize.
Right.
I did.
After you got caught, you wasn't gonna tell me.
I mean,
Were you still buying her stuff?
no.
You did buy her something,
I did?
Justin. Yes.
Oh, okay.
And that's not the first time. Like, after we had went through that little situation,
Right.
we had moved to a different state, and one day he calls me out the blue and tells me that he's leaving me and the kids because he doesn't want to be married anymore. On the phone. And then hangs up.
Well, that's something, that was a different situation.
Well, explain that. Explain what happened.
Because I just got out the military then, you know, and I'm trying to transition in between, you know, civilian life and military life. So they moved down to Atlanta. I was still in Virginia going to school, transitioning.
What
my
the
mind-
hell does
Stop,
transition have to do with?
hang on. Go
My
ahead.
mind wasn't in the right place. So, you know,
A couple of things weren't in there.
Sure wasn't.
some was, some wasn't. But, you know, I got ahead and kind of just didn't know where I wanted to go. I wanted to kind of go down to Atlanta, new place, new situation. And I was going to school and calling the phone and made a mistake, you know.
How long did it take you to figure out that you had made a mistake when you told her you were going to leave?
Probably about like 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah.
Were you 4 months with another woman?
Off and
Yes,
on-ish.
yes, he was.
What made you realize it was an error?
When
She left you.
No, that too.
When she left
but
you. Truth be told.
that too.
Truth be told. When she left you.
That too. But I used to go back and forth and kind of visit them in Atlanta. And I kind of saw how my kids react and stuff like that. So, yes, she left me, but I kind of helped with that as well. And I just kind of
So
came
you
to
kind
Atlanta.
of made her leave you.
Yeah, I
edged
kind of
her out the
Yeah.
door.
massaged it on to where it didn't
No.
work out.
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Perkins, did you chase him around after that happened?
Because he called on the phone, so I couldn't chase him that time.
Did you have any reservations about asking him back? Because this is twice now that he's committed a flagrant foul.
Oh, it was more than that. But, you know, anybody wants their family to work out, and I wanted my family to be together, so it was, I won't do it again, I made a mistake. But then I had found, now I'm more in Snoop mode, so I then found an email from some girl confessing that she loved him and she wanted to be with him, and then this is just his friend.
Yeah, see, that one right there, that had nothing to do with me. Like, I'm a good person.
How did it have nothing to do with you?
It had something to do with me, but it wasn't the same situation.
So you say you don't have a relationship with
No.
this
I
woman?
helped them when they needed help with something. You know, they were going through something in their life. I was there for them.
Yeah, I bet you were.
And then I can't control their feelings of how they feel about me. So
She just fell in love with you because you're just so
Yeah.
charming.
I'm a nice person.
And you're a
Yes.
nice person.
And she was gonna leave her
Were those
husband
the
to be
only
with
times
him.
that he cheated on you, or do you have concerns about other infidelities on his part?
I never caught him in the act, but then after that, I looked in his phone before he put a lock on his phone. I looked in his phone, and he's asking this girl to send him a picture of her before she goes out. So by that time, I'm like, why are you asking somebody to send you a picture?
There was nothing illicit about this picture. She
Why
wanted to see.
Why did you want the picture?
You're not a
She was
fashion
like, hey, I
designer?
want to know. I was going out.
He's not
And
a
I was
fashion
like, hey,
designer.
You know, show what you look like, you know?
For what?
But why?
As a friend, I wanted to see, you know, help out at home, you know?
Do you know how much pain you've caused her?
I do. That was, you know, the old me. The new me is better. And, you know.
The new me just ain't got caught with nothing because he got a lock on his phone.
Well, I understand that all of this cheating has led to intimacy issues, and so that's what I want to talk about now. So my understanding, Mrs. Perkins, is that his infidelities have created intimacy issues. Why don't you explain that to me?
It's just like we're roommates now. We haven't been together intimate in 6 years.
You haven't had sex in 6 years? Mr. Perkins, is that accurate? So my understanding, Mrs. Perkins, is that his infidelities have created intimacy issues. Why don't you explain that to me?
Well, it's just like we're roommates now. We haven't been together intimate in 6 years.
No, hold on.
You haven't had sex in 6 years?
No.
Hold on.
Mrs. Perkins, is that accurate?
No.
Yes,
6 years? No.
Yeah, I don't know.
No. There's no man or woman on earth that would be with somebody not be intimate for 6 years.
Yeah, you ain't been intimate with me. I don't know who
It's
you've been intimate
been
with.
off and on, months at a time. I'll give her that. But 6 years, that's exaggeration.
Just not happening.
No.
Well, do you sleep in the same room, in the same
We
bed?
sleep in the same room. I sleep with my child. He sleeps on the floor.
Yeah.
What you doing on the floor?
I mean, I'm on the floor because I have a child in the bed that
I wouldn't
sleeps
sleep with you anyway.
like a maniac. And then I'm not going to sleep with somebody that don't want to sleep with
I
me.
wouldn't sleep with you.
So
Because I don't trust you.
So is that true, though? You don't sleep with him because you don't trust where he's been? Is that
No,
what's going on?
I wouldn't sleep with him because I don't know what he's doing. No.
I mean, but
Do you still believe he's cheating on you?
Yeah, he just ain't got caught. He got better.
I can't cheat if I have 2 jobs and I'm working every day. Like, how am I going to have
That's what
time
he
to
says,
cheat?
but the financials don't add up to you working 2 jobs every day.
You don't have no problem with it when you out there shopping and stuff like that. So, I mean, the bills is paid, everybody's happy.
No, everybody's not happy,
Except-
Justin.
Except my roommate, I guess.
What do you think is the reason that you're here now? Because you say you're a changed man, you're a better man. You say you're getting a whole lot more sex than she wants to cop to.
Yes.
What do you say is the issue?
I feel like I'm being crucified for something I did, back in the days.
Have you done anything to make her more comfortable in trusting you and being more faithful? Not doing it for a while is just one thing, but you have to do things actively to secure somebody who's been hurt like that.
Yeah.
Have you actively done something?
Yeah, I mean, I try to do date nights.
What? That don't turn out well.
Yeah, because when I do date nights, it requires a +1, which is our daughter. So you can't have a date night when you're having a +1. So.
He doesn't buy flowers. I can't tell you the last time he bought me a card that cost 50 cents, flowers, anything. I love you. When's the last time you said that?
I say that a lot. You just
In
don't
your
pay
mind.
attention.
In your mind.
You just don't pay attention.
In your mind.
Mrs. Perkins, do you bring a +1 on date night?
If we don't have anybody to watch her, yes.
You might be using that one as a human shield. You got to check yourself, because sometimes when you're that hurt, you throw up roadblocks to continued angst. Is the child in the bed at the date night to keep him away from you?
No, because I wouldn't touch him if she wasn't with us.
See? It's a barrier.
It's not because I don't trust you.
I mean, so I don't know what more I could possibly do.
There are a lot of things you can do that show that you are in love with someone and enamored of them. I mean, remember how when you try to get her in the beginning?
Yes.
If you go back to that behavior.
He was only 16 and lied about his age.
And you were 19?
Yep. And
And you
lied.
lied
And
about
his
his
mom
age.
came to get him the next morning.
Hey, it's a win for me.
Mr. Perkins, you are an interesting dude. You're just interesting. Since we're talking about children, I do want to talk about the older children in the house, because you two have a dispute about who's there and how long they've been there and what they're doing there. So let's talk about that. Mrs. Perkins, I'm going to tell you what I think. I think Mr. Perkins, he wrong about a lot of stuff, but he is not wrong about that. Mrs. Perkins, what is up with the older children, and why is there some contention in the marriage about them?
Well, we have one older child that's still in our household that every time he does something wrong, somebody's trying to put him out. If he's late on, he pays $200 a month rent. If he doesn't pay it on time, Justin's trying to put him out. He's still on military time or whatever, because at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturdays, when people are supposed to be relaxing, and he wants you up at 8 o'clock cleaning the house. If he doesn't do that, he wants him out. He can't have company in the house without him being home. At his age, he can't have anybody in my house.
Mr. Perkins, are you tough on the kids?
I am. I mean, you gotta understand. This is a boy that's actually a man right now. He's a man age. There's no reason for him to be living on his parents' roof, and you can't sustain a perfect living condition as far as paying your bills. Then and you can't do what somebody tells you to do. You
Not
can't
at 8
clean
o'clock
up.
in the morning.
It don't matter. It don't matter. You are a child.
Right.
I work 24/7. I work at 2 jobs and can get up with you and clean up at the same time.
So why can't you?
You can't do it? What are you doing so important when you can't clean up? So, me and her, when I say something, he go run to her, and then mommy does the whole mommy thing, and then it's okay.
Mrs. Perkins, I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think Mr. Perkins, he wrong about a lot of stuff, but he is not wrong about that. I don't know what it is, but there's a sense out there that we we pamper our sons too much, or our children in general, but sons in particular. He can be cool and relaxed and calm because he knows he's got it made. And if you're in another man's house, you live by his rules on his time, or get your own. That's what I tell mine. Anyway, you want to be here, okay, cool, but you got to have a job, you got to be in school, and I don't care if I asked you to do 9 cartwheels every morning. If you don't want to do 9 cartwheels in the morning, you get your own crib, but this is mine. And until you, and the reason you do that is not because he's inconveniencing you. The reason you do that is so he can feel required to achieve and to secure his own place in this world. What do you think happens when they get out in the world?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what happens. They get some chick that'll do what you're doing for them, and then a year later they in divorce court talking about he ain't doing nothing, he's playing games, and I'm sick of him, but I got his kid, and why won't he marry me, and why won't he get anything done? Because he's been conditioned to be just 14 forever. I hate that. I'm sorry. I got excited, but I'm right.
You are.
Mrs. Perkins, you came here when your husband came here asking me to help you save your marriage. You look like you don't want to.
I do.
Do you really want to save this marriage, or do you simply want to maintain the status quo? He can stay, he can pay the bills, he can sleep on the floor and leave you alone.
I do want to make the marriage work because I do honestly love him, but he has to change.
What does he need to do?
His communication with me and the kids needs to be better. Not cheating. Like, I shouldn't have trust issues. I shouldn't think that he's somewhere where he's not. I need to be able to believe that he's where he says he is.
Okay. Mr. Perkins, do you want this marriage to work?
I do.
What are you willing to do to make it work?
I'll go ahead and try to do my best to make her secure in herself as far as
Try to do my best to.
I will do my best. I'm going to.
I'm gonna help you out, Mr. Perkins. I know you're trying. What you need to do is have some specific hard targets about how you're gonna change how you treat this woman. You're gonna unlock your phone. You're going to make sure that she can look at it anytime she wants to, anywhere she wants to. You've got to make an extra effort to make sure she knows where you are and where you're going.
Okay.
Make sure, you know what I mean? You got to be a little over the top with it. You've got to take her out. You've got to make sure that whoever's in the house is babysitting. You got it all handled. All she's got to do is put on a fancy dress, and you're going to go out and you're going to court her, and you're going to love her, and you're going to tell her she's wonderful, and you're going to do all of those things in an effort to get back in her good graces. You may or may not get accomplish it, but I want you to know that you've put in 100% before you let it go. You with me?
I'm with you.
So this is your marriage to make or break. And now, Mrs. Perkins, if he tries, allow him to make progress. Don't, you know what I mean? If you're so sick of it and you're so resentful and you're so angry that nothing he can do can fix it, let him know in step. But if you say you want to fix it, if he starts turning over a new leaf, you have to reward him for it with some kind of kindness. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Act like you got some sense. This matter is adjourned.
I really came in with not knowing if me and Justin was going to get a divorce, but after listening to the judge, I might be putting our child in the middle of it so I don't have to face him. But I have a change of heart, and I'm going to try to make this marriage work.
The judge told me that I am responsible for making a marriage work. I've been with this woman for 20 plus years. I don't want to ever throw that away. I love her, love my kids, so I'm going to work on it as best I can.
Today on Divorce Court.
The thing that bugs me the most about Yakub is he loves to argue. He will not give in.
I want Cherie to stop letting people interfere with our relationship and let me do my thing.
He's right, I'm wrong, and there is no common ground.
It's always turned into an argument or a fight. When my family asks me about babies, I feel uncomfortable in front of her.
If he wants to have children, then that is a deal breaker for our relationship.
I thought about proposing to Cherie, but the situation started getting rocky, really, really rocky.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Cherie Chambers and Yaku Little. The two of you have been together for 7 years. You don't have any children together. You two have substantial issues about what you want out of a relationship and whether or not you can stay together. So, Ms. Chambers, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about your relationship and why you're here to see me today?
In the early 2000s is when I met Mr. Little. We were co-workers. We worked at the same company for about 5.5 years. And then the company had ended, and we ended up going our separate ways.
My understanding is that Mr. Little came in and rescued you a bit when your situation was not good. Tell me what he did.
Yes, he did. When I met, we talked for a while, and I was just letting him know that the women's shelter that I was staying in wasn't a place that I can concentrate and really focus on doing what I need to do to get back on my feet. So he offered his place to me. And by us being good friends, he knows that I'm a good person, and he really wanted me to get on track. So we didn't work at we both were working at that time, but we didn't have the same hours. He worked different hours than I did. So he said, well, you come in and stay at my place. I'm not there because I work from such and such. So you'll have plenty of quiet time and relax and get yourself together and get back on your feet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Little, on her behalf. I mean, what a good dude. What a good guy. That's a wonderful thing to do. Somebody's struggling, you held your hand out and helped her. When did it become a romantic relationship?
It became romantic, I say about maybe 2 months after staying with each other. We came to realize that we have a lot in common. The most thing that we have in common is our birthday's on the same day. And we never even knew that. Never knew that our birthday was on the same day. But we love doing the same things. We like to go out and have a good time. And we love life. So we both have that positive energy between each other.
Mr. Little, is there anything you'd like to add about what's going on so far?
Basically, yes. Everything she said was basically correct.
and everything. I mean, I see she was a good person, and we had, like she said, we have a lot in common. So therefore, I figured that, you know, since she's down,
let's go for it.
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
You know, let me help her pick up.
Right.
You know.
You say his family cannot stand you. Why is that?
Well, in the beginning, they did like me, but there was an issue that happened between us. It happened with the children, and certain family members ended up blaming me for what the children did, and so there was nothing that I could do about that. But since that incident has happened, that has put a rift in our relationship.
You don't have to be specific about what it was, but did it cause somebody physical harm? Was it economic harm, or somebody lied? What type of infraction
It was
are
a
we
lie,
talking about?
and then it hurt everybody's feelings.
Gotcha. Mr. Little, do you know what we're talking about?
Yes.
How does your family feel about her?
Well, I ain't gonna say everybody, and I ain't gonna say family. It's just certain family members.
Right.
You know, in the situation that went on, you know, I tried to, you know, better the both of us by, you know, try to come together and try to iron out the situation, because basically it was a big misunderstanding.
Right.
You know, and we got to have a bigger and better understanding on what's going on. So what I tried to do is basically just try to iron out the situation so we could be, as grown people.
Mm.
Were you able to iron it out? Did everybody kind of get over it? Or?
No, he didn't iron it out. His thing was ironing it out is just don't talk about it. Let's forget it. Just you forget it. Let's not talk about it. Over time, it will just be forgotten.
Away. Well, let me ask you this. My understanding is they won't let you come to any family events. Is that true?
That's true.
Mr. Little, is that accurate?
No.
What is the current familial stance on Ms. Chambers?
Well,
can she, like, if y'all throw a barbecue, can she show?
I mean, yeah, most likely in most occasions she can. It's just that. See, there you go. She can. Most of my family or whatever, she can attend to most of them. It's just that
there are a few.
It's just a few. I try to, like, you know, talk to them. I try to talk to them basically because I don't want to deal with them the most.
Right.
And I have to make them and talk to them to make them understand. If she's with me, she's with me.
You. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to respect that.
No, but he still goes by himself.
You understand? If she with me, she's with me.
But he still goes by himself.
I don't go and jeopardize their relationship if they got a problem with their man or female. You know what I'm saying? I don't go there and be like, oh, what is she doing here? What is he doing here? I don't like him or I don't like her.
She seems to think that she can't go to any family events. Why does she feel that way?
Because she don't feel she don't feel comfortable of going off of what's been told to her. But me personally, I go to them people who have a problem with her. I don't have to do it in front of her. But I do go to them and confront them like, look, y'all got to understand, this is my woman. And wherever she goes, I goes. You know? And we gotta,
I love that.
And you gotta most likely understand that. I don't need you to be talking about her in front of me and her, then make her feel uncomfortable and not coming to any more of my family functions.
Given what Mr. Little said, and I believe him, given what he said, maybe you're stuck on the idea that they once were mad and haven't just broached the possibility that you can go now. Might be a little uncomfortable in the beginning, but you can go. Is that possible?
I mean, I can go. I'm pretty sure that I can go, but I don't want to go if there's gonna be a fight, a rift, problem.
But you don't know that, right?
Right.
You don't know that.
I don't know that.
It's got to be more than that one incident. I understand that there are religious differences as well with the family, so I'm going to get off this topic and move on to the religious difference so we can see what's really going on here.
When we go around his family, they're like, Yaku, when you going to have children? That's not a possibility for me. And they know. I just want the family to respect our relationship and understand that we're together. There will be no babies.
Mr. Little, I'm going to start with you. Does your family have religious differences with her that also impede their relationship?
No, not really, because we come from two different backgrounds. You know, I was raised as a Israelite, aka Rasta. You know,
right.
She was raised in a different thing. So it's like, you know, they ain't gonna look at our differences or nothing like that, because we do love each other.
Right.
You know, we ain't gonna let our religions and our beliefs come in between our love.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Ms. Chambers, do you believe that your religious differences causes a rift between you and his family?
I do, because he's a Rasta, and whenever we do go to like their family function, it's small kids, you know, kids all around, family all around. And so when we go around his family, they're like, Yaku, when you gonna have children? That's not a possibility for me. I got my tubes tied, and just last month I had a full hysterectomy, and they know.
Mr. Little, how do you feel about the kid issue? Would you like kids? Are you comfortable with the fact that she can't have any, or is that an issue for you?
I mean, I do kind of have mixed emotions about it, because as far as my family, our family sees us as a kingdom. You know what I'm saying? If I have a child, they're gonna praise that child.
Right.
As like a prince.
Right.
You know, and that's what they want to see out of me. But by me dealing with this woman, it ain't gonna happen.
Right.
So they gotta understand that.
But you're okay with not having children. You have come to terms with it and accepted it.
I mean, I mean, in a way, I feel comfortable, because what if I can't have kids? You know what I'm saying?
You lost me.
Basically, what I'm saying is, if I can't have kids, they gotta accept that I can't have kids, but I have a woman who has kids.
Right.
You know? So therefore, I'm gonna take them kids like they mine.
Right.
I just want the family to respect our relationship and understand that we're together. There will be no babies.
He seems pretty solid, though. He seems, very few people have come in here and spoken in such a definitive, firm, and vociferous manner, like, this is my woman. Love her like she is. I accept her for what she can give me, and I'm done with it. And if you're not cool with her, you're not cool with me. That's the vibe he's giving me.
Yeah, but that ain't the vibe that he gives his family back at home. The vibe that he gives his family back at home is he's gonna have a child one day. So when they come and talk to me, my thing is, where's this mystery child coming from?
I got you. I want to change topics right now and talk a little bit about sex and why you may not be having as much as you would like.
He'll go to work, come home from work, sit on the couch, and go to bed. Won't get in the shower. Well, he's a contractor. You can't bring all that from the outside into the inside. That becomes a problem because I have to force him to do it.
You say that there is an issue with the frequency of sex and there's a reason for it. Ms. Chambers, why don't you explain to me what that reason is?
Well, the reason is because in their religion, they're not really too keen on hygiene, like deodorant, soap, stuff like that. And so...
Apparently this is news to Mr. Little.
When you don't do... Okay, for instance, he'll go to work, come home from work, sit on the couch, and go to bed. Won't get in the shower. Well, he's a contractor. You can't bring all that from the outside into the inside. You get in the shower first before you get in the bed. My mom always taught me, don't you lay in my bed dirty. So I don't want him to lay in my bed dirty. So yeah, that becomes a problem because I have to force him to do it. Mm-hmm. I gotta force him. I gotta tell him, hey.
Does he go?
He goes once I tell him, but I shouldn't have to tell you. You should do it anyway because you know you stink.
I'm gonna respond to that.
Okay, go right ahead.
Now, for us the sexual thing about it, I don't think we have any problems. The only problems that we only have when we, on the sexual side, is her condition. She just got out of surgery, so I can't do too much.
Right.
You know, she just had a hysterectomy down there. You know?
I got you.
I can't do too much.
Right.
So I got to be careful of what I do, or it's gonna hurt her. Basically, as far as the hygiene thing goes, I don't even know what she's talking about on that.
Right.
Because,
The hair.
I mean, I
The
do.
hair.
I do. I mean, what they got to do with my hygiene and stuff? I mean, my hair is my
Because
hair.
if you don't wash your hair,
You know
you
what I'm
smell
saying?
like sweat. Dreads build sweat. Dreads are hot. So if you don't wash them on a regular basis, you smell that.
Do you care to address it, Mr. Little? You don't have to.
I mean, I'm gonna address it because yes, I do. I mean, I do wash my hair. I do keep my body clean when it's possible, when it's needed, you know. But I mean, I do get in the shower. I do all of that, you know.
Right.
I don't have to have her permission or her say so to go get in the shower. I'm 35 years old. I should know how to get in the shower myself. You understand what I'm saying?
Sometimes you need a tap and a
So
reminder.
therefore, I don't need her approval to go get in the shower or have her to tell me to do stuff like that. You know?
You do it on your own.
I do it when I want to and when I do it on my own. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, if I need to get in the shower after I get from work or whatever, having dust and fiberglass and stuff on me, of course I'm gonna go get in the shower.
Right.
If we going anywhere special, I am gonna get presentable and jump in the tub, you know?
But I know he said anywhere special, so it's not as often as you would like. I get where you're going. I get what you're saying. The last thing I want to talk about is the elephant in the room, which is she wants to get married and you haven't done it in 7 years. We're going to figure out why and what, if anything, we can do about it. So, Ms. Chambers, you're wondering why he won't put a ring on it already. Is that accurate?
Yes. We have been together going on 8 years. And yeah, I don't want to be 40 saying, hey, y'all, meet my boyfriend.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Little, women come in here a lot looking for a ring and thinking I can help them with that. I can't, but can you give me your perspective on marriage and whether or not it's an institution for you?
Don't get me wrong, man. I love this woman. I don't mind marrying this woman.
I don't mind.
I don't want to be forced and pressured into it.
Right. Do you think it's a matter of timing and time, or is there a reason you don't want to get married at all, or to her? She wants to know.
8 years.
Well, we have been together for 8 years, but you can't force nobody into a marriage just because you want to.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But have you discussed the issue with her? Because you know she wants to.
Yeah, I discussed the issue with her because, I mean, yeah, I feel her perspective of she want to be married. So do I.
Okay.
You know? But we can't just up and get married if we ain't ironed out our situation yet. And I don't want to be forced, like, I want to be married, so therefore, if you ain't gonna put no ring on it, you can go. You know what I'm saying? Without ironing out the situations that we got going on.
It ain't that
You know,
though.
I mean, it's like this.
I understand.
don't wanna...
We've run out of time. Mr. Little, you talk a good game, but at the end of the day, you're not as solid on all these issues as you say. And that's okay. There is nothing wrong with being hesitant about entering into a lifetime contract with somebody because your family doesn't get along and because you're concerned about whether or not you do really want to have children, maybe because you have religions. You have the right to have all of those qualms and problems and considerations. All I'm saying is this. I think you two need to sit down and be honest with each other about where you are with this. You can't say I'm all good and I want to get married, but I can't get married until the situations that I say are already good get good. Because then you can't.
Now how long
do you
should we
understand
wait
what
for
I'm
that?
saying?
Understand.
You need, you need to have that honest conversation.
I also gotta let everyone know too. If I'm gonna marry this woman, y'all gotta deal with it.
How long should we wait?
And I understand all of that, but
8 years. How much longer do I need to wait?
that's the question that I gotta ask you. Because I can't answer that for you, and I can't make him answer that for you. If he doesn't want to get married and he don't want to make that move and you're not going to leave if you don't, he has no impetus to do so. So that's the question that you have to ask yourself, and you have to be the captain of your own ship on that one. You understand what I'm saying? No one can do that for you. I think you're two good people, and I wish you both the best of luck in the world. This matter is adjourned.
By the end of next year, if he's not ready to get married, if he still is undecided about children, then I'm gone.
I'm gonna try to make this work after this 1 year. If we can't make this work after 1 year, then we both need to go our separate ways. But still, I don't want no bad blood between us.
Today on Divorce Court, a May-December romance is one in which the parties have a huge age gap. Relationships are hard enough, but can you imagine being in a relationship with someone who's the same age as your mother or adult child? Today, we're going to meet Juliet and Ryan. They're ending their marriage because they couldn't bridge the generation gap. Let's go see what went wrong.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Juliet Musgrave and Ryan Musgrave. The two of you have been married for 4 years, and you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Musgrave, you are looking for a dollar amount associated with this, and we'll talk about that later. But why don't you tell me how we got here to divorce court today?
Well, my husband and I, like you mentioned, have been married for 4 years. During those 4 years, we have drifted apart so far to the point that I don't know who he is anymore. We have nothing in common.
Nothing in common.
And we argue constantly.
Do you think any of that has to do with the 21-year age difference? Because you are 21 years older than him.
20.
20 years old. Get it right? That's all right.
Give me that 1 year.
Yeah. Do you think that has anything to do with it?
Definitely.
Okay. Give me some examples of some of the things that have gone wrong.
When we first met, we met as friends, and then it grew into a relationship quickly. We were married within 8 months of meeting each other, and we didn't really know each other. We had to figure things out during that first, 6 months, and found out a lot that I didn't know, a lot I didn't like. Ryan's very secretive with a lot of things that I found.
Tell me some stories, some things that he's done.
For example, his cell phone, he's very guarded with his cell phone. It's always been locked, never have access to it. And I thought it was strange, but I kind of dismissed it. And one day he left it unlocked, and I was curious, and I looked, and I found messages on an app that he had to another girl, to another woman, and very sexually explicit. And I asked him about it, and he said that there were old messages from a long time ago, but that didn't make sense to me.
Mr. Musgrave, did you have sexually explicit messages between you and another woman on your phone?
No, not at all.
So she just made that up?
Yeah, I have no idea what she's talking about.
No idea what she's talking about at all?
No.
How about the person in your neighborhood that was much older?
Okay.
You want to tell me about that, Mr. Musgrave?
No, not that. The whole messages thing.
Okay.
It was when we first got together. We weren't even married yet. I mean, we just got together. I mean, within, I don't know, a month
so
or
you
two?
do remember it.
I remember it now, yeah.
It
was about a month, but we weren't even together like that. And yeah, I mean, before I met her, I was on a site. So
doing whatever because you were single.
Exactly. But when we were married like that, that never happened. I was very faithful up until this other woman in Texas. So
how did you end up spending the night in jail?
Ryan and I had an argument that got really heated, and police ended up being called, and I was taken to jail. Ryan accused me of being unfaithful to him, and that's what started the argument. And I was trying to be really mellow with it and not have it escalate, but he gets angry and it escalates really quick. So it's what he thinks is what's the important part.
What's your version of that event?
That day I was very, very down, depressed. I wasn't heated. I wasn't getting mad or anything like that. She wanted me out of the house and I wasn't gonna get out of the house. So things escalated like she said and the cops were called and she was taken.
Who called the police?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
And she was taken down? And then when she came home, she had a restraining order on her.
She didn't get to come home. I moved another woman into the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
A day and a half later, He moved somebody else into my home and locked me out of it. My belongings, nothing. I wasn't able to take anything.
Was she charged?
No.
No, I didn't file. I did not. No.
Did you use it as a move to get her out of the house so you could get another woman in the house?
No. It just happened when she was out. I didn't do it purposely to get the woman to come in at all.
But you were seeing that woman already?
No, not like that at all. It was when she went in. I mean, me and this other woman, I think she's like maybe 10 or something years older than Juliet. So,
yeah, so that's 30 years.
She's an older woman.
Yeah.
So
it just happened really fast.
How did she get to move in? It was like, hey, I got an empty room, come on.
Basically, yeah.
I said that sarcastically, and I got stuck.
But at that point,
I have something
at that point, our relationship was over, though. I mean, I was down and depressed that day that the cops were called because I did everything I felt like I could for the relationship to try to get it to go better. But all in all, it wasn't. And when I met this woman, I found happiness again. I knew what happiness was.
You met her the same day that she went to jail, or you already knew her?
I already knew her. She lived in the neighborhood. I mean, I already knew her, but it wasn't just like the day that she left. I mean, it was more than a day and a half.
More than a day and a half.
Yeah.
Wow. Mr. Musgrave, if you take this long finding something that's somewhere close to the truth this entire proceeding, we'll never get anywhere. You keep walking around and around trying to not look as bad as the things that you've done, and it's exhausting me. Mrs. Musgrave, what do you have to say?
Well, he mentions that he was at the point where our relationship was over. I had no clue that it was over. I thought we had just gotten in an argument, and when I came home, we would work through the argument.
Right.
We would still be married. I had no clue that he was seeing another person. When I finally did speak with him months later, he told me that he found his soulmate, that she was really somebody who he could relate to, and blindsided me. I wasn't ready for that at all.
Another guy, though?
I was not ready for that.
Well, tell me what you say. She was kissing on another guy?
Yeah, like a family friend picked us up, I believe, and I went to go walk into the house, and I just happened to turn around and I see her and the family friend just casually kiss. It didn't seem casual. It seemed like they've done it before. It seemed like I've never seen them kiss anybody else before, like that, a friend leaving each other. He never kissed anybody, but they kissed that day in the front. She denies it and says, I'm tripping. I don't know what I see. I'm a delusion. Everything, like.
What is your version of that event?
We were walking
the
gentleman out, and he knew how you innocently give somebody a hug and you go to give him a kiss on the cheek. It was innocent. We actually met,
Yeah, right. Like weird.
And we kind of looked at each other.
Okay,
we were both amazed by it, like embarrassed, and that was it. That's what he saw.
They kissed before they even hugged.
No.
Yeah.
Well, let me move forward. Talk a little bit about the age difference and how that factored in to the failure of this marriage.
We were living in Arizona, and he was working at a Mexican restaurant. He ended up getting fired because he was inappropriately using a burrito in a sexually content way, and somebody saw him do it, and he got fired.
Mr. Musgrave, were you sexually inappropriate with a burrito? You say you believe that the age played a factor in the ending of the marriage. Why do you believe that?
We grew up in different eras.
Right.
Everything from work ethic to hobbies, what our likes and dislikes in music, how we feel we should treat other people. I mean, we were just raised differently. I've always been brought up to believe that hard work is what you need to do. You get up, you're punctual, you show up every day, you listen to your boss, and you respect them. One example is, when I met Ryan, he didn't have a job. Or if he did, he didn't last very long at that job. We were living in Arizona, and he was working at a Mexican restaurant. And shortly after getting hired, he ended up getting fired because he was inappropriately using one of the food, a burrito, in a sexually content way. And somebody saw him do it, and he got fired.
Mr. Musgrave, were you sexually inappropriate with a burrito?
Yes, it was.
Do you feel a little ludicrous about that? I mean, because it's a ludicrous thing to do.
No.
No, you just...
No, not at all.
You just felt it was unfortunate that you got caught.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that doesn't doesn't make any sense. You know, you don't mess with your dollar. You don't do silly things at work. You know what I mean?
You're right, and
You don't get
I felt
fired
bad
when
about
somebody's-
losing that job, so I'm like 2 days later I had another job. I mean, I'm not sitting there not working or anything. I mean, I went to school. I had 2 jobs. I mean, I was really trying to put my foot forward. I don't know why you.
Was he going to school and had 2 jobs?
At the time when I helped him get this job in Texas, he was supposedly looking for a job and never found one. So he ended up getting this job. He worked at it. He was really good at it. But he ended up getting a little bit too full of himself when he was doing his job. And he thought he was untouchable. His boss confronted him about him doing maybe a subpar job, and he began to argue with his boss and began to be belligerent to him. So he got fired from that one. Didn't think of the repercussions, how it was going to, affect the family.
Mr. Musgrave, what do you have to say about that incident?
I got upset and I disagreed with the owner. I got upset with him, and I'm going to stand my ground, and he basically let me go because I stood my ground. I should have been paid a lot more than what he wanted to pay me, so I'm not going to step back from what he owes me. So.
Instead of just taking it as
Mr.
constructive
Musgrave, we've been
criticism.
talking about you a lot, so now I want to turn the tables a little bit. Wilma, I want to go to you and find out what you think is the major component or the major problem that you have that caused this marriage to come to an end.
Juliet became my mother, then my wife. Like, tell me what clothes I would wear. She would not allow me to put the clothes I wanted on to go out because she didn't think it looked good with her wardrobe.
Isn't it too much kind of tell a grown man what to wear? So, Mr. Musgrave, what do you see as the major problem in this marriage?
Juliet became my mother, then my wife. I mean, she would nag at me, put me down, belittle me, tell me things to do like a mom would. And I mean, they weren't all bad, but I mean, I started feeling like she was my mother, not my wife. I feel like age wasn't a big thing. I really, until like maybe a year after being together, then I started feeling like age was a problem.
Was a problem,
I looked at us as equals for the longest time.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect the woman, everything like that.
But Your Honor,
Give me a couple of examples of her nagging and being more like a mother than a wife.
Like, tell me what clothes I would wear. She would not allow me to put the clothes I wanted on to go out because she didn't think it looked good with her wardrobe. Just recently, she said, no, you're not going to look good in that. You shouldn't wear it. And I want to look good and feel comfortable and be sure of myself what I'm wearing. And she doesn't allow that. I mean,
that's not true.
Isn't it too much kind of tell a grown man what to wear?
If he wants to be looked at
What
as
about
an
you
adult,
throwing
he
them
has
away,
to look
though?
like an adult, not like a skater kid that just came in from the street.
Did you notice his wardrobe when you were dating him?
yeah, why'd
Yes,
you marry
but
me in the first place then?
I didn't marry your clothes, I married you.
Exactly, so why
The
have a
clothes
clothes
could be,
problem?
See,
updated.
you fall into the trap of I've got the basics of what I want, and then I'm going to pick at him until he becomes the man I really want. And you can't do that to people. He was who he was. If he was dressing like a skater, that's where his head was. That's where his maturity level was. That's who he was. You can't get him and then get mad because you get the guy you picked.
You knew the age difference.
You know what I mean? He's a younger guy. He's not going to have the same mentality that you have, and you can't change him. You can't age him 20 years and make him behave like you want him to behave. That's not right.
No, I didn't try and change the way he behaved. Just, I didn't want to be embarrassed
Just
of what
my
he was
wardrobe,
wearing
right?
if I was going to be with him.
Yeah, but I can tell by your tone. It's very condescending.
I didn't mean it to be that way to him.
I don't think you meant it to be that way, but I think that's what he heard, which is part of the reason why we're here. Did you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
You know, things went very far south, and part of that was you got a guy that was a whole lot younger than you and didn't
Your Honor,
appreciate.
I didn't try and be his mother because I just tried and to guide him in the right way. There was an age difference, and
Why not?
I
have
was
me,
aware
not
of
guide
that,
me?
and I didn't want to come off being the mother.
What form did this guidance take? What kind of things did you guide him in?
Well, him being so much younger didn't have the experience of going through some of the life lessons that I have already lived through. So I would give him my examples, and this is how I dealt with it. And he would take it as, this is how you should do it. And that was not the case.
Not at first. Not at first. I actually took her guidance in and actually went with some of it. But when I would not take her guidance, she'd become angry. She would like mess up the whole afternoon or evening because I didn't follow what she wanted.
Well, sitting at home is not my idea
That's
of
what I
being
wanted to
productive.
do.
I mean,
I was
you know,
off
we have a
work, not
household that we
working.
have to pay for, and we have a future that I thought we were trying to work towards together. And he doesn't do it.
He's playing a game.
Exactly.
Okay, he was playing the game. I want to talk about whether or not you respected one another's property and if that too had something to do with the end of your marriage. In the beginning, you were buying him a lot of stuff. Then you said once you stopped, he got angry. Could you very briefly tell me what that was about?
I stopped buying him things because I felt he was already given up on the marriage. I told him, I'm not going to provide you with things if you're not going to pitch in together to make this marriage work. So I told him that if you quit the company, then you end up, you don't get the company benefits. So why am I going to buy you things?
Right. Did that make him angry?
Yes. He says, you should still buy me things that, you know, I want to have, like nice clothes, expensive cell phones, things like that. He felt entitled to it.
Did you ever buy me a cell phone?
Mr. Musgrave, did you feel entitled to a whole lot of stuff that she was buying you?
If I asked her for these things, then yeah, I wanted them and I should have got them. I feel like at that time, because everything I've done for this woman, I feel like I've done a lot, and yes, I do deserve it. But at the point where she's probably talking about, no. I quit the company. I'm gladly going to quit the company.
Yeah.
I really don't care about that.
Okay,
It's not,
I got it. You want $283 from him. What for?
In 2015, I left Texas, left him. I knew the marriage was not going to work anymore, and so I came back to Fresno. And shortly thereafter, he calls me 3 months later, tells me the relationship he was in at the time wasn't going to work. Can I pay for him to come back home?
I was supposed to leave with her that night, though, that she also left.
So I did. I left.
Transpired.
When I was here, I was working at a job. I was getting up in the morning to get in my car to go to work out of town, and I back up, and all 4 of my tires get popped by somebody who had put pieces of wood with nails in them, and so when you back up, all of them pop.
Mr. Musgrave, was that you?
Yeah.
And why did you do that?
If I would have never came out, I came out and told her because I felt bad about it. I felt guilty. I felt
Not
like,
bad enough to pay it.
No, I'm not going to pay it. I mean, everything that I've lost in this marriage, I'm okay with it.
Emotional. I've lost a lot of money.
You know what, people?
Your Honor, I have receipts here.
Okay, thank you.
For the cost. I have an
Mr.
estimate.
Musgrave, you don't think you should pay it because of all the things that you did in this relationship?
No, I mean, it was my car, too, at the time. I recently had signed over the title to her, but at the time, it was my car. I mean, I was getting no use of the car at all. She was, like, taking it for whatever she wanted, not letting me use it.
I got it. This is what happened. You got a guy who wanted a bit of a sugar mama, and you closed your eyes to it. And you didn't say, why does this guy, 20 years younger, want to get in this relationship with me? You didn't take a good look at it because it was 8 months and you fell into it. And whatever things that you saw were wrong, you say, well, once I get him, I'm going to tuck him up, going to get him together, going to get him right, going to get him grown, and you got mad when you couldn't get it done.
No, I thought...
No, I think so. I think he's half a jerk. I think if you paid more attention, you would have seen that he's half a jerk.
Oh, I know I would have.
And, you know, that's on you for not paying attention.
True.
Mr. Musgrave, you could be a better guy. I think you use women. I don't know if you're doing it now, but I think you used her, and I deserve this and I deserve that. You don't deserve nothing. Everybody gets into marriage and work, you do what you got to do. And I'm going to tell you, when you do damage to somebody's property maliciously, you pay for it. Exactly. $283 in favor of Mrs. Musgrave. It is so ordered.
In the future, I will take more care to date somebody who I have more in common with.
I would have been with Juliet regardless of receiving gifts or anything like that because it was a relationship and I was in it for the long haul, the good or the bad. The extra stuff just came from her when she wanted to get it for me. So, yeah, I would still be with her.
I feel like I lost my best friend. It's sad.
Today on Divorce Court.
I came to divorce court because my husband and I are having problems. My biggest issue is him not being able to have a stable job.
The biggest issue is trust. I want to tell Danielle that her cheating really hurt me.
Avantes, I want you to find a better job and keep the job.
Danielle, I need you to stop acting like you're my mother.
I do want to be his wife forever. He needs to get a job. He needs to keep it. He needs to get a driver's license. I don't want to be his chauffeur for the rest of our life.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Danielle Shelton and Avantes Martin. The two of you have been together for 4 years. You have been married for 2. You have 5 children total from previous relationships. Ms. Shelton, I'm going to start with you. You've been married for a while. Things are a little rocky. Why don't you tell me what's wrong and why you've come to divorce court today?
Your Honor, I'm here because I met this wonderful young man at a grocery store. He followed me to my car. He stated that it wasn't good for a man to put her groceries up. We hit it off. It was lovely. During the course of the relationship, I realized with his age, he wasn't driving. And I found out that he could not drive. And that
he didn't have a license, or he just didn't know how, or both?
Both. And so that has put a toll on our relationship. I'm doing all the driving in the family because it's only one car.
Right.
And in one instance, I got home with the children. We were tired. I was trying to get dinner started. He was at work. I thought everything was good with him. He called me and said that he didn't have bus fare and that I had to come pick him up. I had to travel about 30 minutes to go pick him up, come back home, and complete what we had already started at home. And so this is often that this happens.
Other than that, what's going on?
Well, he can't keep a job.
Well, that's a big one.
Yes, we've been together 4 years, and out of the 4 years, he's had about 9 jobs, and out of those 9 jobs, he's held each one not more than a month.
Now, Mr. Martin, I'm fairly sure that she's accurate about the driver's license, correct? You don't have one and you don't drive. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. Now, she has taught me how to drive, but at one point she told me that it's not my place to teach a man how to drive. And I felt like...
And it's not my place
Stop
to
it.
keep him.
So, I mean, I felt like when she said that, that's kind of like being a little selfish because in a marriage, it's a 50-50 thing. You know,
Your Honor,
driving...
I tried to teach him how to drive.
She taught me 4 times.
We've got behind the car. I would ask him, do you want to just go around the back or go to an open parking lot and maybe drive? Sometimes he would do it, but then sometimes he would give up in the course of doing it.
Did you tell him that it wasn't your place to teach him how to drive?
Yeah, I absolutely did tell him that.
Why do you feel that way?
Well, because I'm not his mama.
But you try to...
Well, hang on. People come to their marriage with different abilities and different disabilities, and you're supposed to merge, and where he's weak, shore him up. Where you weak, he's shore you up.
And again, that's what I tried to do. But at the same time, when I tried, he would give up in the course of me trying. And then it's not just that. I just feel like I'm being the bigger adult in the relationship with everything, like a mom role.
Right.
That's not true.
Talk about the 9 jobs in 4 years. Is that accurate?
I've never had 9 jobs. I may have had maybe 5 jobs.
More
or 6
than 9.
Jobs.
Okay.
So I mean that's
How long did you keep one? What's the longest you've ever kept a job?
A year.
29 days.
A year. A year.
What job did
That's
you keep
an
a year?
exaggeration.
What job did you keep for a year?
I had a landscaping job I had before I even met her.
Well, yeah, exactly.
She helped me
I
get
never
that
seen him
job.
keep no job more than 30 days.
So I mean, and then she
don't matter.
Hang on. Hey. What appears to be? I want to. You two are not young, 43 and 42, right? How come you have difficulty maintaining employment?
It could be a lot of reasons. I don't like the way people talk to me on the job, especially supervisors. I mean, supervisors can be a little anal at times. You know, sometimes I don't like to take orders, and especially on a tone.
But
I don't care who you are.
This is what I try to tell him. We go over this
Hold on.
Hey.
Okay.
Ain't nobody in charge in here but me.
Okay.
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it confused. You may be loud and in charge at your house, but here, this is my spot.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You mean to tell me you can't keep a job because you don't like the way people talk to you?
I'm not gonna let nobody talk to me any kind of way, because I feel like as a man, it's a certain way you talk to people. But I do understand at some point, even on the job, you gotta bend a little to take a little bit if you want to move up in the work field. But I feel like sometimes authority, especially when people get high authority, they take it to their head and they don't know how to talk to you. I had people to tell me
Do you think that could be your problem, because that there are hundreds of millions? Stop it. One of your problems is you don't know when to be quiet.
Exactly.
And part of the problem is when you're working for somebody, you got to know when not to talk. And you apparently don't know when not to talk. That's one thing. The second thing, there are hundreds of millions of fully grown, strong, able men who have jobs, who have bosses and supervisors, and they're grown enough to know that it doesn't diminish them to take orders. It appears to diminish you to take orders.
That was then. I know better now.
It's now.
Do you have a job now?
I got a job doing a little handiwork that I do for this guy, and I go to the day labor place, and I work for this guy named Blake.
Nothing permanent, nothing stable.
I realize now.
You do
that I
odd jobs, is what you're saying.
You have a job,
You do
and I
odd
learned, and I also learned you got to shut up and do what they tell you to do, because they in charge and it's not their business. But that was then I had that.
Yeah, you still have a little of that. Trust me.
I
I'm talking to you right now. You still got a little. You still got a lot of that.
I'm not going to deny, but I'm not going to bend over backwards and let nobody disrespect me. However, if I feel like they're going to do it, I'm going to pull them to the side and tell them, look, man, you know, it's just the way you got to, you know what I'm saying? It's the way you
I'm exhausted already. I'm exhausted.
How do you think I
already.
feel? I'm exhausted in 4 years.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's wrong, but I hear what you're saying. Let's move forward to some other things. I'm going to ask Mr. Martin, when we return, what he thinks is the main problem in this relationship. Mr. Martin, what do you see as the primary problem in this relationship?
She has cheated on me in the past with a friend of mine that I knew.
Now, Ms. Shelton, did you cheat on your husband with another man? Mr. Martin, what do you see as the primary problem in this relationship that has brought you here today?
I have trust issues with her.
Why don't you trust her?
She has cheated on me in the past with a friend of mine that I knew.
Tell me generally how you found out about it and what happened.
And why did I cheat?
No, I'm talking to him.
Okay.
Well, how'd you find out about it and what happened?
His wife came and found me and said that your wife is messing around with my husband.
Now, Ms. Shelton, did you cheat on your husband with another man?
I did, and because of the lack thereof. He had not been coming home on a regular basis, and this had been going on for 3 years. I didn't cheat on him and just cheat on him in the beginning. I cheated on him a year after we got married. So,
well, that's not that long, I gotta say.
A year after we got married, but we had been together already for 3 years.
Right.
So he was not coming home. And when I say not coming home for like weeks at a
Hang
time.
on.
I felt abandoned. He wasn't keeping a job. He was doing this and became repetitive over and over again. I begged and pleaded with him for him to step it up and do what a husband's supposed to do, because you took a vow. And so, yes, I'm not justifying that I did cheat.
But you had a reason.
I had a reason. And I had I felt abandoned.
Mr. Martin, were you barely there for her? I'm not saying it makes the cheating okay. The cheating was wrong.
I understand
That's not how you resolve a problem. That's not how you be a married woman. But I'm asking you, were you a barely there husband?
I sure wasn't, because I got tired of all the argument and fussing back and forth and shouting message about things that were irrelevant.
Give me an example of the kind of things that you would argue about.
I mean, we would argue about some of the
job. That's not a relevant thing, Judge.
The driving light, the drivers,
That's
the driving license,
right?
And other stuff.
I'm listening.
At times, you used to, you know, you did. At times, you used to accuse me of messing around, and you know that was one of the arguments. One time. And it was just little silly stuff that we would get into arguments about. Maybe I don't pay her enough attention.
That's no excuse. That's no excuse.
No man wants to argue with a wife.
You know, because you should be man enough to say, okay, we're going to talk about it. I'm going to leave for an hour. I'm going to come home, and we're going to discuss this like adults.
Right.
Not go and get drunk and stay for 3 days and then call when you feel like it and expect me to have open arms. It don't work like that. So, of course, it's going to be tension when you come back.
Is that what would go on?
Exactly.
Give me an example of some other argument that you would have. What would happen and where would he go and what would he do?
We would argue about, like, sometimes I might just be too tired to drive. And I might ask him, well, you don't think you could just go up the store and get me a soda? Well, you know I can't drive. Then we'll argue about that. It would blow up. He would leave. He would stay gone for like 3 days.
Does he just walk off? Because he can't drive.
He'll pack his backpack.
And walk off?
Yeah. He'll pack his backpack and leave and stay gone for about 3 days or to a week. One day it was almost a month. And this is ongoing. And he did this to me.
Did you have a tendency when you would argue to leave the house and not resolve the argument but simply quit the premises?
I tried to talk it out with her. I tried to work it out well.
Hey, listen. Okay. If you're like anyway like this at home, he couldn't have talked to you.
Well,
because you don't let anybody finish.
That's not true, but okay.
You don't let me finish. I'm a judge.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I tried to work things out, and I called and tried to come back home. There was still tension, of course. And when I felt like it was tension, I wasn't coming home because we would argue about the same stuff. As far as me going and taking walks and coming back, it still would be the same thing. You can't just come back into they're just adding fuel to the fire. The fire is already lit.
But guess what? He doesn't do it now.
You know what I'm saying? So
because when he realized that I can be taken away, he tightened up. So I have not had that problem. Even if it was an argument, he came home. He comes home.
Well, you say no matter what, you're not getting enough sex. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna talk about that next. She feels like the burden is unequally upon her. Can you sign off on that?
But it don't have to be all her because I told her before I would learn how to drive.
Yeah, but that's
and I'm
2
not
years.
Trying to. I mean,
when are you gonna do it? Would you cheat if you felt abandoned by your partner? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mrs. Shelton, you say there's no loving going on at your house. I'm not surprised, but can you tell me how long this has been a problem and why you think it's occurring?
First of all, he has a high blood pressure problem that he's not getting it taken care of. He has not been seen. I tell him over and over, just get a health checkup. He makes up excuses about it. So because of that, he has an impotence problem. And we have problems in the bedroom. And that's a lot of pressure on me because not only is he not getting up to go to work, he ain't getting it up. So
Mr. Martin, I never make a man defend that. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to.
I think I need
to. But if you want to address it, I'm going to give you opportunity to do
what
so.
she's saying is true, but I'm going to tell you, it ain't got nothing to do. And I do have high blood pressure.
Right.
And I haven't took the time to check it. I will do it. But also, when you constantly argue with a man or a woman all the time, it doesn't matter, especially your wife, it takes away your sexual confidence. You can't argue with me for 3 days straight or 4 days straight and then expect me to get down with you the next day. It takes away my confidence.
But when we argue,
level.
I have sex with you because I'm not going to go out and cheat.
Like
you don't want me to cheat.
That you gonna
but then
argue
you don't want to satisfy me. So what is it?
Ms. Shelton, let me ask you this. Is there any resolution to your arguments? I mean, you get to fussing. Do you think that possibly the manner in which you come across precludes you from getting anything resolved because everything is up here?
Yes, that could be possible. A lot of times I try to diffuse the situation. I would walk away or I would leave. And he'd be calling me, asking me where I'm at. Because we both agreed that we don't want to continue the argument. But then you got to understand it goes back to if you're job from jobbing, you're not keeping a job, you understand? You don't know how to drive. So I'm angry.
Right.
And I'm not happy. I'm not happy with part of the situation that he said that he would uphold, and he has not done it.
Into the bar. Mr. Martin, can you hear what she's saying about that? She is angry, and she admits to being angry because she feels like the burden is unequally upon her. Can you sign off on that just a little bit?
But it don't have to be all her because I told her before I would learn how to drive. I'm not trying to put all the pressure on her.
Yeah, but that's
and I'm
2
not
years.
Trying to, I mean,
when are you going to do it?
I mean, when I get
the little course takes like 6 weeks.
I mean,
the course is 2 days.
It's 2 days, but I mean, I got to come up with the money.
But he still got to learn.
Well, you said you had a job. You said you had a job.
So I have to take time.
You just spent 10 minutes convincing me you had a job.
Okay, but I still got to take time off. I'm going to go to work first.
I just believe that he makes up a lot of excuses. I don't really think that he wants to drive.
Right.
A lot of people don't know how to drive and they have fear of driving. I'm not the only one. Everybody humping down on me.
Well, now, see there? You
a lot have a fear.
Mr. Martin, please stop talking. We can't get anywhere. Now, you just for the first time admitted you have a fear of driving. You've been going all around the maypole about why you didn't drive and it's not this, that, and this, that, and the other, when the bottom line was you're afraid to drive. If you'd have said that 10 minutes ago, we wouldn't have wasted all of this time. I could have addressed that. But you didn't cop to it.
Well, that's my problem. My confidence level of driving is not there.
Okay.
And if I said, like I say, and I specify.
Oh, I'm so done with you. Good night, nurse. Let's talk about something that'll interest me. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner refused to have sex with you? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. What I say from here on out is not for the two of you because the two of you are not listeners. Anything I say for you is going to just skid right off the top of your heads and go out into the ozone.
I'll listen. I'm listening now.
Anybody can be angry. Anybody can avoid the things they fear. Anybody can make excuses for the things that they cannot do. Everybody can say it's somebody else's fault other than mine. But those people that do those things end up stuck in places they don't want to be. You have to address your fears because your fears are keeping you from living a productive life. And I think you're a kind of guy who has a whole lot of words and very little action to back up the words, and you got very little room for criticism because your self-esteem ain't where it should be. That's why when a boss comes at you or asks you to do something you're not able to do or doesn't speak to you in just the right tone, that your very center is insulted, your manhood is implicated, and that's why you can't stay in deal. And I think that
not just
if you stop, you're not helping him over there blustering and blowing all day long. The guy's got a soft center and you just pushing him over every time you get a chance. You can't argue a man into your arms. You can't nag a man into loving you. You got to lift him up from where he is.
And I've been doing that for 4 years.
Then go away.
I've been doing that.
Then go away.
That's why we're here.
Mr. Martin, you can't get better if you won't recognize where you're weak. You spend your entire life making excuses and pointing at everybody else for the failures that you know you have.
I agree.
And I'm not looking to dog you. I'm looking to hand you power. I'm looking to hand you peace. I'm looking to hand you capacity and ability. You're stuck with her because you don't like her, but you can't go nowhere because you can't afford yourself. You've got to put up with it. And instead of, being, growing while you're under the, he doesn't have the opportunity. Well, you can put him out if you want to, but instead of making it a pleasant place to be and working harder to be better while
I'm
you
the one
have
that's putting up with him.
And this matter is adjourned.
We didn't really get a resolution there. So what's the next step?
Well, the next step I feel is, if he doesn't get his license and if he can't keep a stable job, I just don't see myself continuing the marriage.
Do you see this working out, or do you kind of agree with her that this may be the end?
The only way I see it being the end result, unless I improve the things that I'm lacking, but also she will also have to improve too, because it's two in a marriage. It's 50-50.
today on Divorce Court.
I don't trust James because he lies a lot.
She feels that I'm looking at I'm a woman, talking to a woman on text or talking to him on the phone.
He's always on the computer.
I'm looking, but I'm not talking and touching.
He's always hiding his cell phone, and he never comes to bed on time.
You always tired, and me, I don't want to hear it all the time.
We do not have a sex life.
You always say, no, stop, I don't want the kid to hear me yelling in here and stuff like that.
I would like for us to invest in toys. I like role play, and I want a sexy nightgown, and one for him too.
Judy, I want you to trust me like I trust you, and believe in me like I believe in you, and love me like I love you.
If James doesn't change, we will not be together any longer.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Judy Tyson and James Tyson. Mr. and Mrs. Tyson, you have been married for 3.5 years, and you do not have any children to get together. Mrs. Tyson, you say you're having difficulties in your marriage. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your union and why we're in divorce court today?
We're in divorce court today because I am interested in saving our marriage because James is a good man. I want to say that for the record. I was just early on in our marriage. I mean, there were some things that he was still doing that was a little suspect that made me to believe that, you know, he was still looking for, you know, somebody else, that I wasn't the woman that he wanted.
What made you think that? What did he do?
We shared a computer at the time, and I went to work, came home. I wasn't even snooping. I'm not a snooper. The thing just popped up when I got near it. And it's, you know, it showed where he had been, and there was a profile of him and where he was chatting with women. And
How long had you been together when you found that, though?
We had just been married 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. And I showed it to him. He was like, that profile was up before I met you, but obviously it wasn't because it was my wallpaper, my pictures of my kids and people in the background. You know, he didn't know them before he met me.
Mr. Dyson, did you have a different story for me on that one, or did that happen?
No, listen, what it was.
What it was.
My picture was on that profile. I'm not going to deny that. But that picture been there. And what happened was my friend took a picture of me and he sent a new one in. I told him, why did he do that? That was, my friend put my picture up there.
Did you see any illicit contact? Did you see him talking to anybody, or was it just a profile that was up?
This man has 3 Facebook profiles. None of them in them say he's married, and all of them say he's divorced. And on one of them, I'm his friend, and his sister
here we go.
is his only friend. 3 Facebook pages. None of them say happily married to Judy Tyson, the love of my life.
Mr. Tyson, are all 3 of those yours?
Those are old profiles.
Old ones?
Yeah. The one with the blue shirt, been there since 2001.
Maybe the one.
So you just start over again when you get tired of one, or what? How does that work?
No. Some of them, I don't remember my PIN code even to get into some of them. So they've been there.
Just sitting there doing
check them since the last time I've been on them profiles.
You say nothing going on?
No.
She got nothing to worry about?
No, not at all. I put my life on that.
Okay.
Wouldn't do that. Now, that first one is pretty recent because that's our new house together with the background and all that stuff. That's the house we just moved into not too long ago. So that's a fairly recent one. The one in the middle, I'll give him that one. That's the one I saw, too. So that was there.
Okay,
but
that was
the one under it, that was with me.
Now, Mr. Tyson, you do admit in your paperwork said you never cheated on her. But you have looked.
Yes, I'm not going to deny that. I'm a man. Yes.
Well, what are you looking at?
Yeah, what you looking at?
Now, it was just a look. It was no me calling nobody, me texting nobody.
Yeah, but what were you looking at? How did it get to you?
On my Facebook, it just come right there, and I just looked at him.
Right. That's what he tells me, too. Yeah.
Did you know who you were looking at?
No, I don't know none of these women.
They just sending you stuff
on. I don't know none of them.
I understand you found a dating app on his phone,
Yes,
though.
I did. I did. And this was like on Christmas night, a year after we'd been married. We just had Christmas. And his phone was laying in bed. I don't snoop.
Hang on.
It just happens to light up when I get near. You wouldn't even know this man had a cell phone. When I'm home, you don't see the cell phone.
Right.
But if I go to work and call him on his cell phone, he answers. So I was shocked to see this cell phone magically appear, and it was an icon that I saw, so I hit it. And there was a conversation of him saying they was pretty intimate with each other. He said, let's be a family and all this stuff. You know, they was texting back and forth. I don't think they ever met, but they was in communication.
They were talking like they were planning the future.
Yeah,
Mr.
like
Tyson, do you know what she's referring to?
No, not at all.
That's what he said to me, too.
You had no clue what it was?
No, I don't even know these women who she talking about.
Was there a dating app on your phone that she saw?
Nah, not on my phone, no.
On your computer?
Maybe on a computer, but not on my phone, no.
Were you talking to women on that dating app on your computer?
Okay, a lot of my pictures been up there, like I told you, way before I met her. Okay, because I never took them down, and I wasn't married at that time, and I never changed them for one reason, because I lost the code on my phone. And that was 2 different new phones that I had.
You say that, you know, you got not much going on around the house, and you're home all day alone with no car, so you peek. You do a little peeking?
Yeah, I admit that, yes.
On the regular?
No.
Is that once in a while?
Once a blue moon.
Once in a blue moon. Got nowhere else to go, you take a peek.
Yeah, but I don't text, I don't call them.
You don't call, no conversation?
I don't even know these women.
You don't know?
I'm just on my Facebook. I can show you my phone, and it just, females right there. I'm just looking at them.
Okay. I'm gonna release you, Mr. Tyson. Right. I'm gonna let you go. And then I want to ask you the question that I think is your major concern in this union is, you believe that Mrs. Tyson has a rather significant drinking problem.
When I first started talking to her, and that was November 3rd.
He remembers the date.
That's why I know he lying. He know about that profile. I know.
Well said, Mrs. Tyson.
He know.
Now, Mr. Tyson, you claim that when you met Mrs. Tyson, she drank occasionally. But since you've been married, you discovered that it's a little more than that. Why don't you tell me what you've discovered?
Okay, when I first started talking to her, and that was November 3rd.
Mm-hmm. He remembers the date. Yeah, that goes in his favor.
Remember, that's why I know he lying. He know about that profile. Okay, go.
Well said, Mrs. Tyson.
You know.
Well, good point.
I didn't know she was drinking like that every single day.
What do you mean like that?
Come home from work, one of the first things she get is one of her drinks.
That's not unusual for people to have a cocktail at the end of the day. Is it more than that?
Yes, it's more than one drink, yes.
How much is she drinking that causes you concern?
Every single day. 7 days out of the week.
How much is she drinking? Is she just having a glass of wine with dinner?
No, at that time she was drinking vodka. That's
vodka.
Not wine. Yeah.
How much vodka would she go through in an evening?
If the bottle's this big.
That's a big bottle, but okay. Half a bottle.
Not half, but it's a lot. It's like 3 or 4 glasses.
Mrs. Tyson, now. In all honesty,
you're right.
Do you believe you might drink a little too much?
I do not drink. And then I stopped the heavy stuff because he didn't like it. You know, I was going to be good maybe. Yeah, because sometimes I can't remember some things I did. I was like, I did that.
Well,
some things I may have
just told on yourself.
I know now. Sometimes then I said, okay, I'm going to stop. So I started drinking wine. And that's not every day. And even with a little glass of wine, if he even see... And you don't get good wine from the grocery store. Even if we go to the grocery store and I pick a bottle, it's already a fight. And I haven't even opened it, even took a sip yet. So I don't have a problem.
Did she go from vodka to wine?
Some days, yeah. Yeah, some days.
Some days she turns back to the vodka?
She didn't tell you that she be hiding in her car And instead of coming home straight, she make a long way coming home and have a glass before she come home.
Because I know what I'm going to deal with when I get home.
Don't be drinking in the car,
I don't. I'll be in the parking lot. I don't be drinking and driving.
Don't drink in the parking lot and drive home.
Well, you know what you about to face when you get in the house. I can just walk in the door.
Let me take up for you just for a second.
Okay.
To a non-drinker, the fact that a drinker drinks every once in a while can be frustrating. Does she do things or say things while she's drinking that would indicate to me that there's a problem?
Yeah, plenty of things.
Tell me what they are.
One day, we was at a party.
Yeah?
And her attitude changed when she started drinking.
Uh-huh. What kind of drinker is she when she gets lit? What does she do?
Blah, 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 blah. She's
chatty.
Oh, yes. Oh.
I'm like that without a drink.
But that's at a party. So, you know, you go to a party, you got a designated driver, you might have a few. What's wrong with that? And she's chatty.
Too much.
Well, I think all women think, all men think all women talk too much.
Yeah.
My husband says that about me when I'm sober.
He say that too.
We're going to move on to another subject. I understand that there is an absence of intimacy in the home, and it is a problem.
For Christmas, I get nightgowns.
Now, Mr. Tyson?
Like, does that make a man want to rush right to bed?
Is it ever okay for a married person to flirt online just for fun? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Tell me what it's like at your house. I mean, as far as what he does, the role he plays, because I think you feel he's a bit less, and I'm not talking necessarily intimacy, but doesn't take on that manly role that you would prefer.
Right. There are men that are like handymen who can fix things and just look at something and tinker with it and it's done. And then you have men who are like mother men. They're like men.
Mother men.
I'm just saying, not, you know, they can cook, they clean, they know how to take good care of kids, they know.
No, that's a good man.
Right.
Let's not get that confused.
Okay, so he does that stuff. He does all
that stuff?
He's very good at that stuff. But I also wanted a man, like if a tire is flat, that he knows how to change it. We had a flat tire one time we went on a trip. He took the tire out, but he didn't know how to take the lugs off, how to do it. And I had to do this thing, and my knuckles was all scraped up. And, you know, I didn't feel like a girl. You know, I didn't feel very feminine. But we had to get the tire fixed. I did that. You know, it's just certain things. But he did put together a TV stand one day.
There you go.
I almost cried. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And that's what I like. I'm used to a man doing things. And so what? The doors didn't close all the way, and it was leaning in the middle, and I had to slide the TV over to get it. But it was pretty. He did a good job.
And he did a good job.
He did. And I tell him when he do something good, I say, you did a good job. You're a good-looking man. I appreciate this. I appreciate you doing this, and I appreciate. But when it comes to me, he never says thank you. For Christmas, I get nightgowns that. It's not even sex. I look like the grandmother in the Big Bad Wolf. They long nightgowns, and they got little ruffles around the neck, and they're this long, and they're black. They're not even sexy. Now, if I throw some soda on me and douse myself in tobacco, he'll probably be all over me. But since I don't, it's nothing.
Nick, did you bring us an example of what he does?
Yeah, I did.
Can I see that, Nick?
See, this is the nightgown. I get a nightgown every Christmas.
So this is what he got you for Christmas?
That's the better of the two. Yep.
You get a nightgown every Christmas?
First, I gotta see what you're talking about.
Oh.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, go on and see. Look at that. You bought it. I felt the same way when I got it. When I opened it, I was like,
now, Mr. Tyson.
Does that make a man want to rush right to bed? No.
Do you have no taste in clothes? Let me just ask you that.
When they on other people, other women, he got good taste. But I get stuff like that. And talking about peeking.
Take your time.
Since me and her been together, I'm the one that she ain't talking about. I bought her clothes. I buy her clothes.
They look like that.
Okay, not all of them. This is the first time that I hear about she complaining now.
Okay. What else have you bought her?
Panties, bras, pants, jeans, shirt.
Hold up. Panties and bras?
Yeah.
I said he's a mother, father.
Really?
Father, mother,
Yes.
what?
Really?
Yes, Anna.
Did she say, I need some of this? You know her size and all of that?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
I told you.
But don't you love that?
If they were sexy underwear, yes. If they were nice, sexy clothes and he want to see... I got on some Fruit of Balloons, items up here, cotton crotch. They not sexy. They ain't lace on them nowhere. They're all cotton and there's nothing sexy about it. And the bras are pretty cute. But
This is the first time that I'm hearing about all this and about the clothes.
Right. I couldn't get my husband in the lingerie section to go order and buy me some things. You gotta don't be looking at the horse in the mouth. He's looking pretty good over there. I got to tell you. I mean, he's looking on the computer. I know he is. But other than that, he's looking pretty good. But I guess what you're telling me is you want romance and you're not getting it. Today's question is sponsored by... What would you do if you found out your new spouse had a drinking problem? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. It's wonderful to have a guy who will do things that are sensitive and kind and mothering, especially you out working all day long. That's cool. Now, let me tell you what she's looking for now. She's looking for a little romance. She's looking for a little, I still think you sexy baby. I think she knows that you look in the computer a little bit, and then, you know, probably the women you're looking at a little younger, a little smaller, a little this, a little that. We women get, we get funny as we age. I'm leaning on 60, and I know how it go. And what she's concerned is she don't feel like your woman no more. She feels like more of a friend. You know, she wants you to do more manly things, not just because they're, you know, they're stereotypical. She wants to feel more like your woman. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Anna.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It has benefits for you at the end. You know what I'm saying? Or does it not?
I don't know.
You ain't gonna go out like that. You ain't gonna put the brother on Front Street like that. Mr. Tyson, you know what I'm telling you, right?
Yes, Anna.
Treat her like she's fabulous. Treat her like she's beautiful, because she is. You think she's beautiful, don't you?
Yes, that's why I married, because I loved her.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But you got to continue to show it in certain romantic ways. And, you know, we need a little bit of I love you, you know, all of that. Just a little. And it'll make our day. And I think it'll make her day. And then I'll think she'll make your day. You know what I'm saying? This matter is adjourned. Yeah.
Is she gonna get some loving or what? A little romance? There it is. Yeah. Wow. There it is. I'll take it easy now.
Yeah, I know.
After speaking with Judge Lynn today, what's the best advice you guys are gonna walk away with?
We're gonna talk to each other and be romantic a lot more, and apparently go to AA for my drinking problem.
And I will never buy no more of them gowns, the night gowns and all that.
Yeah, come on, you gotta step it up.
Yes, right.
They all look like that?
Yes.
Really?
And that was the better one. The other one's got holes in it.
So you brought the good one.
Yeah, that's the good one.
today on Divorce Court.
I want my husband to take more interest in me. We were best friends at one point. It disappeared. He does nothing with me anymore, and it drives me insane.
I'm a stay-at-home dad, and right now my wife is the breadwinner.
I give him allowance that tends to go only to alcohol and cigarettes.
When it comes to my drinking, I don't think I'm an alcoholic.
Terry's drinking can be bad to the point that he will drink before he eats in the morning.
Hey, I want you to understand me and be a little bit more compassionate of the things I do for you.
If he's not willing to step up and do his part, then it's a done deal.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Harriet Higgins and Terry Higgins. Mr. and Mrs. Higgins, you have been married for 2.5 years, but you've been together for 4. You have 1 child together, and you both have children from previous relationships. Mr. and Mrs. Higgins, you love each other. You've been married for 2.5 years, but you're having difficulty, so you've come to see me on a Save My Marriage. Mrs. Higgins, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you came to see me today?
The reason we are here, for as much as I love my husband, he's a great guy, it seems like he's lost motivation in things, and we're having an issue with finances as far as roles in the house.
Before we talk about that, let's talk about who's working and who's bringing in what money, and then we'll talk about how you're partitioning things out.
Okay. Well, right now, I'm currently working. He is a house dad, which I know is a tough job. And right now, things are going okay as far as, like, finances or as far as getting us where we need to be, getting by. But we're trying to get over that hump to buy a house, get a new car. You know, we have 4 kids together between us. So we're trying to get those things that live the American dream that we want, and I can't do that by myself.
Mr. Higgins, so far, do you agree with everything she said?
Yeah, so far I do. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not currently working?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Okay. She appears to want you to work. Is there something keeping you from working?
No, it's not. It's nothing keeping me from working. Had to tell me, you know, no, I take care of it. You just stay at home, you know, and it goes like that.
So what you're telling me is you got 2 young kids at home at least. Well, you got
it's 2 at home.
2 at home, and she wants you there to take care of the children, don't have to pay child care, handle the business, and she wants to be the sole breadwinner. Is that accurate?
No. No. For instance, he's lost his job almost a year ago, and you know, he said he was going to get another one. I'm not going to beat you over the head over it. You know, I'm going to make sure the household's taken care of, but I kind of just need your help if it's a part-time job or, you know, a little side hustle or just the little small things.
On his behalf, let me ask you this. If you just got a side hustle and you have to put your child in daycare, would not that daycare eat up all the side hustle money?
Right.
Yes, but the way we're going right now, like, we're barely getting by. So any extra money would help.
So he needs to get a halfway decent job so he can pay for the child care and get a little above and beyond that. You seem to disagree on who said what to whom about whether or not you should be working. Did you hear her today?
Yeah, I heard her today.
She seems to indicate what?
Like, we had this discussion maybe last week, and last week was the first time she agreed that. So
let me ask you a question. Kind of like as a dude, and you see you're making it from month to month and barely getting it by, doesn't the dude in you say, let me get out here and handle this and bring some money in so there's stability in my home?
I mean,
or am I being sexist?
No,
because I could be.
You're right. You know, it does come a time where, you know, I want to get up and get out there and, you know, go try to do it. Like I said, there's nothing holding me back from it, you know. Like
Something's holding you back. Let me ask you this. I understand your wife gives you a weekly allowance of $50.
I mean, because I don't ask for much. And this was my idea, you know. We agreed on this. I don't ask for much.
You seem content.
Yeah.
She's not content. She's worried. She wants you to be worried, too. Or she wants you to assuage your worry by bringing in some money. You get that part?
That's understandable. Yes, ma'am.
You ready to rock and roll on that end?
I've been prepared.
Yeah, you've been prepared.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Just didn't feel the need.
You can say that.
Huh?
You can say that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You say he buys alcohol with his weekly allowance. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think he has a drinking problem?
Yes, ma'am.
How much does he drink?
It can go anywhere from a pint to a fifth in a day or two, just depending.
On the weekend.
Can you do a fifth in a day or two?
It's mainly on the weekend, you know.
Mainly on the weekend?
On the Friday and Saturday.
Friday and
you know.
Saturday.
Yes, ma'am.
You drinking while you home alone with the kids?
I might
That's
have
a yes.
I might have a drink. I mean, I'm not denying it. I might have a drink, yeah.
You getting lit up with the little one?
No, I don't get lit up. No. It takes a lot for me to get lit, so.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
But I think you might be denying your alcohol uses a bit. You have 3 DUIs, do you not?
Over the years, yes, ma'am.
How many years?
I don't know. Maybe 5 years, like I'm guessing.
That's almost a DUI a year. That's one every like 18 months. There's a problem there. Don't you see that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Are you DUIing with the little ones in the car?
No.
You don't seem sure.
I don't. I'm trying to remember because. I mean, I'm being honest. I really.
Oh, I know you're being honest. I'm just being horrified. You seem so relaxed about the fact that you may have been drinking with the kids in the car.
I mean, I know I made my mistakes, you know, with drinking. I mean, over the years, yeah, it's been heavy.
How much of a drinking problem do you think he has? What does he do? Is he a blackout drunk? Is he a giggly drunk? Does he start fights kind of drunk?
Start a fight type of drunk, like.
No. You know, I wanna chill. I wanna be to myself. I wanna relax. I wanna, you know.
I got you.
Do those things.
Yeah.
Here she come. Here she come. Just in my ear, nagging.
So she messing with your high.
Yeah, she messing. Yeah, exactly.
So I think we got to handle. I think I see the picture as it stands with respect to the drinking and the finances. My understanding, however, Mrs. Higgins, is that your family cannot stand him, and I want to know why.
We don't have the marriage connection, the husband and wife connection. If I say, hey, let's go out to eat, I have to pick everything we do. Like, he never makes the effort to say, hey, there go a restaurant, I'm gonna take my baby there today.
So, Mrs. Higgins, I understand your family doesn't like him. Can you tell me why?
Yes, ma'am. It's gotten a lot better over the years, definitely.
Oh, that's good.
But originally, it had to do with, I think just my family kind of sees that I'm working. You know, we have 4 kids together, and I'm taking care of, you know, as far as finances, taking care of all 4.
So when you say you're taking care of all 4, you help him with the children that he has from a previous relationship? You do so financially?
Yes.
Okay. Do they stay with you sometimes?
They're with me every weekend, all summer, any break, anytime school's not in, they're there.
Mr. Higgins, is that an accurate reflection of what's going on over your house?
It's accurate, you know. My oldest 2 kids, you know, they look at her as mom. She look at them as, you know, her kids.
Right.
Me and her, we married, so I don't.
Which is a wonderful thing, though. Isn't that lovely?
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And it's not like I go to her and be like, okay, well, you know, I need you to go buy them this. She does that.
She just offers it up.
She does that on her own.
I got it.
You know?
Mrs. Higgins, you say that you don't feel like he pays attention to you. You feel like you're alone in this marriage. Can you explain to me why you feel that way and give me some examples of what he does or does not do?
Yes, ma'am. I feel like we don't have the marriage connection, the husband and wife connection. Example, if I say, hey, let's go out to eat, I have to pick everything we do. Like, he never makes the effort to say, hey, there go a restaurant, I'm gonna take my baby there today.
Right. You feel like you're in charge of everything, in charge of the finances, in charge of
everything.
He doesn't participate actively. Mr. Higgins, your response to that?
She plans everything. I'm not a planner. She plans everything. I do things on the whim, you know.
Can you tell me what you think what did you just hear her say?
She wanted me to participate more. She wanted me to be more in charge of it, being a leader.
She wants you to show that you're interested. She wants you to reach out on the other hand, hey, baby, let's. You know, it doesn't always have to have tickets. Hey, baby, let's go for a walk. Let's go to the park. Hey, baby, let's. To make her feel like you enjoy spending time. If she has to make all the money and make all the plans, she figures like, what are you doing to draw me to? Are you with me on that? I think that's just kind of a thing. I don't think you're a bad guy. I just think you don't think about that kind of thing.
I don't.
Yeah,
Right.
no. But I will say this. At the wedding, for the wedding, you had to buy the wedding rings. You had to do you had to do everything with. I mean, typically women do everything with the wedding, but his participation was minimal.
Very. When we decided to get married, we were going to get married about 6 months earlier or so, but we decided we were going to take a family trip to Destin, so that's how we would do it. So I mean, I didn't have an engagement ring. The wedding bands we just got online, like little cheap bands and everything. I mean, I orchestrated it all out myself, so.
Didn't that tell you something?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, women, though, we tend to, we get in all, you know, like the brother, hey, look, I'll show up. You know, I don't want to hear about all of that. I don't think that's necessarily him being, you know, less than, because you love her, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
And you want to make her happy, don't you?
I do. Very much so.
And we're going to learn something today, aren't we?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about her belief that you just don't know who she is.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah, you did. I said, what bothers you about Mrs. Higgins? And you said she's all up under me.
Oh.
Should a wife pay her husband an allowance if he stays home with the kids? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mrs. Higgins, you believe he doesn't really see you as a person. Explain that to me.
We've had discrepancies and issues where I would tell him something that he absolutely does not remember. It could be, we could have a conversation about my grandmother and he couldn't tell you anything about it. Or we could have a conversation about my job and he couldn't tell you anything about it, you know. Like, know something about me, me personally, not just the woman in the house, you know.
Do you see what she's saying?
Yes, I do.
Do you disagree?
No, I don't.
You don't disagree?
I don't disagree with her. She's telling the truth. When she do tell me things, you know, I listen to her, I take heed to it. You know, I may not remember everything, you know. She take it as me not, like, I'm just not...
Not interested.
Not interested, not listening, not, you know, any of those things.
Well, you know what, Mr. Higgins, I got an opportunity for you to prove her wrong here. I'm gonna give you a little quiz.
Okay.
So how well do I know Harriet Higgins? Question 1. What's her middle name?
Daisy.
What's her favorite color?
Purple.
Wow.
When's her birthday?
May 8th, 1984.
When's your anniversary?
November 27th.
What is Harriet's grandmother's name?
Daisy May.
Nope, that's my mom.
Well, Grandma.
Grandma? I can't remember Grandma.
Okay. When is Harriet's father's birthday?
That I don't know. She never really talk about it.
Okay. When is your father's birthday?
August 8th.
What do you know about your father and her father?
I don't know too much about her father. Me personally...
do you know that they share the same birthday?
She never told me that.
Yes, I did. We've
Did
shared.
you have?
We have celebrated our dad's birthday together.
First of all, we got to recognize, brother knew most of it.
He did.
He knew. He did. He may be listening more than you think. He sees you as who you are. It just doesn't feel that way. So mad props to you, Mr. Higgins.
Thanks.
And I'm glad she got to see that, because she thought you couldn't answer these questions. That's why I had him.
Okay.
Because she said that he don't even know this stuff about me. But you do. You just got to make sure she knows that you know. There's something that you would like to change about her, Mr. Higgins. What would that be?
Harriet want to be up under you 24/7. From the time she get out of work until the time she wake up to go to work.
When you say up under, how close are you talking about? What is she asking you to do?
I'll up under her. I'll up under her. Harriet won't stop kissing me until she falls asleep. I'm like, and I don't wanna be rude or be mean or say anything to her, because that'll be a whole nother conversation the next day.
So let me get this right. This woman goes out to work. Bring home money, put a roof over your head, food in your belly. And then in the time between work and sleep, she has the audacity to want to kiss on you and love you and touch you.
I'm not saying it like that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah, you did. I said, what bothers you about Mrs. Higgins? And you said she's all up under me. And then you described her kissing and touching.
I just want her to bag up a little bit, like.
You're home all day long. You got freedom. You got room to move. Yeah, I hear you. I know what I got to say. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your partner thought you gave them too much attention? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I know what the problem is completely. You're a dynamic, interesting woman with a big heart who does good things. Mr. Higgins, you are a good man. I think you love your wife. I think you love your children. She says you're an immaculate house cleaner. Hey, it ain't no small thing.
Not at all.
And no small thing. Better than I ever did. And you enjoy your role as a house husband, and you're not ashamed. There's no shame in your game about it, and you're showing up with that portion of it right and real. And Mrs. Higgins, you've got to appreciate that. Because a lot of guys, it's hard for them to do that because society says you got to get out and make money, and they feel like less than when in the house. Apparently, he don't feel that way. He feel like that's his spot.
I agree.
Yeah. Now let me say this. Your low wattage. You know, she would love a 100-watt light bulb. She'll make do with 60. You got 25.
Okay.
You know, and even if the money thing isn't at 60, you could do the love at 60. You remember the Flintstones? She wants to take your foot out of the car and push a little bit because you're just kicking back. You're relaxed. And she feels burdened by that. It's difficult to be responsible for everything. It's a struggle. And you should love her enough to take some of that off of her. And you should also love her enough to show her you're as interested in her as I believe you are.
Okay.
Get her a love coupon. Print it up on the printer.
Yes, ma'am.
Say, hey, you have a whole bunch of romantic stuff on there. Hey, baby. You can cash this in whenever you get ready. Show her that you care. Be that guy. You with me? Is that what you needed?
Very much so. Yes, ma'am.
Do the best you can. This matter's adjourned.
Thank you.
What are employment goals now?
Employment goals is to get out and get a job.
Yeah.
Part-time, full-time, whatever.
You said you had no problem with that?
No, I have no problem with that at all.
I expect him to step up, just, get a job, help out with the things in the house, the kids, and just make it happen.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm
here because my girlfriend Sarah has an uncontrollable urge to stare at black men.
I want to get my boyfriend David and his jealousy under control.
One big issue I want to see resolved is her lying.
Yes, I have problems with white lies.
Sarah, I want you to stop lying and to work problems out with me instead of blowing up.
When we were broken up, I had a friends with benefit, and he was a black guy, and he didn't like that. And because of that, he's jealous of black men.
If our issues are unresolved, then we'll go our separate ways.
I want the judge to tell David he needs to trust me.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with David Mirando and Sarah Norcross. The two of you have been together for 5 years. You have one child together. And Mr. Mirando, you've had a few children from previous relationships. Yeah. Mr. Mirando, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today?
My girlfriend Sarah has this irresistible urge to stare at black men, and it makes me angry.
An irresistible urge to stare at black men?
Yes, she does. For example, there was this time we went to the mall, and I turned to the bathroom, go to the bathroom, I come back, and she's glancing at this black guy. She's just staring at him. Just not like your normal stare, she was just flirting with eyes. And that kind of bothered me, and I confronted her, and she got really, really upset, and we didn't talk for a couple of days.
Ms. Norcross, you like black men?
I mean, they're attractive.
Yes, they are. Do you stare at them while you're with your man?
I wouldn't consider it staring. I mean, if I see their swag or I look at him up and down, but he doesn't like that at all.
Would you like it if there was some women walking by and he's staring at them and looking them up and down? Would that bother you?
I encourage him. I tell him, I'm like, dang.
You encourage him?
I tell him, like, dang, babe, look at her butt. It's big. And he's like, yeah, you're right. But when I do it, it's a problem.
Does she do that?
She does do that, but I feel out of respect from her, I don't do it in front of her.
Do your little side glance.
I do my side glance once in a while. I mean, one man does it.
You understand it hurts his feelings, though? I mean, why do it if it bothers him? It's such a small thing to give up.
They're everywhere, Your Honor. I mean, I can't.
But the way I see it, Your Honor, if she's looking at those attractive men, she doesn't look at me like that. You know, she doesn't stare me up and down when I dress for her, you know. Sometimes I like to dress up.
I tell him, I'm like, oh, you look nice today.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah. You know, you can't control what piques your interest, but you can control how you respond to that interest. Do you know what I mean? You know, exactly. you can decide that you're not going to leer at them in front of your dude.
And I do. So we avoid going places like we don't go to the mall anymore because
it's that deep. You can't go to the mall.
She's
jealousy. Yeah.
I get jealous, of course, if she stares at another guy like that.
But I'm not staring at them because I want to be with them. I'm staring at them because, yeah, maybe they are cute, but I'm with him. I'm not with anybody else.
Tell me about what happened at the movie theater.
So it was date night for us. We usually try to have date nights. It was her turn to pick a movie.
Right.
And we went to the movie. She decided to watch Black Panther. And I was fine with it. I was fine with it.
And she like to lost her mind, didn't she?
Yeah. 10 minutes into the movie, she was just staring at the movie, like at least blink once.
Like you weren't there at all.
Yep.
It's a good movie.
Oh yeah.
You've seen it, right?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Okay.
So we went to the house, got to the house, and just started arguing about it. You know,
what did you say to her?
Well, I confronted her.
You know she's not going off with anybody on the movie screen, right?
It's a movie.
She's
You
not.
know that.
It's a movie.
She's not, but I wish she looked at me the same way she stared at those guys, you know?
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, I heard him.
Do you make him feel wanted and desirable?
I feel like I do, but
apparently, it doesn't count what you feel. When he has a need or a feeling, you got to fulfill that one. Doesn't care how you feel about it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, I'm not going to get him a glass of water because I'm not thirsty. Right. If he's thirsty, I got to get him a glass of water. He's thirsty. You need to give him some water.
I'm super thirsty.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
He needs to feel like you want him.
Yep.
And he doesn't.
He should. I mean, I don't...
No, you don't say he should. Know that he doesn't and fix that part. Whatever you're doing, it's not working, and you need to do something else.
Well, I won't know that unless he tells me.
We just told you.
Well, now I do.
Told you. He
we
told
had to come
you.
here to figure it out.
Yeah, well, now I've told you that you're going to accept that.
Yes.
Embrace it.
Okay.
Then go home and embrace him. Why don't you tell me what you think the major problem is in your relationship?
It's definitely jealousy.
Is it the black men thing, or is there something
I mean,
specific?
I can look at a white man, and he's just like, okay, whatever.
But you don't look at white
But
men.
when it comes to black people, he's just like, oh, is that what you want? Is that what you're interested in? Like, no, I'm obviously with you. I've been with you for 5 years. Like, we're trying to get married. Can we get this on the road?
Right. Get the ring already.
Thank you.
Mr. Mirando,
Mhm.
do you think that some of that might be cured with a ring?
It might, yes, it's a possibility. But it's
Are
not
you
just
slow?
jealousy, though.
Are you slow with the jewelry?
No, I'm slow with the money for the jewelry.
Oh, okay. You know, it doesn't have to be expensive.
Oh, yes, it does.
Thank you. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't have to be quite
No, it
expensive.
does
It has to be
not.
something nice. It can't just be something I
Why?
buy at the pawn
It
shop.
could be something from the pawn shop.
Why?
Because you love going
I
there.
feel like she's a beautiful woman, and I admire her beauty and her loving for me. So I
But see, the ring is for her.
Yes, of course.
And she'd rather have the ring than promises of a better ring
The last
later.
promise ring that I got her, she gave it back to me.
Oh.
Did you do that?
And why did I do that?
Because we had a fallout, we broke up, so she gave it back to me.
He broke his promise, so why would I wear the ring still?
What was his promise?
That he will protect me, and he'll always be there for me, and he'll be the man I always wanted.
How did he break
need.
that promise?
He was still talking to his ex.
Were you still hanging out with the ex?
We were talking, but she wants me to completely just not text her about the kids or anything else.
The text is like, you can text all day. A conversation, get it over with, bam.
But
So you're mad about the quantity of texting he does with other women?
Well, he doesn't text me like he would text her.
Well, you live together, though.
Right, but he's
So he
always
can
at
just
work.
talk to you because you're right there.
And he could just call her and talk to her.
Well, I need to talk to you about that a little bit because that's wrong. You also have trust issues with her other than just the black guy thing. And I want to find out where it comes from. Does it come from something she's done, from her past, or something that she's currently doing?
I found a note on the table that says, I'm going to be out for the weekend. I'm going on a spa day by myself. So I did some investigation.
Oh, good Lord.
And I found out she was in Vegas with her best friend.
You didn't do no investigation. Somebody told you.
My understanding, Mr. Mirando, is that you believe she's always telling you half-truths and she's not really being honest. Why don't you explain why you feel that way?
I feel she has a lying problem to me. There was this point where it was Easter weekend, and I come home from work. I find a note on the table, dining table. It says, I'm going to be out for the weekend. I'm going on a spa date by myself. And that, to me, got me thinking. I'm like, wait a minute, why would you go by yourself on a spa date? Anyways, I did some investigation, and I found out she was in Vegas with her best friend.
You didn't do no investigation. Somebody told you.
Did you tell him you're going on a spa day by yourself?
Sure
and
did.
Go on a girls' trip?
Mm-hmm. I sure did.
Why didn't you tell him the truth about what you were doing?
Because you can't really talk to him. I mean, he would have been like, no, you're not going anywhere. He would have took my car keys. He would have took my stuff. And he would be like, you're not leaving this house.
If she told you she wanted to go to Vegas with her friends, would you have objected?
No. I would even gave her money to go.
Oh, good Lord.
Has he ever objected to something like that in the past? Tell me a story about how he's behaved when you've told him something you were going to do he didn't like.
Like, when I try to go out with my friends for the night, he doesn't let me. Like I said, he'll take my car keys. And then I'll be like, well, that's fine, because I'm going to get picked up anyways. And then he'll be like standing at the door like, you're not going anywhere.
Did you stand in the doorway, take your car keys, and block her from leaving?
Yeah, I did block her from leaving a couple of times because I wanted to spend time with her. I didn't know what else to do.
Yeah, you know that's not the way to go.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Sure is.
That's not the way to go at all. That's the first creep and crawl into a very ugly situation.
If they want to go, they're going to go.
Yeah. Has she done anything to make you not trust her? Other than, I understand that lie, because she says you won't let her go anywhere. I kind of believe her, because you cop to it. But besides the lying, is there anything she said or done or her history that makes you not trust her?
No, she hasn't done anything like...
She hasn't done anything at all?
No. I mean, besides her going out every weekend, nothing else. No.
So you don't think she's messing around with any guys or anything like that, black, white, or otherwise?
No. She always told me I'm with you and only you. And I believe
Oh,
it.
no, he thinks I'm messing around with black guys.
Why do you think he thinks you're messing around with black guys?
Because he accuses me of it.
What does he say?
He's like, oh, is that what you want to be with? He's like, or if I go out with my friend, he's like, oh, did any black guys try to hit on you? What about Mexican? What about Asian? You didn't ask me that. What if a white guy tried to hit on me? You didn't care about the white guy.
She's dated black men all her life, and I'm the first actual...
First non-black guy that she's dated?
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean,
you've only dated black guys in the past?
It's what I was attracted to and who was attracted to me.
Right, right.
So then I met him at a party, and he was drunk, but we kind of clicked.
He was drunk.
Yeah, we clicked, and then we started talking more and more. We ended up getting together. We had a son very quickly, and we've been working on it since.
Would you still be working on it with him if you had not had that son so quickly?
No, probably not.
That's very honest. That's very honest.
And it's just, we've had a lot of problems in the beginning. And so I probably would have just walked away.
Walked it away, but now you had a reason to try to make it work.
Exactly. I mean, granted, I moved to Washington State with him.
Right.
I left my family, everything. In California, and I went with him to make this work.
Okay. I want to talk about break boyfriends and money.
We had a break last year, and not even a month later, she was already sleeping with somebody else. It was a black guy.
I was sleeping with another guy. He breaks into my house. The guy's there. He's chasing him around the house.
You were jealous and upset.
He was psychotic.
What would you do if your partner had a roaming eye? Tell us what you think at facebook.com/divorce court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mr. Miranda, you say Ms. Norcross is bad with money.
Oh, yes.
Explain that to me.
Well, first of all, it's kind of hard to get it to work.
It's hard to get her to work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the breadwinner at the house, and I pay all the bills, and she still wants to do extra things besides, you know, the bills getting paid. She wants to go out to eat, and I tell her I don't have it, and she gets upset. And I was like, well, you know, if you want to help out, then we should have extra money so we can go out and have fun.
Are you a little light on the work side of things, Ms. Norcross?
Well, in November, I went to school, and we talked about it. We agreed. He said he'll take care of bills, he'll do this, he'll do that while I go to school.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then after...
Did you graduate?
Yes.
Okay.
And I got my license.
Yeah.
And I'm working on starting my business.
Nail license, right?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But, like I said, I went to a new state, so I am working on building a clientele, but it's kind of slow right now.
Right.
I can't
She got a grind on? Is she trying? She may not be
I don't
making
feel like
anything.
She's fully trying her 100%. Maybe she's giving 40% of it, but not 100.
What do you think she's not doing?
She's not doing nails. I come
I
home
need
and she's
somebody to do
nails on. Do you understand? You got to
and
build
I
your business.
offer to help her flyers and
I
promoting
gave him my business cards to give out, still in his car.
I just feel like she should try a little harder.
I've asked him to advertise on his social media. He doesn't. I send him things like, can you post this? He doesn't. I mean...
Well, other than sending him stuff to do, what do you do?
Well, I'm doing the same thing. I'm advertising on Facebook, on Instagram. I'm trying to run specials. I'm trying, 50% off. Just come on.
Right. Do you see that she's doing all that? I mean, businesses are hard to start.
I know they are. They're really hard to start, but...
And all my money that I do get is going into the business.
The business.
Right. I'm booth renting. I have to provide my own product. I have to, everything is
I
me.
told her right now she can work at home because she does have a little shop at home that she can work at.
I still need people to come to our house.
But I told her she can go to farmers markets, flea markets and stuff, just hand out cards or even
It's not that easy. It's not, it's not that easy.
I know it's not, but it's not easy for me to be paying everything else.
Right.
She's not helping out. It's hard on me.
What are we talking about with the break boyfriend?
We had a break last year, and not even a month later, she was already sleeping with somebody else. And it was a black guy. And I was like, there goes the proof.
No wonder you got issues. Did that happen?
This was just like last year.
Well, that explains it.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, there was no other reason for him to feel the way he did the previous 3.5, 4 years.
Yes,
And
I understand what you're saying.
And then we did. We broke up. We were broken up for about 10 months. And
We were broken up because I was working
I was
24
sleeping
hours.
with another guy. And then he, mind you, I took him off the lease already. I was taking care of the rent. I was taking care of our son. I was doing everything. And he breaks into my house. The guy's there. He's chasing him around the house.
It was a hot mess. Can you agree with that? It was a hot mess.
It was a hot mess. Yes, it was.
It was a hot mess.
No. And then he calls his friends over. And then his friend's
Friend.
like, no, you don't want to go up there. He's up there, blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, why are you even here? What are you even doing here?
Honestly, I was there because she was sick that day.
You were jealous and upset.
Yes, I was.
Yes, you were jealous and upset.
He was psychotic is what he was.
I was upset.
Yeah, jealous. Okay, I think I see what we have here. Today's question sponsored by... Would you stay with your partner just for the sake of the child? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Do you really want to get married?
Yes, I do. I feel like I gave her my everything.
Do you really want to get married?
I do.
You know, that nonsense about I want to get her a nice enough ring is just that, nonsense. She'd take a cigar band if you gave it to her. She would take no ring and go to the courthouse and get married. That's what I did. That's a stall tactic on your part, and you have to see it as a stall tactic. And then you have to wonder why you're stalling. Are you insecure? Do you not trust her? Are you not ready to get married? You're not ready to get committed? You got to figure out which one of those things it is and let her know. And then figure out whichever one it is, if it's always going to be that way. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because that's just a stall tactic. You know, you don't really care about that. You just don't want to do it.
I do.
No, you don't. Don't believe the lies you tell other people. You can tell me and her that all you want to, but don't tell it to yourself. If you wanted to marry her and she was willing to go down to the courthouse without a nice enough ring, you'd marry her. But you don't want to, and you need to figure out why. You hear what I'm saying?
I hear you.
You're going to fool around and lose her, and I think you love her.
I do love her.
Lock it down. Lock it down. Now, listen. You can't help what you're attracted to, but you can help what you do in response to it. You don't have to stare, leer, look, or otherwise give black men a second glance. Don't do it. That's where he's weak. That's where he's insecure. You wouldn't want a certain type of woman that was very unlike you to be the kind of woman that jerks his head around all the time and be in the process of seeing what he desires, and that desire is not you, all day long. Maybe that's part of the reason why he can't give you that last step. You have to see what you're doing that might be inviting or precluding him from doing that one thing that you want, which is to get that ring. You've got to see what you're doing. You understand what I'm saying? I told him what he needs to know, told you what you need to know. I think you both need to get it together and go on and get married. Nobody going nowhere.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Keep your eyes where they're supposed to be. Keep your eyes on the prize, not on the brothers. This matter is adjourned.
Are you ready to keep your eyes where they belong?
Yes, I am.
When are we going to take a walk down to the courthouse?
Well, we'll go next week.
So if Judge Lynn follows up with you guys in a week or two.
We get married? Yep.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because Montel disappears. Sometimes it's just getting out of hand.
I be wanting to get away from the nagging and the drama.
I don't feel like I have Montel's family support because I ask them, do you know where Montel is? And they'll always lie to me.
She's very disrespectful to my grandmother and some other of my family members.
I want the judge to tell Montel that he's a married man and he should conduct himself as such.
I would like the judge to just let me know what direction to go in our marriage.
I want to stay with Montel forever, but if he doesn't change, I know I'm going to have to leave. I feel like he's forcing my hand.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Adrian Deer and Montel Deer. Mr. and Mrs. Deer, you have been together for 3 years, married for 1 year, and you have 1 child together. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Deer, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your background and why you're here before me today?
I met Montel at this restaurant I used to work at, and he and I began to communicate. We were inseparable. Things were moving pretty fast. 3 months later, I found out I was pregnant. I was really unsure. I was contemplating whether or not to give our daughter up for adoption, so I moved home. Montel, he tried to keep in contact with me, but I was just really scared and I was unsure, so I would ignore him. And now we're here.
Now you're here. Is that pretty much what happened, Mr. Deer?
I tried to contact her. She didn't even answer my phone call now.
Well, what were you trying to accomplish with that?
I was just scared because I didn't know this man, and I was having a child with this man, and I didn't want another child.
And you panicked?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Have you tightened up your birth control game at all?
Yes, ma'am.
You too.
I got 1 child, that's it.
All right, but you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep that group together.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, get away from you. Tell me what's gone wrong. You've only been married a year. Why are you here?
Because, Judge Lynn Toler, Montel, let me tell you about this dude.
I'm scared now, right? I don't know what's going to happen.
Let me tell you about this man. I truly love this man with everything in me, but he has a problem of disappearing. He will disappear for days, and then when he finally does return, he'll act like nothing ever happened. And I really think Montel is also cheating, and I have messages between this girl and I through social media that I found out he was talking to. If I may, could I show you?
Nick, if you go get them for me. And while I'm getting those.
Just that.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Deer, why don't you tell me what you have to say about A, your disappearing, if you are, and if so, why, and B, are you doing something you're not supposed to be doing?
Okay, I disappear and go to my sister's house or my family friend's house just to get away. I get tired of the nagging. I work 10, 12 hours a day.
Okay.
And I be having to come home and cook. Adrian cannot cook. I gotta cook.
You work a 10-hour day.
10 to 12
You got
hours.
to come home and cook.
Correct.
Because she's been home all day.
Right. Sometimes,
with the children, no food.
Right. I gotta come home and take the food out.
Mrs. Deer, you coming up that late?
No, Miss Judge Lynn Toler, that is so... that is not true. That is not true. Let me tell you about this man. I will get in the kitchen, and I admit I don't know how to cook that well, but I attempt to cook. And if I make something and Montel doesn't necessarily like it, he will belittle and down me, and he'll say, "This is disgusting. I'll cook."
Now, Mr. Deer, did she try to cook? She's just not very good at it?
Well, she tried probably 1 time.
Right.
The chicken was bleeding and
He's telling the story.
The rice don't be done. So I can't eat that. I can't eat that.
Do you guys argue all the time?
We do.
What do you argue about? I know the chicken was bloody.
Okay.
Or if there's no food at all, which, by the way, you have the right to have when you get home after a 10 to 12-hour day. You know, you need to show up.
But Montel treats me like a maid.
I'm not talking to you yet. Go ahead. Tell me what else you're arguing about.
She very disrespectful towards my grandmother and family and friends like that.
Disrespectful to you? So we had no food, bad food, not nice to grandma. What else you argue about?
When I come home, she want me to get my daughter. She'll say she off duty now.
So she doesn't hand you a plate, she hands you the kids.
Right, right.
Now, Mrs. Deer, when he comes home from a 12-hour day, do you not only not have dinner, but do you tell him you're off duty, he's got to take care of the kids?
Okay, it's 7 days in a week, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
4 of when Montel gets off work, he doesn't come to the house. He may return at 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So, yes, when he is there, I do tell him to spend time with our child, yes. And if I'm wrong for that, then I will accept that.
When you do get off work, do you not come home so that your appearances are rare, and therefore she hands you the children so you can bond with them?
I work 6 days a week. I just want 1 day to myself. That's all right. She can't even give me that, so.
What does to yourself entail?
Just to get away and just to clear my head, really.
What do you say the two of you argue about? Let me try it from that end.
Yes, ma'am. Montel says we argue because I nag, but I only nag because I care about him, and I truly believe that he's going down the wrong path.
What do you nag him about?
Some of his friends, they're not in relationships. They don't have kids. They're not married, so they don't understand how, for one, how to be a man, and two, how to be a father. And Montel just, he kind of soaks up other people's personalities like he doesn't have a mind.
So he's hanging out with trifling people, and you afraid that he's going to be trifling too.
They're very trifling.
Is that what you guys argue about?
Yes.
Your friends and who they are and what they're doing?
She dislikes majority of my friends and family members too.
I understand what the thing is at home. Now I want to figure out why it is she doesn't get along with your family.
She tried to hit my grandmother. Yeah. She even cursed my grandmother out.
Did you cuss?
Nah, misjudge Lynn Toler.
So, Mr. Deere, why don't you tell me why it is your wife can't get along with your family?
Adrian had a terrible attitude, and she's very disrespectful, especially toward, like, my family members and my grandmother.
Give me a story. Tell me what she's done once.
Okay, she tried to hit my grandmother. Yeah. She even cursed my grandmother out. She said, "Are you Montel?" She asked my grandmother that.
And you did it, too. I see it in your face. Nah, misjudge Lynn Toler. I'm completely honest with anything I've done. I don't remember. I honestly do not remember me trying to physically hit Montel's grandmother.
Did you cuss?
I did. I did curse, ma'am. But let me tell you why. Everybody say you should respect your elders, but I don't think that's true at all, because I feel like you should respect who respect you. Since day one, even when I first introduced my daughter to Montel's family, they always had these little sly, slick remarks like, she's too light-skinned to be his. Is that really Montel's daughter? I've always told him you can get a DNA test if you're unsure whether she's yours or not.
Has he ever questioned you?
No, ma'am.
Then what you bothering with the slick statements for? Why does that bother you?
They're always talking. Every time I turn around, that's not Montel's daughter. Why are you there with her? Like, why are you with Adrian?
Did they say that to your face?
They do. His grandmother has told me that on numerous occasions. Yes, I have disrespected her, but it's only because she's disrespected me first. She's disrespected my livelihood. She's disrespected...
How did she disrespect your livelihood?
By questioning my mothering skills. Yes, I'm young. I'm not perfect. I don't know everything about being a mom. I didn't have my mom, but I'm trying. And as an older woman, instead of belittling me, you should encourage me. You should actually try to put me underneath your wing and help me.
Do you want to know what Grandma said?
I would like to.
She says, I've tried to tell her that I loved her. I've showed her that I loved her. I tried to teach her to cook, but it didn't work out. She says you're mentally unstable. You need medication to calm you down. She says sometimes you're sweet as pie and other times you're just mean. She doesn't think that kid is his. I mean, she got a lot to say. Do you think she dips in too much? That's a lot.
I guess she's just showing how much she loved me and cared about me and just want me to,
to
make the right decision.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Okay, I'm sorry, but you know what? This an older woman. I know a lot of people may think I'm rude, may think I'm ugly for this, but at the end of the day, how you feel, you can feel that way. That's totally your prerogative. But since you're so negative when it comes to me and my child, just don't say anything to my child. Don't try to be involved in my child's life. And since you have so much to say about me, call me. And if you don't have my phone number, your opinion doesn't matter.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to disagree with it in a little minute. But before I do, I want to talk about something that I think is very disturbing. Grandma says that you call the police on him when you argue for no reason. And I want to know if that's really happening. Now, Mrs. Jim, would you call the police on him when they were having an argument?
Okay, now, this...
That's a yes. How would you react if your partner cursed out your grandma? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I'm going to get Mr. Deer's take first, because once I get on a train with you, we just out the station and gone. So, Mr. Deer, why don't you tell me, does she call the police on you when you argue? Or are you physical with her? What's going on?
No, I never hit Adrian.
Has she called the police on you?
Yes, she has.
How many calls were made? 1, 5,
about 6, 7.
6 or 7 calls.
Right. There been time I leave the house, she'll call police and say I was a missing person.
I did that once because it was like 4 days before I actually seen Montel again.
Now, Mrs. Jim, would you call the police on him when you were having an argument?
Okay, now, this...
That's a yes.
Yes, I do. But yeah. PSA to his grandmother and anybody else, Montel has been physical with me. Why his grandmother is always evaluating me and, quote-unquote, my mental... whatever she tries to say, my mental health, she needs to evaluate herself and her immediate family because everything not all
I want to talk about specifically you and him.
This dude has kicked me out his car 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I did not know where I was. This dude has literally kicked me out his vehicle.
She done me like that also.
His grandmother has so much to say.
I put out the car before, yes. And she put me out before, too.
All late at night?
I had just bought my car.
Right.
And she threw all my important information, like my title tag and all that. She threw it down in the river somewhere.
What's that got to do with somebody creeping up on her and killing her?
I wasn't thinking about that part. I was just mad and I just...
How old are you people?
I'm 26.
What?
I'm 26.
How old are you?
23.
Are you running around on her?
No, ma'am.
Oh, well, now that's a yes.
I had, when it was just one time she knew about, that's all.
Just the one time? Is that the one time I have here in these text messages?
That is so not true,
Or is that the one time you got caught? And that's all you willing to cop to?
Just the one time she knew about, that's it. And then at
language, young lady,
I know,
language.
I'm sorry, I was swooped.
At the time, we was on a break, matter of fact. So why would you say I'm cheating on you?
Do you see the messages? Don't even worry about what he's talking about.
What messages? We was on a break, and she was saying she had a boyfriend.
I don't believe in breaks.
Right, okay.
I don't believe in them. That's just, we're mad at each other, so since we're mad, I'm going to do whatever I want to, label it a break, and then come home next week. That's not real.
Montel does that anyway, even if everything is going good between us.
Listen, I'm going to fuss at the two of you for the remainder of this proceeding. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner called the cops during arguments? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Let me tell you what you two children have done. And when I say children, I do mean children. What you've done is you got together and you liked each other and it was fun. 90 days in, you have unprotected sex and you created a life. And then what you did was you ran off like a 2-year-old because, I don't know what to do. So your decision was just to not talk to the guy that you didn't know who you had a baby with. Then when he finally caught you, you came back and you decided, well, we're going to get married. And he didn't want to get married. And now he's resentful that he's stuck with you, married to a woman he really didn't know, really wasn't ready to get married. And now this is where you are. Your response to his resentment is to be hysterical and undone all day long. You can't anger a man into your arms. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make him Ward Cleaver when he wasn't even ready to get married. And you too, you should have wrapped it up. And then you made a baby, and then neither one of you has decided to grow up at all. You have not skipped a desire that I'm not feeling good today, I'm not, to heck with the kids. I'm gonna leave them home with their crazy mama and go out there and hug corners with my friends because, hey, that's what I feel like I'm doing. I've worked 10 to 12 hours a day. That's all I'm gonna contribute to this relationship. And then instead of saying, man, let me make this a home this brother wants to come home to, you coming out, you can't taking them long nails and you poking and digging. He disrespected me. Talking about your grandmother, it's just killing me. Your children don't have a shot. They don't have a shot. You don't have any extra money. You throwing his paperwork out the door. That's the reaction of a 2-year-old. You are a grown woman. You have a conversation with this man. You don't throw his stuff out the window. You have a home that he wants to come home to. You don't make it a place where he's nagging and and this is disrespecting me because, you haven't earned her respect. You showed up, knocked up, reeled him in, and then what'd you do? Home all day with the kids, can't cook a meal? I mean, I can't cook, but I paid the mortgage. Everybody got to do their part. No matter what that part is, you not bringing home the money, you learn how to get that stuff done. And don't be childish. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And you need to be a man.
You're right.
You need to show some leadership in your home. You need to set an example. You need to stay home. What do you got, boys or girls?
A boy and a girl.
A boy and a girl. Oh, yeah. You know how much work you got ahead of you? Your daughter is going to marry you one day. You want this for her?
No, man.
She's going to see that you should expect no love and care from your man. Your man ain't going to do that. That's what she's going to come away with. She's going to come away with you. I should be hysterical and screaming all day because that's what women do. Is this the lesson you want them to learn?
No.
No.
Good Lord. What I want you to do is leave here today and decide that you're going to behave like adults. That you're not going to do whatever you feel like at the time. But you're going to do whatever you want to model for your children one day. Don't worry about grandma. You know what I mean? You can talk about me all day long. My husband's mother, father, anybody can talk about me. I don't care. I got the brother. He comes running home at night. And he ain't going nowhere because I make sure he don't go nowhere because he don't want to go nowhere. I mean, talk about power. Level up, my people, level up. We will not have a generation of people following you that have any sense whatsoever. They will not be able, capable, or emotionally set. They will not be stable because you didn't set the example. Do better. This matter is adjourned.
Thank you.
Got a little heated in there before. What's your take on Judge Lynn's assessment and what she had to say?
I like the fact that she told Adrian to step up and be a mom and start growing up.
I am a tad bit childish, but I just love this person. And if I'm childish for wanting him to love me in return, then I'll be that.
Judge, today's case is Angry Woman.
Today, we have an angry young lady focused on a philandering dude. Have you heard that one before? I got something new to say today.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Rayshanae Hall and Itaris Parker. The two of you have been together for 4.5 years, engaged for 8 months, but you don't think you're going to make it. Therefore, you've come to see me. Ms. Hall, you're seeking some money from him, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Hall, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what the issue is?
Trust. I don't trust him at all. And I don't trust him because it's been a few incidents that have happened all 4 years, all 4.5 years.
And give me the top 3.
So, first incident, when we first met, he invited me over to his home. Okay? We always watch movies at his home. Well, he said that he had a project to do. He was claimed that he always was in the studio and things like that. So he said his homeboys were coming over to do a session at his house, so I needed to leave his home. Well, I live 15 minutes, 20 minutes away from his home, and he told me to leave. Well, I told him, well, I'll just go around the corner to a friend's house, and I'll just sit there till you're done, since it's only gonna be a couple hours. Well, he's like, no, you just need to go home. Well, no, I didn't go home. I went straight to my friend's house and waited for about 4 or 5 hours. Well, he would never answer the phone when I called him. So I left my friend's house, went back to his house. All the lights are on. You can smell marijuana in the air. So I knock at the door, and I hear a female say, well, who was that? So I knew it was one in there, but he never answered the door. Never would answer the door. So when I drive off, he decides he want to call.
What'd he say?
Oh, it was a female friend that could sing. That's who was there.
Right. Mr. Parker, do you care to respond to that?
She's absolutely right. We was working on a song, and I felt like her presence didn't need to be there at that time. She didn't need to be there at that time. So that's all it was. It was just we was working on something, and
it was business, and your woman didn't need to be in on it.
Strictly business, but this was the first 3 months, 3-4 months of our relationship.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it was early on.
Yeah, it was the beginning of the relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Now give me another example, Ms. Hall.
Okay, so I had planned a family trip to go to take my kids to the aquarium. And we had planned this trip a month in advance to go, and all 4 of us, me, him, and our kids. Well, I booked a hotel room, I got the car, and all that. He would agree, like, yeah, that's cool, do that, or whatever, and I did. Well, 3 days before, he goes, I'm not going. I'm like, why you not? I didn't put my money into all this because we never gonna do anything. When he been together for 4 years, and you do not want to go. And it upsets me because this trip really was something to me that I really wanted to go on this trip. And then when I get back from it, and he's texting another female and telling her that he don't want to, he want to pursue it with her. She's sending him news, and it's upsetting. And I don't think we will work out. I don't trust him.
How long ago was that trip?
It was a month ago.
A month ago?
Yes.
Mr. Parker, can you give me your version of that event?
My version is we was arguing like consistently, arguing, you know what I'm saying, all the way up to this point. So I felt like, she should just take somebody else. Cause why go on a vacation and come back with the same stuff?
All the time.
Right, we arguing all the time.
Well, what you arguing about?
Everything. I mean,
give me some examples.
Like, we had an argument not too long ago. I was in and out the restroom, shaving, and as I was in and out, she was fueling up. I guess she felt as if I was texting somebody else or doing something, talking to somebody else, through message or something like that. So I come out and I sit at the island, and she just starts shadow boxing. Like, I do that beat like this. I do it like this right here. So I turn my head so I don't see her, and she'll get in my view again. I do that beat like this right here. I still got it. So I turn this way.
But it's just,
and she gets in my view again.
Were you shadow boxing some imaginary chick? You thought he was texting on the phone?
No, I wasn't. It was not that. That's not true.
You tell me what happened.
That's not true.
You tell me what happened.
I did that because He told me that he was not talking to this particular female, and he lied about it. And he keep going in and out of the bathroom. He stays in the bathroom hours and hours at a time. Hours and hours. In the morning, he in there an hour. Lunch break, he in there an hour. Before we go to bed, he in there an hour. And I'm like, we don't never spend time together. So, well, I mean, what are you doing?
She over-exaggerating.
No, I'm not.
I'm not going to ask you what you were doing in the bathroom.
Right.
That's just policy.
Right.
But are you texting or sending messages to other women that if she saw them, it would upset her?
Yes.
What kind of messages are you sending?
So the girl she's referring to that sent me the nude, when she was gone, before she left, we was talking about separating. We wasn't on good terms.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know, I was wrong for misleading this girl on.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's like we need to get our stuff together. You know what I'm saying? So I did. I was in the wrong for doing that.
Right.
But you know, I didn't want it to go no further than just that message.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Your Honor, no. What happened was, and this came out of his mouth. He said the lady liked him, and they were in some corner talking, and she wanted to talk about personal stuff. Now, I done told him before, don't be handing your number out. I don't like that. If you want to marry me, then respect me and don't hand your number out.
But we was talking about separating.
No, we was not at the time. We was not talking about separating. We were actually talking about moving forward in our relationship.
But how can I move forward, Your Honor? Her attitude is like so messed up. Like it was a previous incident at her old apartment. Like I just needed some time to myself.
Right.
So I go to the back room.
Yeah.
And I close myself in the back room, and she automatically assumed that the door was locked. She didn't even check to see if the door was locked or not. So she comes, she yells, no locked doors in my house. So she comes back, she was like, okay. So she go get a hammer, beats the doorknob off the door just to get into the room. And like I say, her attitude is so bad, she didn't even check to see if the door was locked, you know.
Did you come at the door with a hammer? It's logical, but it's not moral. And all I want to say is, you know, people come in here talking about women crazy when you make them crazy.
He gets angry too. He didn't, you know, one day came back from the beautician, just got my hair done, and I was about to go to work. Well, we got into an argument. He throws water on my hair. After I just left the shop.
How you gonna throw water on a black woman's hair? That's just wrong.
I'm gonna tell you, she was literally trying to fight me. So what's a little splash, you know?
Were you trying to fight him? Did you start hands on?
No.
Were you acting up and flailing about?
I was doing a little pushing, but
a little
pushing. I had to go to work, so I wasn't trying to fight. I don't.
You were just trying to tussle with him.
Yes.
Now, Miss Hall, you can't be tussling with me. First of all, look at him. He accidentally pushes you away too hard. You got an issue. That's number one. And number two, it's illegal for everybody.
It is.
You can't start. People get hurt that way. You know.
But he do these things.
Wait, give me another example of her explosive temper.
Me and my cousin had made arrangements to go somewhere, and I put my clothes on, had my jewelry on and stuff like that. So she didn't want me to leave, pulling me by my shirt, snatched my chain off, doing all this. And it's like, how can we move forward when you got so much negative built inside? It's like...
Do you recall that occasion?
I'm not physical like that. I have been, but I've changed. And that was...
When did you change?
I changed about 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Your Honor, just like 3 weeks ago, we had an argument. She leaves the house and calls me, and I hang up on her because I didn't want to argue. So she comes back to the house. You hang up on me again, I'll bust you in your mouth and destroy this whole house. And that was just like not even a month ago.
Has she always been what you call an angry black woman? Because that's a very sensitive term.
Well, you know, I can honestly admit that some of my actions, you know, may have led to her acting like that. Because when we started off, when we first started dating, I was seeing somebody else. She was fresh out of a relationship. The guy had cheated on her with over like 50+ women, so she got a trust issue already going into it.
To begin with.
Right.
Well,
She swear up and down that's not the reason why she has trust issues, but...
Was she the side chick originally when you were in the relationship with the other person?
It wasn't a relationship. We was just friends with benefits doing our thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And it carried on for 3 years.
Because I was...
While you were with them? Yes.
Did that carry on for 3 years?
It didn't carry on for 3 years. No.
How long did it carry on for?
Sexually, probably almost a year. But I wasn't too sure about, you know, how I was going to pursue.
Your Honor, let me ask you this: were you clear about what was happening with you and everybody? Did you say, "Hey, you're not my lady. I'm seeing you, but I'm also seeing other women"? Did you make that clear?
No.
So you kind
I
of
liked her and I wanted to keep her and I wanted to see what was up, but I didn't want to cut that off, not knowing how.
You know
what I'm saying?
I understand your reasoning. It's logical, but it's not moral. And all I want to say is, you know, people come in here talking about women crazy when you make them crazy. You know, if you keep doing stuff to us, eventually we respond with a level of fear, because that's all that anger is. It's just fear pressed outward. You work your job until that job is over, then you work another job. But you can't really work the job that you got if you've got your tentacles somewhere else, just in case that job don't work out. If you would like your case to be heard on divorce court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, you have a video of your mother?
I do.
Okay, let's see what Mom thinks.
I like to say I love both of them with all my heart. But as far as them getting married, I think that we need to wait just a little longer, for a reason being that decisiveness on both of their parts, they need to be consistent and they need to have strength. They both not need to be so stubborn. And I want to let them know I will not come over to your house anymore to tolerate any argument in front of my grandchildren at 1 o'clock a.m. in the morning. I'm just going to pray for y'all, and I hope everything works out fine.
So, does she think that you should just kind of ignore the side women of the cheating?
Yes.
And if you're a good woman, stick with it. And if he tips around a little bit, just kind of ignore it so you can secure him, lock him down, and keep him in the house? Because that is a theory of behavior out there that some women say this is how you secure a dude, and eventually he will age out of the cheating. You just have to ride out the side women. I don't agree. But that is a point of view. Is that the point of view that your mother has?
Yes, she does.
Mr. Parker, why should you put a woman whom you love in the position to have to decide whether or not she's going to look you straight in the face and realize that that you're lying to her? What makes that okay?
It really don't make it okay. And I have, you know, I put myself in very inappropriate positions, situations at times, you know, and, you know, I understand how she feel, you know, but me personally, I know what I'm doing and what I'm not doing.
But Your Honor...
What does that mean? You know what you're doing and what you're not doing.
I mean, I'm faithful. I don't cheat on her. The only, like I say, the only time I had any kind of problems with a female was the beginning and the picture that she had. That was it.
And the nude picture.
The nude picture. That was it.
Your Honor, no.
No. But do you flirt, and do you mislead, and do you charm? Do you do all of that?
Now, the girl that sent the picture, I did kind of mislead her, but it's like I shut it down like immediately after, you know.
After I find out. If I didn't find out, I think you would have kept on and kept on like you did the other ones.
I wouldn't have, but
until
like I say,
find out.
We was talking about separating though. We was talking about we've been talking about separating for a long time. Wait till the first year. Yeah, you can go and go your separate way.
You know, can I say this in general? you know, until you're separated, you're not separated. You work on it until you decide to separate, and then you move on. It seems to me that people come in here and say, the minute our relationship ain't cool, I gotta be touching somebody else because I don't want to look foolish. I don't want to look dumb. I've got to, you know, things aren't working out, so I got to go grab and text and DM somebody. That's not how grown folks do it. Right. You're in it till you're not in it. Right. You know, you work your job until that job is over, then you work another job. But you can't really work the job that you got if you've got your tentacles somewhere else just in case that job don't work out. You lost $160, which is the value of 4 pairs of jeans. What happens to your jeans?
So, I like wearing my jeans because I carry a lot of equipment around on my belt. So the slacks don't really support it. Well, one day I woke up getting ready for work, and I couldn't find out 1 pair of my jeans. Huh? He hid them.
Why did you hide her jeans?
And I spent almost $300 on her some clothes. So she was not wearing my clothes and wearing the blue jeans. So I'm like, you know, let me hide these blue jeans. Well, actually, at first.
Did you ask her why she wasn't wearing them?
No, I did not.
You got to grow up.
I did not.
I mean, my God.
Your Honor.
You got your jeans back, didn't you?
I got them
Well,
back.
you can't sue them for something you got, but let me tell you this. Listen, I wrote a book called Dear Sonali to the Daughter I Never Had. This is a book about being a 20-something-year-old woman. The whole book doesn't get to relationships until here. The reason that it doesn't get to relationships from here is because I'm concerned that young women don't yet understand the importance of being a layered, intelligent, multi-dimensional person whose relationship does not define them. Because that's partly what makes you crazy. If the only thing in your life that you focus upon, the only thing in life that's important to you is securing a dude, then the very fact that he does anything that makes you insecure makes you a lunatic. Makes you absolutely crazy. Men behave better when they know you can walk off. Mr. Parker, if you want to love somebody, the first thing you got to do is make sure she feels secure. Period, end of story. If women don't feel secure, they're not going to be able to love you well. They're going to be crazy. They're going to be in your phone. They're going to be at your door with a hammer. You author your own problems when you do things to make your woman insecure. Did you hear me?
I heard you.
You got your jeans back, so there will be no recovery. I'm going to have you go to somebody after this for a little, get you started on a little counseling. But did you hear what I told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand what I told you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to pay attention to what I told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Then this matter is adjourned.
Judge, today's case is monster-in-law.
Today we have the trifecta. A brand new baby, a meddling mother, and a video game. I feel like fussing already.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Selena Adjaman and Jamarcus Spates. Ms. Adjaman and Mr. Spates, you have been together for 4 years and you have 1 child together. Mr. Spates, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Judge, I got one particular thing to say. It's either me or her mother. I'm putting my foot down today, and it got to get resolved.
So her mother is dipping in your relationship?
Her mother is always dipping in our relationship.
Okay.
Let me tell you about this one situation. It's one night we've been working all day, you know, so we finna go to the club. Next thing you know, we getting ready. Next thing you know, she's knocking on the door. Oh, hair did, nails done. Dress on.
Okay.
I'm like,
Her mother? You mad?
Her mother. Her mother. Yes, her mom. I'm like, you know, I ain't think nothing of it at first. Maybe she had a date or something, you know?
Right,
Maybe she had a little something going on. I started listening to the conversation. She started asking Selena, where we going tonight? What we doing tonight? Where we finna go? What you worried about what we doing? Judge, you a respectable older lady. I know you not too... Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm just kidding you. I am older. Don't worry about it. I just was messing with you. That's all right. Don't be afraid, young man. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's all right. I am a respectable older lady. I'll own it. I own it. Go ahead.
But you know, I know you're not trying to go out with your 20-year-old kids to see what they doing tonight.
Right.
No, you're not trying to run along with them every weekend, you know?
Right.
Like, it's just like...
Ms. Edgerman, is your mother running with you on the weekends?
I mean, not all the time. We go out. That's my mom. Like, we like to hang out together. He just
Yeah, that's
jealous.
your mom.
He just jealous.
No,
He's just
jealous.
jealous, first of all. That's my mom.
Going to the club.
That's what we do. Like, we...
You don't think it's bizarre to take your mother out on a date with your man?
We don't do this every day. I mean, it wasn't even a date. We was just like going out, casually going out. It wasn't a date. And so he's just mad. Like,
my mama trying to
we're like best friends, so I don't take her every day. Like, it's not every time we go out.
But I mean,
once in a while.
Mr. Spades. If he had a buddy that it was his best friend, would you want him along on your outings?
He has brought his friends along when we went out before, so I don't understand what's the problem.
20-year-old friends.
But
not no 40-year-old man.
Okay,
not no 50-year-old friend.
Somebody along. My mom, he knows my mom is like my best friend. So
give me another example of a time where you believe her mother overstepped her bounds.
Let me tell you another thing. It was one day she had to stay home sick from work.
Yeah.
She throwing up all night, just sick. Just sick. I mean, she could barely even walk. We sleeping all day. All you hear the phone ring, and she picking it up every time. Her mama telling her, you come upstairs, because her mom lives in the same apartment building as us, but upstairs on the top floor.
Okay.
So she over here calling Selena. Selena, you could come do this. You come do that. You come walk the dog.
Mom.
You sick.
Okay, now you do it extra.
You sick.
That's my mom.
Did your mother ask you to do stuff for her while you were sick?
Yeah, but I mean, that's my mom. Like,
we understand. You know what I mean? You say that's my mom.
Yeah.
We all have one.
I know.
Or did at one point, and we all love them, and we're all, you know, what we're saying to you is it seems a little unusual, the level of commitment that you two have beyond the daughter-mother relationship. How about that?
Like, I respect my mom. If my mom tells me to do something, I'm gonna do it. I've been raised, that's how I was raised. So, and I just feel like
she didn't care that you were sick.
She didn't give.
I mean, I didn't tell her I was sick. I wasn't that sick. Like, he's over it. He's overdoing it. You ODing. Like, it was not that sick. If I'm able to,
that ain't. Oh man, you finna pass out.
Mr. Spades, tell me one more story that would suggest to me her mother is beyond.
This is the deal breaker right here. This is the deal breaker. I'm playing Call of Duty all night. Next thing you know, I've been at work all day though. I've been at work all day. She brought up the little argument, you know, you late, you know what I'm saying? Come on, you know, this and that. I'm here. So next thing you know, it's a little argument. You can't even hear. And the next thing you know, it's a knock on the door. Who is that at the door?
I doubt
Is that the big bad wolf?
I doubt it.
Hey, open the door. What y'all arguing about today? What's the problem is? What the problem is? Every time, I'm like, we over here arguing about what we gonna eat tonight. What you doing? What you doing?
Ms. Edgerman, did she come and knock on? Does she come and knock on the door when you guys are having arguments and intercede on your behalf?
Okay, now I call her.
One day I caught her looking through the back though.
You call her.
I call call her sometimes because, like, it's overwhelming. Like, I'm tired of arguing with him.
What do you argue about?
If I ask him to just, okay, for instance, the baby. If I ask him to do something for me, if I'm busy right now, because I do hair, so I'm doing hair, I'm asking him to watch the baby, and that's the problem. And so, like, he don't understand, like, I'm busy at the moment, you know what I'm saying? And so
he thinks he can work and play Call of Duty, and everything else is optional.
Like, he's just free, like, he don't got nothing to do.
So when you get upset with him, you call your mother?
Yeah, I call her.
Well, let's call your mother right now.
Okay.
Oh, they finna call the wolf. They finna call the wolf.
Mrs. Adjaman?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
Oh, Lord.
I'm doing fine, Judge. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Why don't you tell me your beautiful daughter over here, she's sitting here with Mr. Spates. Mr. Spates says you spend too much time in their business. Please give me your point of view on that.
Okay, Judge. First of all, it should be my business because I'm the one taking care of my daughter. Every time I have to come over there and he's fussing with my daughter, the neighbors calling me because I stay upstairs. They're calling me, telling me that it's commotion going on downstairs. So they're calling me, and I have to go in to see because I don't want him putting his hands or making her upset because she just had a baby. The baby is only 3 months old. As far as I heard what he said about me going out and stuff like that, I don't go out with them. He says that he's going to work. I wonder what job he has because I'm the one paying the bills over there. And I have to go to work every day, and I have a pacemaker, and I'm 50. So, yes, I'm going to spend time with my daughter, and that, yes, she is my best friend. So if I have to step in and be there, I'm going to step in and be there.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Adjaman. You were very clear. I appreciate that. She's supposed to take care of the kids, cook, clean, and all that kind of stuff.
No, Judge. I'm always with my daughter. I'm always with my daughter.
I thought you had a job.
If you oh, okay.
Oh,
now you want to do that.
Okay.
Touché. Mom says that she's paying the bills down there in your apartment. What do you say?
First of all, before I even moved over there, they had the apartment free. Come on,
how the rent get a free apartment?
How is it free?
The rent only $300. Who can't pay $300 a month? Come on now.
Do you pay $300 a month?
I'm paying the water bill. I'm paying the gas bill. Let alone, I'm taking care of her every day and my baby. Come on now.
Come on now. You need to stop.
Let's be real.
Does he work? Now, Ms. Adjaman, does Mr. Spates work?
Do you work, Jamarcus?
You know I work. I work every day.
Do you?
I'm at work all the time.
You don't know
that.
I feel like he lying to me because when it comes to financial, where is it? Where's the proof? So it's like you saying you got a job.
Does he go to a building or somewhere every day?
Not every day. He be at the house playing Call of Duty.
What do you do for a living?
Now, Judge, I have a lot of jobs.
Here we go.
Now wait. I have a lot of businesses. I do construction. I'm a comedian. I do everything, Judge. Labor. I do it all. Anything you can think of, I do. But my main job is taking care of my daughter. That's my main job.
Okay.
But we need money. Like,
you weren't saying that when I gave you $400 last week, though.
$400 when?
Come on. Let's be real.
When?
Let's be real. You acting like I'm just coming in.
Let me ask Ms. Adjaman, who primarily pays the bills in your house?
Well, I've been paying half the bill. My mom helps me. And he pays.
It's only $300.
It ain't $300.
It's $300 that you're not paying.
Exactly. But it ain't $300.
I'm paying the water bill, the gas bill, and everything else.
Does he pay the water bill?
No, he don't pay all them bills.
Ask who bought a baby.
He may have paid the water bill twice, but he ain't paying it like that.
He said to me that his job primarily was taking care of the daughter. But what you told me earlier was that it's difficult to get him to do that as opposed to the game. Give me some examples of times where you've tried to get him to participate, but he simply would not.
Even just, he thinks because I'm the woman that I have to do everything, change the diapers, do all the feedings, everything, cook all the time, you know, wash his clothes all the time, you know, things like that. But he can't even bring home money for me all the time. Like,
do you expect her to do all those wifely duties? She's supposed to take care of the kids, cook, clean, and all that kind of stuff. Is that what you're looking for? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just wanting to know if it's your thing.
No, Judge. See, one thing, I'm always with my daughter. I'm always with my daughter.
I thought you had a job.
If you, oh, okay.
Oh,
now you want to do that.
Okay.
Touche.
I'm always with my daughter. If anything, I'm with her the most. I'm with her the most when she leave. I'm with her the most. I'm calling her,
somebody has to bring the bread and the butter in the house.
Come on, now.
Somebody
You be
got to
gone
bring
for
the
like
money in
9
the
hours,
house.
not even
Are you back to work yet?
Yes, ma'am, I'm back to work. I'm a traveling stylist, and I do hair in the house sometimes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So when you are out doing hair, does he look after your daughter?
He does.
Does he do a good job?
He does a good job. He's a good dad. I'm not gonna.
You're not gonna take that from him.
Right, exactly. He's a good dad.
Yeah.
But we need money, so.
Need money? We got the money. Baby clothes not that expensive.
But she's getting older every day, Demarcus.
And get about 20 onesies for $10. Come on, let's be real. Let's be real.
Shut up.
Don't say real no more.
Please don't.
She's feeling like she's not loved. She's feeling like an appliance.
You know I love her.
That's not enough.
I show it all the time.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're in divorce court. You say he doesn't pay enough attention to you. Why do you say that, Miss Algerman?
Like, he just, I don't know. I don't know his problem. I'm just asking.
Miss Algerman, part of being a woman and a mother is knowing what you want. What exactly do you need from him? You need to articulate it specifically. You feel like you're not paid attention to.
Yeah, like,
you don't feel wanted and loved. You need to tell him exactly what it is you need.
Just like compliments sometimes. Like, he don't care. He will take me, like one time, for instance, we usually like do little stuff, go to the movies, regular stuff, like we're young. But like, I just want to feel special sometimes, you know what I'm saying? I want to go to nice places. And so I was explaining that to him. I let him know that. So one day I'm at work and I get a call from him. He telling me, he like, oh, well, yeah, you've been telling me this. I've been listening. I'm going to take you out somewhere real nice, real special. So I'm excited. I'm like, okay, he's trying to step up. He's trying to, be a man now.
Right.
And so I'm excited. I'm telling my coworkers, ooh, I'm finna go on a date, finally. Yes, ooh. So I get off of work. I go home, take a shower, do my hair, do my makeup, get real, real, real cute. So he come pick me up. And so he like, just sit back, close your eyes. I ain't gonna tell you where we going. So I'm just sitting back, closing my eyes.
So far, it's sounding pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it do for now. But, okay, so we riding. He like, I'm thinking it's gonna take 30 minutes to get there. It took, 5-10 minutes. I'm like, okay, dang, it's somewhere close. So my eyes still closed. We pull up, he stopped. I open my eyes, and I'm just in shock. That I'm really looking at the Popeyes chicken sign.
That's her favorite place, That's her favorite place, Joe.
I'm like,
she love Popeyes. She love Popeyes.
At this point, I don't even.
Popeyes all week. She love Popeyes.
He wrong for that.
You were wrong for that.
He think he funny.
That was wrong.
You think you funny, like.
Now, like Beyonce said, what? Take me to Red Lobster?
You can't even do that.
People eat Popeyes, I spend about $30.
Mr. Spates, I'm gonna tell you what your problem is. I'm gonna tell you what your problem is. Your problem is you got installed. You got installed in his house as a handy-dandy appliance, and that's exactly what he thinks you are. You take care of him, you take care of his needs, you take care of his kid, you take care of the money, and he can be an intermittent man. He can hand you $400 here and there and feel good about it. But he's not responsible for the rent. He's not responsible for the food and everything. He's just intermittent. Mm-hmm. And you've allowed him to be intermittent. It's not your fault. Because I'm going to fuss at him in a minute. Because everybody's always telling, why do you let him? Men are grown. And I'm not saying he doesn't love you. But I am saying that you're so invested in the situation with him, he doesn't have to worry about maintaining the situation. Now, Mr. Spates, you need to live a life that is a little higher than your circumstances allow. I think a lot of young dudes get away with doing a whole lot of not much at all because we've disassociated marriage and being a man and being a provider from being a dude that can knock somebody up. And now we're in a situation where you can make a decision simply not to provide and support, and you'll be fine. Because some woman somewhere will take you in, will hold your hand, will have your baby, will cook your meals, will make sure everything happens, and you can play Call of Duty. Let me make a call to your sense of duty. Your duty to her, your duty to your community, your duty to her mother, your duty to me as a fellow old person.
Yes, ma'am.
We looking to you, so when I'm really, really old and got a cane and walking around, and I could look up and I say, see these brothers over here? They got my community handled.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you gonna be that dude?
Yes, ma'am.
What you got to do to be that dude?
I just got to stop playing Call of Duty.
More than that.
Real talk.
More than that.
I do play the game. I do play the game a lot. You know, I
You
do.
think everything's funny.
And you know, I know I might be, you know.
Games are for boys. Children are for men.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do both. You can play video games, but they can't be your life. Do you understand that?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, don't let your needs go unexpressed. You make a game plan about where you want to be, what you want to do, and how you want him to contribute. And you demand that he do so. Not fussing and arguing, but, you know, I don't make meals for men that don't work. I don't know why you would.
I don't know more. I got a job. You can cook it.
I got a job. You know, she's feeling terrible over there. She's feeling like she's not loved. She's feeling like an appliance.
You know I love her.
That's not enough.
I do.
That's not enough.
I show it all the time.
No,
Judge.
you don't. No, you don't. You're in divorce court. You're here for a reason.
Judge. When I tell you I love this woman.
You could love unexpressed is worthless. You with me?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Woman up, man up, and get out. This matter is adjourned.
All right, how do we feel today now that you spoke with Judge Lynn?
Everything was good. It got resolved. All I got to do is just stop playing the video game. And that's what I'm going to do because I love my woman and I'm going to stay with my woman. Ain't nobody else going to have my woman. So at the end of the day, we good. Just told her thank you for everything.
Judge, today's case is Rolling Stone.
First, he had her running to get fit. Then he had her running to chase his love. Now, after they've had a baby together, it seems he was just running a game.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with LaShawn Fondren and Stephen Richard. The two of you have been together for 2 years. You have one child together, and you don't want to be together anymore. Ms. Fondren, you are seeking $1,575 for various things from Mr. Richard, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Fondren, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, Stephen is a personal trainer, and I'm here to see if you can train him to stop cheating on me. Our entire relationship.
I'm good, but I don't know how good that. I don't know if I'm that good.
Our entire relationship, I would say he has been a cheater. I have found a lot of text messages, new pictures in his phone. When we first started talking, he came to me as he wanted to settle down. He wanted to have a baby. He wanted to get married. At first, I was skeptical about it because I had already been married before. But I wanted to say, okay, give it a chance. So I put my heart back out there, and we went for it. The first time I got pregnant, I ended up having a miscarriage. I was devastated, and he was too, but he wanted to keep trying. So we kept trying, and eventually I got pregnant again.
Let me ask you this. After the miscarriage, which, by the way, I'm so sorry for.
Thank you.
Did you know he was cheating on you then?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. He has a good mouthpiece. Like, he will rock you to sleep. You would think that, you know.
He talks a good game.
Oh, yes, a very good game. Yes. So once we did eventually have a successful, we went to the doctor, and the doctor said, yes, you know, I'm pregnant, you know, everything. So everything was good. I would say for about 4 or 5 months of being pregnant. We would fall out. He would say mean things. His mouth is bad. He would be like, oh, it's time for you to call the doctor. You need to make an appointment. And, you know, this ain't for us. We can't have no kids together. But he would say mean things to me. So, but then he'll apologize, and then I'll forgive him, and, you know, we'll go on about our day.
Does he cheat on you a lot?
A lot. But
okay, give me some examples of times when you've actually... You got good evidence on him.
Oh, so he left to go because he's a personal trainer, and he sells his own juice. So he out a lot making runs, selling juice. So he left his phone on the counter, and I decided to go through it because it was just ching, ching, chinging all night. So I go through it, and it's like, oh, I love you, I miss you. I wonder if you still think about me like I think about you. And so when I brought it to his attention, oh, you know, it's just nobody, like. But evidently, you got to be responding back. For her to say something like that to you, you got to be responding back, you know. So then he would go one night for the UK game. We were supposed to go together to watch the game. Well, he says, well, I got to make a run. Then I'll come back and pick you up. Well, why you got to go make a run, then come back? Why can't I just ride with you? So evidently, he must have went to meet the other girl. When he came back, I was in pain, so I didn't even get to go nowhere. We sit at the house, chill, whatever. But eventually, it came out. Somebody came and told me, like, oh, you know, he's riding around with another chick in the truck. And at first, I didn't want to believe it, like, because we was together a lot. Like, I went with him when he sold juice, you know. We trained, like, he was a personal trainer, and I
So you thought everything was cool?
Cool. Like, he told me he loved me. Like, you don't say you love somebody and you're out cheating. Like, you just, and you're having a baby. Like, you want a whole family, but you out here still being a dog. Like, you almost 40 years old.
Mr. Richard, respond to any or all of that.
Yana, from the beginning, from up front, you know, LaShawn knew that I was a dog. You know, I told her from the beginning I didn't want to be with her. You know, she knew most of my clients that
She knew from the beginning you didn't really want to be with her?
Yes, ma'am.
After she had the miscarriage, she says the two of you made a conscious effort to try and have another baby. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you do that if you didn't want to be with her?
I wasn't ready at the time to settle down. You know, she knew this.
Yeah, but why try to have a baby, though?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about committing yourself to somebody else.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate commitment. Why did you ask her to have one?
Wanting more kids, but I didn't want to be with her, you know.
Wanting more kids, so you just like having children with various women?
No, at the time, you know, I just wanted another child, and you know, I didn't.
Seriously, how many kids you got?
I got 5 and a grandbaby.
And want more.
And you have 5 children. How many different baby mothers?
Just 4. Yeah.
Just 4?
Crazy.
Do you spend significant, meaningful time with all of those kids?
Yes, I do. I love all my kids, you know.
I didn't ask if you loved them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I asked him, do you spend significant, meaningful amounts of time with all of your kids?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that true?
I want to know how you do that when you in Atlanta and she's in Kentucky.
Yana, I travel all the time. You know, I'm a travel trainer. You know, I sell my juice, work out with clients from Atlanta to Kentucky, traveling. And then when I do come in town, you know, if I don't pay my child support on time, she wants more money.
I don't get child support?
She won't let me see my daughter. You know, she'd rather nag and argue all the time. That's why I moved out from the house with her.
Right,
you know.
right.
I'll put him out.
You know that child support keeps going up the more children you have.
Yeah.
You get that part, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she misunderstand in the beginning? Did she mistake your desire to actively try to have a child, which, by the way, if you were my daughter, you and I'd still be on the floor fighting about trying actively to have a baby with a guy you didn't know quite that long and who you weren't married to. I don't know what that's about. Did she mistake your desire for a child for a desire with a future with her? Or did she simply decide not to pay attention to you when you told her what you were about?
She wasn't paying attention. She already knew off my social media pages what I do. She knew I worked out with clients, and she knew I would have sex with most of my clients that work out with me. I was a complete dog.
Are you serious?
Do
you know anything about game?
Yeah, that's what
I mean, dudes have game. Not all dudes, but a lot of dudes have game. They say whatever, whenever, however, to get you to do whatever. Did you know he was having sex with most of his clients?
Your Honor, I didn't even know nothing about him. Like,
Your Honor, she's a liar.
He told me, he was like, you never heard of me? I'm Sniffle. I'm not out there like that. So no, I don't know no sniffles. Well, I'm a rapper, I'm gonna do this. No, I don't know all that. So let me tell you.
Are you famous in your own mind?
Yes, ma'am. I'm from Lexington, Kentucky, the home of the Juice. You know, that's me, Flex the trainer. That's what I do. She knew that's what I do. Work out 24/7 with my clients, sell my juice. She was one of my big clients with my juice. She was losing weight. She lost plenty of weight, and she was crazy about me. You know, she would stalk me. I would be at the gym. She'd be sending me pictures like, "Oh, I see you." I'm like, "I'm working out with my clients." She would come in.
Oh my God.
She'd come to the gym. I want more child support. Be like, "Hold on, you need to get out of here." You know what I'm saying? You know, she was, a little cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? Cocoa Puff.
Your Honor, let me tell you. I bought juice part 3 or 4 times. Well, first twice. Once, the second time, then we start working out. When I work, he's like, get a bathing suit. We're going to work out in the pool. Okay, we go to the Y. So he was like, you're not my client no more. When I first saw you, I know I had to have you.
That was one of my roles. That's what I do. That's one of my
what you
life.
do, yeah.
But I'm saying, I was single. I was doing me. I was doing me. I wouldn't even like.
Do you know anything about game?
Yeah, that's what
I mean, dudes have game. Yeah. Not all dudes, but a lot of dudes have game. They say whatever, whenever, however, to get you to do whatever.
Yeah.
And for some reason, otherwise intelligent women get like this deeply stupid and think, man, this cactus got 5 kids with 4 other women. All of a sudden, they all went away, and the thing he said to me was, he told those other women, "Oh, I'm just with you waiting on the right woman," and you thought you were the right woman. How does that happen?
I didn't think I was the right woman. I didn't base on what his past was.
She knew it, you know what I'm saying?
Why wouldn't you, though?
Because I feel like you got to give people a chance. People change. You know what I'm saying? If you go by what somebody else said, like...
What do you think he told those women in his past to get them in his bed?
He didn't tell me. I didn't know he was sleeping with all his people that he was working out with.
She knew better than that, Yana.
He's lying.
She knew
He's lying because...
he had kids, right?
Yeah.
2.
Oh.
I knew he had 2. What, 3? I take that back. He got 2 daughters and a son. They're older. They're like the 20, 19, 18. They in that age. So, yeah, I didn't think he was, like, with anybody. When he came to me, like, he's single type thing. I'm single. I'm doing me. I was in a relationship. I was relationship for 17 years. Married for 6. I had got a divorce. After, like, 2 years, I'm doing me.
Oh, so you hadn't been out there in a minute.
So I haven't. Like, before I even start fooling with him, I was already kicking it with somebody else, just having fun. Like, he came to me.
Of course they all do. That's what y'all do.
No, for him to say I was stalking him, that's a lie, because I didn't got to stalk nobody.
Anyway,
I just want to say.
Do you at all feel bad about the havoc that you cause in women's lives when you knock them up and walk off?
Yes, Yana. I feel I'm trying to be a better person nowadays. I'm not that same person I used to be, you know. When I got out of prison, I first just met LaShawn, and she started working out with me, and I was thirsty and coming out prison. And,
Did you know he had just come out of prison?
He told me he got out 2016.
You know, changed my whole life around, and I'm not the same person I used to be. Now I'm more...
And congratulations for that, Mr. Richard. It's not easy. Oh, you don't have to applaud for him. He just did you dirty. I'm just saying.
I'm more professional nowadays. I moved to Atlanta to change my life around. I'm moving in the right direction. With
Are you still sleeping with each other?
Nah,
I'm done. Like, there's...
Done completely?
I don't see him like that. No, I don't trust him. All I want him to do is be a full-time father to Kamari. That's all I want.
Don't ever I don't care what he says, I don't care how he changed, because he thinks he's that dude. And I want you to make sure he knows that he's not.
She knew I was a dog, Yana. I'm not that same person no more.
But she knew?
Yeah, she knew. And now she wants to know me, but it's not gonna happen. You know.
Oh, she don't want you no more. She done. Don't you think?
I can have if I want to, but I don't want to.
Miss Fondren, if you hear nothing else I say today, you need to hear this. Don't ever let that statement be true. Don't ever I don't care what he says, I don't care how he changed, because he thinks he's that dude. And I want you to make sure he knows that he's not. I'm so sorry.
Amen.
I'm so sorry you're hurt. I am. You hadn't been out there in a while, so I take back some of my fuss. Do you see what you did over there?
Yeah. I caused
You've
a lot
probably
of...
done that repeatedly.
Yeah, I have. I have heard a lot of women that's been in my life.
You know, you damage your community when you do things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
They got to share your money. They got to share your pain. They got to share your time. Our kids don't have solid foundation because they got 1/5 of a father out there. You know what I mean? You are damaging the whole community when you do that.
Yes, ma'am.
You say he doesn't care for his child. Tell me why you believe that.
I say that because he don't keep his word. When he say, like right now, I'm still waiting for him to get a dresser for our room. Oh, I got it. He tell me all the time, all you gotta do is ask for it, and she got it. I ask. He say, closed mouth don't get fed. I ask. I still don't get it. Like you pick and choose what you want to do.
Yeah, she wants me to
when
jump
you want to do it.
She wants me to jump when it's on her time. You know, so I got my own cleaning service back home, carpet cleaning, and I do a lot of stuff, and she knows it. And I be busy when I come in town sometimes, and I don't get to get around to.
Too busy to be there for his kid. He told me I'm too busy to go shop for a dresser.
I told her
but you can't take out 5 minutes. But like he said, I travel all the time to see my kids.
I give her the money.
So when do you have time to see your kids if you so busy all the time when you come down here? So when do we see them?
Does he see them regularly? Does he see your child regularly?
FaceTime.
FaceTime.
I mean, since I done moved from state to state, you know, it's hard for me to. And then when I do come in.
Are you regular with the money?
Yes, ma'am. Money's it's no issue. It's just when she wants me to.
My pockets are empty, Yana.
I ain't gonna put no money in her pocket. I go do it myself, Yana.
Well, when you gonna do it?
You know.
When's the last time you've contributed financially to your child, to that child's life?
All the time. You know, not too long ago.
When is the last time?
Like last week.
Last week, what'd you do?
She went out of town, and I bought my daughter like so much clothes and shoes, and you know, my daughter's spoiled. You know, she don't really need.
His mama, Your Honor, bought all the shoes.
Mm-hmm. So
he got about 3 or 4 outfits, and.
Can you count?
Yeah.
She can't count. She cannot count.
Yeah, they're and
you know, you don't sound like a remorseful man, Mr. Rick.
He's not.
So tell me why you are seeking $1,575 from him. $175 for a personal training session. I can't wait to hear that story. And $1,400 is for an unpaid loan. Please explain that to me.
Well, that's the cost of the package that he started out with. So you're supposed to get, with $175, you get unlimited training and unlimited juice. Well, the first time I trained, like, okay, it was a free workout, see how I liked it. Okay, cool. I see I can do this. I can lose weight with the juice and everything. Second, third time, it was, oh, now, like, we like this now. So you ain't my client no more. So the training stopped going lower and lower, and then I stopped getting the juice. Like, I didn't get $175
worth of juice.
Juice or training. Like, I got heartache and pain.
Did you get light on the training and the juice when you two became an item?
Yes, I did, Yana.
So you think you owe her for that, right?
No, once I got what I wanted, she knew it. She knew I didn't want to be with her. You know, she
Tell me about the loan.
So I didn't work long, so all I got was $3,700 from my taxes. He wanted to do a company truck. I believe, regardless of how he treat me, I believe in him.
Mm-hmm.
I know he can be a great person, a great trainer. You know, whatever he put his mind to, he could do it. So he came to me. He's like, I need to get a truck. You know, once I start getting my money, I'll pay you back. I said, okay, cool. You know, a month go by. Okay, where the truck at? I'm still looking. I'm gonna get one up here. Okay. A couple weeks go by. Where your truck at? Oh, well. And then he eventually, I tricked, when he waited till we fell out, and then he said, I tricked that off. You ain't getting it.
I tricked that off. You ain't getting it. Mr. Richards, did that occur?
No, she's not.
Will you tell the story correctly then?
I've seen a couple. I got a cleaning service back home, and I wanted a van for the company, and I knew she got her taxes, and I knew I could get some money out of them, so I just asked for it, you know. So she gave it to me, and I told her what I was doing with it, and she politely gave it to me. She didn't say give it back or nothing, you know, because, you know, we like that, you know what I'm saying? So she knew what the business was.
Ms. Fondren, Mr. Richard is a con man. You got conned out of $1,575, and now I'm awarding it to you. It is so.
What are your thoughts now after speaking with Judge Lynn today?
I'm happy with everything that, you know, was said. Like I said, I just want him to do what he got to do for Kamari and just be that. Like, I'm done.
Is there any remorse, you know, thinking back and kind of, you know, the decisions you made?
Yeah, you know, I truly apologize. I told her plenty of times how I apologize, how it was, and what it is now, and if I could, I would take it back, you know.
Judge, this is the case of cheating husband.
I've got a couple here today that seem to have it together. They both have jobs, they've been together for a while, but something just isn't going right. Let's see if we can figure out what it is.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Corey Umbles and Shanice Umbles. Mr. and Mrs. Umbles, you have been together for 7 years, married for the last 4, and you have 1 child together. But you do not want to be together anymore. You both have claims filed against each other, and I will get to that momentarily. But before I do, Mr. Umbles, let me start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and what brought us here today?
So from the beginning, she knew I was a very sexually driven person. And she knew after we had the baby, my needs weren't being met, so I began to seek sex outside of the marriage.
Now, when did you have a baby before or after you got married?
After.
After you got married, you say not enough sex after that happened.
Not enough, not at all.
Did you guys have a conversation or two about that?
Yes, we did. When she was 7 months pregnant, roundabout, I had reached out to an ex, and she was in a different state. We had went through counseling because of that, and I explained to her, my sex drive is really high. I like to have sex very, very often. In the beginning, it was that way. We were having sex 2-3 times a day, every single day. It kind of dwindled down to maybe, you know, once a day. Then it was like maybe 3 times a week.
I got you. So, my question was, you have no clue, right?
No, what's up?
I asked you a question that you were supposed to be answering. And you don't even remember that I asked the question.
No.
Yeah. The question was, did you have a conversation about the lack of sex when you started to have concerns?
Yes. Well, actually, yes, we did. I conveyed to her, hey, when you reject me sexually, it makes me feel some type of way. That's why we went to counseling for that. Having that discussion about, you know, our sexuality, how often, and different things like that.
And what happened as a function thereof?
It was met with anger, attitude, like, well, you know, I just had a baby, you know, or while she was pregnant, it was, you know, I'm moody, I'm this, I'm tired, etc. And I'm like, well, you just can lay there, you know, if that's the case, like, let's handle business, like, because she knew, like, my sex drive was really, really high. We discussed it, we had multiple conversations about it.
Okay. Ms. Umbles, is that an accurate reflection of the things that occurred?
Sorta. Like, we did go to counseling, we had a conversation, but I felt like I was pregnant. I had a miscarriage right before that, so I wanted to do any and everything that I could to, like, stay healthy, to make sure that, you know, nothing was going wrong. So when he told me that, it didn't come off as, when you don't have sex with me, I'm gonna have sex with somebody else. Because if it would've came off like that, then I would've said, like, okay, well, I'm not gonna lose my man for that, so.
She'll say that, but we had that discussion as well. Like,
about if you don't have sex with me, whether or not you're sick, whether or not you have... Hey, I'm talking.
I'm sorry.
If you don't have sex with me, whether or not you're sick, whether or not you've just had a miscarriage, whether or not you're currently pregnant, whether or not you're tired, whether or not you're upset, not happy, unfulfilled, if you don't have sex with me, I'm going elsewhere. You had that conversation.
Yeah, because we discussed how I lust after other women. She knew from I have another son by a different woman. She knew what that situation was. I was repeatedly cheating on her as well.
What if she got sick? What if you were with a woman, she got sick, had shingles, and for a month she couldn't have sex? Would you cheat on her?
No, that's different. So when there were medical concerns, like when she had the miscarriage and different things like that, I'm understanding in that. It's not that you're tired or you just can't do it. So that's my understanding.
So your understanding about that is just when she's physically capable and unwilling.
Right, when it's just an excuse.
Is that accurate?
Come on now. Like,
kind of. I mean, I had just had a baby. I was working full-time, long hours. So if I knew that if I didn't have sex with him, he would be upset. So I would try to, like, maybe get up. He had to be at work at 6. I would try to get up 5 in the morning, try to, you know, make sure that we have sex then, or, you know, when he comes home. But a lot of the times, because he was, cheating, when he comes home, it was strictly the video game. We'll talk for a little bit. In between, in between the video game, we'll talk for a little bit, and then that was it. So,
no.
What did you do to potentially increase the sex you got when you weren't getting enough? What did you do?
Like, as far as with her?
Yeah.
It was an ongoing conversation. Like, it was a topic of discussion that we constantly talked about, rejecting sex. What are the reasons why?
No, but what did you do?
Oh, anything that she asked. She would say that I wasn't doing this or I wasn't doing that, but I always was getting her little gifts. We're going on vacations. Let's go to Seattle for the weekend. Let's go to Vegas. Let's go do these type of things to try to keep that romance sparked.
Yeah, but I would rather not have none of that and him be faithful to me than go on trips and
yeah, the tired woman don't want to go on a trip because she's usually in charge of all of the doings. So what she wants is a little romance at home, kindness, take care of the baby, you know, when she's exhausted, that kind of thing. And it might help.
I worked 2 jobs. I would come home and have my son all day long, all the time. Even when he first was born, I worked overnight and would come home to a baby all day long, working 10, 12 hours at night.
I was trying to help you, sister, over there.
All day.
You got to answer for all of it.
I had to go to work as well. So yes, he would come home from work, and we didn't have a babysitter at that time. But as soon as he told me, look, I can't do this, I don't want to be with him all day, I started looking for a babysitter, and I got him in babysitting. You know, I got him to a babysitter. So then when I go to work, I dropped him off, so he had all day to sleep or do whatever he needed to do.
I got you. Did that happen?
That was at the end. That was, 6 months after I've been coming home and.
So you cheated
with 27.
With one woman, with a lot of women.
With 27 women.
With 27 women. Lord have mercy. Let's hear about this sin.
Okay, but so I'm not a sex addict. I don't want to say that. It's more about that first experience with a woman. When a woman experiences me for the first time and her reaction, that's more what I'm addicted to than.
So you're about the conquest.
Yeah.
During a year, 27 different women.
About a year. So
multiple times.
We were getting new phones at the time. And I was transferring her data from the old phone to the new phone.
Right.
And I just so happened to come across this text message of her with this guy. So I asked her, hey, what's up with this or whatever, and she brushed, it just was flirting.
Was this before the 27 women or during?
This was like during that period.
During the 27 women.
During
she
that
had
period.
the nerve. Lord have mercy. Let's hear about this sin.
Okay, but so I'm not a sex addict. I don't want to say that. It's more about that first experience with a woman when a woman experiences me for the first time and her reaction. That's more what I'm addicted to than.
So you're about the conquest.
Yeah.
You're about the conquest. So you found a message in her phone sometime during the course of this 27-woman expedition you were on.
Yeah, but.
And what happened in the, what did the messages say?
It was just like, I don't want to do this anymore, or, you know, I'm sorry, etc. It was just a few little messages. It wasn't an entire thread. It was a screenshot of I don't want to do this anymore, etc. So I asked her, you know, hey, what's up with this? Because at the time, I hadn't came clean about the cheating.
Right.
It just was, that was in the middle of it.
It was on the down low.
Yeah, it was on the down. She would suspect, but it's cheat till you get caught.
I would ask him every single day, what's up with you? What's going on? Like, you come home, you're not the same person. What is going on? And it's nothing. I'm tired. I'm working long hours.
So you were cheating and lying.
Yeah.
And then you found a screenshot that said, I don't want to do this anymore. You asked her about it. What did she tell you?
She told me, oh, we just was flirting. It was harmless, just, you know, something to do while she was at work, et cetera, just little stuff like that. But I kind of had this weird feeling like there's more to that story. Like, tell me what's going on. Tell me what's going on.
Okay, so what did you ultimately find out?
That her and the guy had slept together.
Okay. Did you sleep with this other guy? Y'all are just cold. Y'all just wrong. Y'all gonna applaud that.
Yes,
Lord
I
have
did.
mercy. Ms. Umbles,
you
tell me what happened.
It started off because I knew something was going on with him. The way he was coming home, it was just, you know, I got nothing. I would ask him, like, do you even like me anymore? Do you want to be with me? Like, what is it? I don't feel loved. I don't feel nothing, no emotion, no affection, no nothing. So then I started, you know, venting to this guy, and
one thing led to another.
It happened, and so, but I felt like, you know, it was more on his side, like he pressured it a little more, but, you know, it happened.
Yeah, it happened.
And so when he asked me about it, I lied, because he asked me, and it was like, I was gonna tell him, I just needed to figure out how I was gonna tell him.
Right.
So then when he put me on the spot, I didn't know, so I lied about it, I did, and I lied for a while. And, you know, he was... So
when you found out about this guy, did you come clean about the other women?
It's different when you're caught. She never would have known. I'm serious. I mean, I'm just being honest. She never would have caught me. She never would have known. In the midst of her lying about it, I came clean with the woman that I was seeing at the time and let her know, hey, you know, I've been seeing this other woman, gave her the details of that, thinking that would kind of push her to open up more about it. But she still was lying, still was saying, oh, it wasn't nothing, it was this, it was that. So then I was at work one day and I called her and said, hey, when I get home, I need to talk to you. I don't want to tell you through text message or on the phone or anything like that. I need to come and talk to you. And all day she's, what is it? What is it? I'm coming to your job. What is it? What is it? What is it? Then when we got home, I let her know, hey, it wasn't just her. It was her and 21 other women.
At that time, it was 21. But I was angry because when he told me, he didn't tell me that, and he dragged me through it before he told me about the first person. I had to apologize to him daily. There were certain things that he wanted me to tell him daily.
Did you do all that?
Yeah, I did.
Knowing that you had been sleeping around and lying to her for months, you were going to torture her about the one little small sin she committed?
Yeah, but like I said, I was trying to pull it out of her.
I understand why. I understand.
And I wasn't caught. It was a difference it's different when you're caught. She never would have known. I'm serious. I mean, I'm just being honest. She never would have caught me. She never would have known. I could have continued that saying, like, I never did anything. She never would have known.
So as long as she had continued to lie to you successfully, it would have been fine. And you're fine in doing what you're doing because you're cheating and lying successfully. No, and only until you cheat and get caught are you obligated to tell her the truth.
No, I don't.
But she knew.
I knew, and I didn't have any proof because he's very, very, very sneaky.
But she knew. You were caught, you just didn't know it. She didn't have proof. She knew you were guilty, she just couldn't prove it in court. Can I tell you something, sir?
Yeah.
You are just incensed by her sin, though it is minuscule in comparison to your waves of wrong that you've committed over a year.
I agree.
You get that part?
I agree with that to a certain extent, but also it wasn't just peaches and cream. For the majority of the relationship, it was me bowing down. What do you need from me? What do you want from me? What'll change this? And it just was attitude, bickering. At points, I would get on my knees and be like, just stop it. But cut it out. What's the point?
Ms. Umbles, I'm gonna ask you. Were you actor, brother? I mean, the sex aside, were you a good partner, or were you one of these spouses that was all the time?
Not all the time.
All the time.
Not all the
All
time.
the time.
Sometimes I will get upset, yes, because I'll come home and it's strictly video game, or I get no attention or nothing. So sometimes I do nag him, yes. In the beginning, we were fine. Like, we were good. We got along.
Everybody's fine in the beginning.
We got along. Everything was good. So yes, I do nag him sometimes. It's not an all-day thing.
It's not nagging. It's attitude. It's pointless attitude. Like, and when I'm trying to fix the problem, I'll be like, babe, like, how can we fix this? What do I need to do? And it's
Well, what
nothing,
did you think
Mr.
the
Perfect.
problem was?
Nothing. I don't know.
You still don't know.
Ask her. What was the problem?
The problem was you felt unattended to?
I felt unattended to, unloved. I just felt like we were roommates only. That
was later. Yeah. I'm talking about the 6 years before the last year. That's what I'm talking about. All of that beforehand.
The whole 6 years, she had a bad attitude.
It was
aware
manageable
of that.
because I'm real spiritual, so I felt like, but I mean, like, the only thing that was keeping that together was the fact that I couldn't leave you for you having an attitude all the time. I couldn't leave you for those type of problems, different things like.
Do you tell those women that they're one of 27? Do you let them know, or how do you get them to have sex with you?
It'll be like I'll be at a gas station, I'll see a beautiful woman pumping the gas or something, and it's I do tattoos, so I had a easy outlet, hey,
Did you let them know that you were married and this was just a one-time thing?
Yeah.
It wasn't one time.
I don't believe you.
One-time things. They knew he was married.
They know
it
I
just
would be
wasn't
married.
one-time thing.
It just went to, I see what you're saying.
Some of them were multiple times.
I got you. 27 women, multiple times, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me about the $500 you are seeking from Mrs. Umbles as you leave her here today. For video game controllers and tattoo equipment. Tell me about that.
So during the arguing and different things, controller fly, hit the wall, shatter into a million pieces.
Yes.
Being thrown by her.
Yeah.
PlayStations. She came home one time. I was about to do a tattoo on this girl. She didn't know I had slept with the girl at the time.
I knew you slept with the girl. I knew he slept with the girl because I know the type of women that he sleeps with.
I got you.
And so I'm just finna do the tattoo. She comes in the house, tripping. She kicked all my tattoo equipment all over the place, destroyed it. You
want $100 for him for some sentimental jewelry.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
My mother gave me a necklace, and when he got upset, he snatched it off my neck, and it broke.
Did you do that?
And it upset me.
Oh, my goodness. Never hands-on, my man. Never hands-on.
That was a weak moment for me.
Yeah, you have a lot of weak moments.
With sex, yeah.
You got a lot of weak moments. Let me say this, just on a general tip. I think controllers and game stations are getting a lot of dudes in trouble. I come in here all the time, and a woman has lost her mind because her man has been sucked into a game. And the guys will talk about how they have this need and that need and this need and that want, and then they still have a childlike affection for a toy. Yes. And get so deeply immersed in that toy that they can't take care of the man's business of being with a woman. And when I say when you being with a woman, you're with her emotionally, you're with her physically, you're with her financially, you're with her intellectually. We are some deep people. We are not simple boxes. There are a lot of layers to explore, and you missed the whole entire boat firing at some dude in South Korea who who will never fix you a meal, who will never lay next to you in bed, and who will never carry your child. But the woman who does all that gets the leftovers. That's what I got to say about that.
And I agree with that, but...
Isn't that something? I got madder about the game than the women.
But I put the game down. That's been a couple years.
And then you picked up the women. You satisfy yourself. And you satisfy yourself continuously. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge, today's case is Russian roulette.
She's feeling unloved, and he's feeling overburdened. Let's see if I can find a way to balance out the equation.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Katrina Oren and Raleigh Griggs. The two of you have been together for 5 years, and you have one child together. Ms. Oren, you are suing Mr. Griggs for $5,000 in transitional support. Before we get to that, though, Ms. Oren, I'm going to ask you to tell me a little bit about this relationship and how we got to divorce court today.
Well, I'm here today because I'm tired of his disrespect and his narcissistic attitude that he has towards me and how he treats me at times.
Okay. Give me some examples.
So we were sitting in a car one day, and he happened to look over at another female and said that she had a big butt, and I looked over at me and said, how could you get a butt like her? And then not only that, when my daughter was 5 months, he was on a PlayStation, sitting there talking to a female that I come to find out thinking that he was playing a video game. And he sent a picture of him and my 5-month-old daughter stating that he wanted to, he basically asked her if she would want kids someday. And mind you, he made me get my tubes tied after I had my daughter. They tell me that he no longer wanted anymore. And he sat there and had the audacity to ask her this and that he always wanted to be with a Russian female.
Oh, she was Russian? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Griggs, did any of that happen?
Yes, ma'am. Some of it did happen, and some of it...
Okay, respond to the big butt comment.
Okay, the big butt comment is that when I was talking to the Russian girl, it wasn't like on a relationship, trying to build a relationship with this girl. It was just like on some friend level type stuff, and it was like, I asked her, would she someday have kids? Like, I wasn't asking her to have my kids.
Your Honor, it wasn't like that.
Like,
he had the audacity to sit there and say he always wanted to, a Russian female.
Mm-hmm. Did you say that?
Yes, ma'am, I did say that.
So you know that's leading her on, right? You know you're starting something with that. You know that.
And mind you, I blocked her. And I had to block her twice. And every time that I blocked her, he would go back in and at her again.
Is that true, Mr. Griggs?
Yes, ma'am, because it was just not on that type of level how she's...
Yeah, it was on that type of level. Yeah, it was. When you tell a woman you would like to have sex with, I've always wanted to have sex with someone like you. Would you ever like to have kids? That's what you're transmitting. Even though you're not quite saying it. Well, actually, you are. But you know, that's what you're transmitting. Did you tell her you wished she had a big butt?
Yes, ma'am, but I was saying it sarcastically. Like, I mean, if you would have saw this girl butt, you would have just said, I mean, like, it was a big butt. I mean,
but what's wrong with me, though? That's the question. Look at me.
Mr. Griggs, so you were being...
sarcastic.
Sarcastic. Sarcasm probably is not the word you want to go for.
I was trying to make a joke out of it.
Yeah,
I took it the wrong
but that's not sarcasm. But anyway, never joke with a woman about her body. Yeah. Just like I tell women, never joke about the size of a guy's situation. Some things are just off limits. You with me there?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Griggs, I'm calling you Griggs. Is it Griggs or Greggs?
It's Griggs.
Griggs, I apologize. My bad. You could have corrected me. I take kind of criticism well. Mr. Griggs, What do you think the problem in this relationship is?
The problem in this relationship is that she's just too controlling.
Give me some examples.
One example is when, you know, I want a night out with some friends and I'm not allowed to go out with any friends because she said so. If I does, it starts an argument. And to prevent an argument, I go ahead and agree and just not do what I want to do because she said so.
Do you think she's insecure?
Very insecure.
Do you have any other examples of the things that she does that says, I don't feel secure? That was a tough one. That was a roundaway one. Think about it for a minute. He says you don't let him go out with his buddies, that you're clingy.
First off, what buddies? He has no friends right now. We just moved, and at the end of the day, it's only us. I don't even have friends. Like, it's just us. We just moved out of state, so he has nobody. Like, so whatever he's talking about, it's...
So he can't go out and do anything without
how
you?
Can I trust him? No. How can I trust him if he wants to go out? Because at the end of the day, he's always looking at females. If you go on his Instagram, all it is boobs and butt.
Is that all that's on your Instagram?
No, ma'am.
That's all that's on Instagram, period, if you ask me.
I mean,
but
my
I didn't nobody
18-year-old
ask
son
me.
saw it.
There's a lot of that on there. You know what I mean? And I have a very dedicated feed, and I still see a lot of boobs and butts.
Yes, but it's all that. There's not even friends on there. Like, it's all boobs and butt.
Have you ever caught him doing anything wrong? He's looking at women on Instagram. That's why
Liking
they're there.
other women's pictures, except mine. When I post them on Facebook.
He doesn't like your pictures?
No, it's not that he doesn't like them, but he
doesn't like them.
Yeah, he doesn't comment them or anything.
He doesn't comment on them. Is that a rule now, Nick?
Unfortunately, that's what.
Well, I'm saying he's my man. When he sits there and posts pictures, I sit there and comment on them.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be like, look at my baby, he looks good today. Or
really?
Something like that, yeah.
That's where we are.
You didn't like my picture yesterday. You owe me a like, Judge.
Yeah, all right. Is that where we are, though? Oh, my God. Why don't you just like her picture and let it, beep, it takes 2 seconds.
One reason why I don't like her pictures is because I'm not even on Facebook. I don't even be on Facebook like that. I mean, when I'm on it, I'm just scrolling up and down. I'm not really just sitting on there to like people's pictures and stuff like that. I'm just scrolling up and down just to see what's on there. I'm like, if I see a picture of her on there, I mean, I'm not really going to comment on her or like it or anything because, I feel like people are just on there just to...
I'm with you, Mr. Griggs. I think it's a little silly. I don't know.
But he seems to put that
if it keeps you out of trouble, throw her a like every once in a while. Keep it quiet. Now, Ms. Oren, you say he lacks compassion.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Let me tell you something. Her body went through it. Her emotions were all over the place. She just lost a child. That's not coping, that's running. You show up a man. You walk in the room and you hold her hand. You may fall down, you may cry, you may not, but you show up. You don't get to walk off.
So, July 11th of 2016, we had a miscarriage.
I'm so sorry.
And I was in the hospital, and I was going through it, and I wanted him to be there by my side, and he wasn't. He was out in the waiting room, and he'd rather smoke and be outside and be in the waiting room than be there and comfort me. So I had to talk to the woman that's like a mom to me, and she's the one that had to comfort me the whole entire 2-3 hours that I was in the emergency room.
Mr. Griggs, your version of that event.
My version of that event is I totally cope things different the way she do. And at the time, yes, that was my first experience, just like our daughter we got now. That's my first experience, and I didn't know how to cope with that at the time of losing one. And so, I coped with it with a different way than she wanted me to.
Let me tell you something. Her body went through it. Her body went through it. Her emotions were all over the place. She just lost a child. That's not coping, that's running. You show up a man. You walk in the room and you hold her hand. You may fall down, you may cry, you may not, but you show up. You don't get to walk off. You didn't do the hard stuff. All you did was knock her up. And then when things went south, You told her she was on her own.
And mind you, before that, when I got pregnant, he had the audacity to sit there and say that women are only baby carriers. And I slapped the out of him. Yes, I did.
Now, Ms. Oren, I'm going to tell you this right here. You fooled around and you messed with a cat who tells you women are baby carriers, doesn't come in for the miscarriage, always talking to other women, this and that, and then you fooled around and had a baby with him. How much sense does that make?
Because I love him.
You can love folk from across town. You know, if he's not good to you, what's the point? What's your love doing for you?
He has a lot of potential, and he's brought up...
Potential? Potential for what?
He does. It's something that I see that nobody else sees, but at the end of the day...
Maybe it's not there. You just blind. You know, here's my thing. Women come in here all the time and string together these long, sad stories of disrespect, unhappiness, cheating, all of this, and they stay. And they stay, and they stay, and they cry, and they don't know why. I'll tell you why. There are no negative repercussions for treating you badly. None. I'm gonna leave you alone for a second because I'm warm. But do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
If you got a daughter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like a man that she was with to treat you like you treat her mother?
I tell him that every day.
No, ma'am.
Then why do you do it? Because you know that's what you're teaching her. She's going to watch you. She's going to model the behavior in her home. She's going to watch you walk all over her mother, and she's going to think that a dude that loves you doesn't respect you, doesn't show any compassion for you, and doesn't care about you. She's going to learn that. Is that what you want to teach her? Do you have family members that speak badly about your lady?
I mean, they can say what they want to say about her. I mean...
I'm not there yet. I'm going to get to that part. I just need you to answer the first question. Do you have a family member that speaks badly about your lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with any of the things that they say? You're indignant, but you're also stagnant. You're indignant about what he's teaching your daughter. If I, dude in my life, he teaching my daughter the wrong thing, he got to go. My kids are more important. You can't, I'm mad at you both now. I don't know what to do. I might take Nick and leave. You say she wants you all to herself. Give me some examples where she's stifled you and kept you hemmed up and at home.
An incident happened when I was on my phone and I was expecting a call from one of my family members, and I go through my call log and I see them that there's deleted, and I asked her, why did she delete them? I mean, this is my family. I should have, this...
Unfettered access.
Yes, and I should have a connection with my family, and I feel like you're trying to keep me from that by deleting them off my social media.
Well, Your Honor,
do you
there's a reason.
Delete his family?
Oh, there's a reason.
Well, tell me.
Family members has come to my house and purposely swung on me just because she couldn't get a hold of him, and it's just a lot of drama throughout that whole entire family. When she calls him, a family member ends up calling him. She has nothing nice to ever say about me. It's not like she's calling to check on how he's doing or, what he's doing with his life. It's always talking bad and down on me constantly. There's nothing nice that comes out her mouth.
Do you have family members that speak badly about your lady?
I mean, they can say what they want to say about her. I mean...
I'm not there yet. I'm going to get to that part. I just need you to answer the first question. Do you have a family member that speaks badly about your lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree with any of the things that they say?
No, ma'am.
How do you handle that in real time?
How I handle it is just ignore it. Same thing she should do with it. Ignore it. I mean, because they're not here with us. I mean, they can say what they want to say. At the end of the day, it's just me and her.
Do you ever check them?
Nope.
No, I mean...
Sure doesn't.
I have respect for them, and obviously they don't have the same respect for me that I have for them. So, like I said, I just ignore.
But you feel no obligation to defend her or her feelings?
It's just words to me. Words that.
But it's more than words to her. But you don't care.
I care, I just handle it in a different way that she does.
Well, you don't care enough to be uncomfortable for her. That's what you keep telling me. You get into situations with her, but if something that you have to do for her makes you uncomfortable, you simply don't do it. You don't go in the room once she's had the miscarriage because it made you uncomfortable. She had to fend for herself. Her family, your family members trash her, but since you don't feel like doing anything about it, she's on her own. You never stand up for and defend her. Do you understand? Or compassionate for her. Did I get that wrong? If I got that wrong, disabuse me of that notion. Do you love her?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Griggs, you said in your paperwork that you want her to get a job.
Yes, ma'am. And
explain that to me.
I mean, that's where a lot of my really anger come from towards her.
He never appreciates me. I cook for him, I do his laundry, I take care of the kids all day. That's a full-time job itself.
Right. So, Ms. Oren, you want $5,000 in transitional support. Tell me where you going, when you're going, and how you plan to use that $5 grand.
Basically for me and my children, and for emotional distress, what I've been going through for 5 years with him.
I feel sad. You're not going to get any transitional support, one, because you never married, and two, you ain't leaving. You're indignant, but you're not done. When you're indignant and not done, all that does is tell the other person, I don't have to do anything for you. He ain't gonna start caring. No upside for him. He's who he is, he can get what he wants, and he's sick of it now, and probably gonna move on at some point. Be ready. Be your own woman. Don't let him decide what you can and cannot have and do and do not say. You know what I mean?
Yes, and he does threaten that to me sometimes. Like how he wants to go back home.
Because it destabilizes you.
But we're home. Like he has nowhere to go.
You're not. That's what I'm saying. You keep reading the fairy tale, and the horror story is right in front of you. You can use all that language you want to use, but that's not what he's committed to. That's not what he's interested in. And until you get there, this is going to be the best that it gets. Mr. Griggs, I wish you were a better man. I really do. I hope the only hook I got with you is your daughter. She'll live whatever crap you give her mother. And if you don't love her at all, at least love your daughter enough not to make her life as limited as you're making hers. You have to care for people, you have to be kind to people, you have to be uncomfortable for people, you have to give to people. If you didn't want a woman with a whole bunch of kids, you shouldn't have stayed with her and knocked her up. But you did. I know nothing's gonna change. You go home and be the same guy. It's up to you. You decide what kind of life you're gonna have. Either a good one or a bad one. But remember, them little girls are watching. You can take it if you want to, but it's not fair to make them. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge is saying this is really over. There's no point for you to stick around. What's your reaction hearing her say that and all the advice she had for you today?
I'm just gonna give him a chance and see what he does.
We'll give him a chance.
I have benefit of doubt that he will change for his daughter's sake.
Judge Lynn, hope so. She didn't really think that that was even an option, but counseling, what can you do now to...
Yeah, we could do counseling together. I feel that would help us out a lot.
Good दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी हाय कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी हाय कंजरी दीनी मिसाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी पुत वे तुड़ानी मिट्टी दा वीरा पुत तुड़ानी मिट्टी दा वीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन